Oh, there we go.
Yep. We are completely live now, guys.
Should we just keep we all 40 and it's sad?
I just see the black screen instead of what I saw when we were talking.
Yeah, don't worry, you're coming back, dude. Right about. What's going on, everybody? Cali Death Podcast back once again, episode 216. I am your host, Anthony Trapani. At the helm right now, my resident homie Joel Horner will be meeting up with us very soon. And as I'm doing this, I'm now realizing that I don't know how to get out of this. And okay, I figured it out. All right, guys, what's up? We're here again. It's another Thursday. Tonight I'm joined by some old friends. We got some stories. We got, we go all the way back to the early 2000s, but tonight we got Alan Glassman and Adam Mason from Goratory and Stepdäd and a bunch of other shit, but we'll get into all that. But I met you guys in the in Goratory and back at MDF2, and we're going to get into all that, but thank you so much for joining us tonight, guys. It's amazing.
Yeah. Been a lot of fucking years as a senior, man. So it's pretty.
It has been, dude. I was thinking about the last time you and I spoke was really around the time Rice on Suede. Here we go. We got a Joel Horner popping in. What up,
guys? How's it going?
Hey, Joel.
How you guys doing?
What's up, man?
Just
that's my resident homie for the evening.
Just got off work, ran in.
That's what's up, dude. Thank you, dude. Love you. But yeah, Al, like the last time we talked was actually, it's funny. The last time we spoke on the phone, I'm pretty sure was when the Boston fucking won the World Series.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
That was I think the last time that you and I spoke on the phone, me, you, and Dan Kenny. Because once that happened, I think me and him, we were both drunk, and then we hit you up, and you were just fucking, you were so amped on it, dude.
Yeah, man. Like it was 1913. Like it was like the whole reverse the curse thing, and like it took like 70 something years, and then finally we did. That was that day.
Yeah, dude.
Damn, what a day.
I actually hang with Dana Santello that night. Anthony, that was like the original Goratory guitar player with me.
Oh, sick.
Weird night. I don't even like sports. No,
these two are not baseball guys.
Here we go.
But I mean it's your spot though. I mean, that's in your blood. It's like not really. I like to play sports, but I don't really like to watch them. But if the Giants were in the series, of course I'm gonna I'm gonna back it up because I'm a Bay Area native.
I'm a sports dork.
Our whole crew's like, I mean, we're just a bunch of Jews. I mean, like, not like we believe in any of that shit, but like, I think Jews just can't do sports.
Yeah,
boxing.
It's back because like I grew very, very tall at an early age. I was about 6 feet by the time I was like 12, 13. So I played basketball, but aside from that, we don't partake in motorcycles, sports. Yeah, it's not.
I feel like basketball is the one like Jew acceptable thing for some weird reason, but I'm not even 5'6". I was like, so going through the divorce thing, so sign up for the dating profiles, and I was like, I'm 5. I remember always being 5'6". I was at the bar like talking about it, and Jamie's like, my ass, you're 5'6", and I was like, God damn it. We like bartender broke out a tape measure and fucking. Man, I'm a short pathetic.
Well, I would have argued with him, be like, well, dude, I used to be 5'6", but gravity, bro. Like,
I think it happens. I think it fucking happens.
Over time, dude, we get compacted.
Yeah.
That was actually a chiropractor tried to explain to me why, like, they're not snake oil, like, gravity's the main reason why they do it, because I was like, all right, you go to a chiropractor, why do you have to keep going back? And his explanation was, well, everything that gets pulled apart gets compacted back together by gravity.
Yeah,
this is about this up, man. Like I feel the same way about chapped lips. I've never had chapped lips in my entire life, and I feel like as soon as you start to use the chapstick, then you're gonna have to use it forever. Today, I swear to God, I shit you not. Today was the first day I've ever had chapped lips, and my lips were splitting. It was painful. I'm a mailman, and like it gets dry out there, and like, dude,
you got those luscious lips too. That's sad.
Yeah, they are pretty luscious, dude.
Thank you.
I mean, surrounded by that nice beard you got too, it just works perfectly, dude.
You're flattering.
I'm actually Adam. While you're here, you forgot your Bushmills here. May I partake?
Please.
Thank you. Appreciate
Oh my
it.
God, yeah.
Bushmill. What kind of, what is that, a bourbon, or is it rye, or what is it?
Irish whiskey that is like, so if you're a fan of Jameson, Bushmills is like, I'm like doing a commercial. We have been on for 5 minutes. I'm doing a commercial. So like, yeah, Bushmills, it is like, put it equivalent as Jameson, but it's like, I think it's smoother, it's cheaper. It's better shot.
I've been on the Tullamore Dew for a minute. We did like blind taste tests where like walk out of the room, pour a line of whiskey shots, walk back in, and I mean Tullamore Dew, it took it by far. I don't know, like I never thought I'd be into it, but
what's the price on a bottle of that?
I think less than Jameson, maybe.
Okay. I don't even know what that is either, because I'm a bourbon guy.
That bottle that Al just put up, that's like, I don't know, it's like a $20 bucks, $25 maybe.
Okay.
So like you're gonna deal. That bottle of Jameson was about $35-$40 around, at least in Massachusetts.
I'm into this. Like, fuck metal. We're talking about like, where do we get the cheapest?
Dude, my dad is like on the opposite kick right now. He has this kind of older hobby of like collecting like super fancy whiskeys. It's like that's like his guitars. That's like his like getting a guitar, because he used to be a bass player and stuff. So now he whenever he comes and visits here, he's part of the whiskey club at this local little liquor store. It's like pretty fancy, and he comes out with like a wine case of whiskey bottles, and they'll just be like, all right, that's 1,350. I'm like, what the fuck? What are you doing? And then like, but he's a bourbon guy, and like he'll like he took me bourbon tasting, and I got all. I mean, I've always been a bourbon guy myself, but I actually got so much more like respect for like different kinds and understanding it more. And then I did Scotch tasting, which I'm not a big Scotch guy because
I'm not either.
Smoky thing, but I got like a appreciation for it, you know. I mean, at the end, and it was me and my buddy Carrie. We were already hungover, and it was noon doing bourbon tasting, dude. We were like gagging, like trying to like taste it and shit. It was gnarly, dude. We were blowing it. We were so glad we didn't like blow chunks all over that place. But no, some of those bourbons, man, I'm just like, this is fucking delicious. You know,
shout out to my homie Mikey, dude. He's just like your dad. He's got the collection, and he's got his top shelf and, you know, his middle shelf, and then
got the big old circle cubes and shit, and like put like
all
water
that,
into it and stuff.
Like, I'm not sure if this is actually like a true thing or not, but like I've heard that, like, because I don't know like what makes whiskey, what makes scotch, what makes bourbon, all those things. So like I've heard that what makes bourbon is that it has to be like used from water from this river in Kentucky or some shit like that. Now maybe I read that on the internet somewhere, or like that could be false.
That could be.
I don't like. I mean, that kind of is that same kind of thing. Like pizza's better in New York because of the water type thing.
Or it's like,
you know,
wasabi. It's like that's not real wasabi. You know, it's like you got like real wasabi is like fucking $400 for this much. You know, the rest of the shit's like fucking.
I mean, it's the fact that there is like
so expensive.
There are water sommeliers in real life, guys. There's people out there that taste water and be like, it's from the region of blah blah blah, from the blah blah blah.
You can fake those fuckers out, dude.
This was harvest from the top of a iceberg, which means that the water never touched ground, and you're just like 250 bottles of this for $100 each, dude, and it's water.
But it's fucking water.
So I understand how like the craft thoughts on certain things, but I will say like bourbon it's just like the craft beer industry. I mean, alcohol in general now. It's like people want to make these really weird things. Like I was gonna say, shout out to Mikey. He just gifted me a bottle as like a housewarming gift when we moved into the house, and it's a bottle of Jefferson's, but it's a small batch. It's a small batch that was aged at sea. And not only was it aged at sea, but it's like an experimental version of the one that they already aged at sea, where they just wanted to see how it would react with just only heat. So these bottles were just floating through back and forth in the Caribbean while they were aging. And then now it's in a bottle in my cabinet waiting for me to fucking find the right occasion to pour a
blackout and just
Dude,
fucking
what
be
a
the asshole.
wild job. Can you imagine like getting hired as a captain and like your crew is you're just sailing around with whiskey barrels? That's like all you're doing all year.
That sounds like it would be that, but I'm sure it's more of like, oh, let's rent some space on like a commercial fucking liner that takes goods to all these islands in the Caribbean, and then it just sits in the corner there.
In my head, it was like a pirate ship kind of rig, and like
yeah.
Yeah, that's what I want it to be. I would definitely want it to be some pirates that aged my whiskey, but really it would probably be rum if
we
you
might
really
piss in it though.
Yeah.
But I mean there's what's up?
Are you guys big drinkers?
Yeah.
I mean, on the pod, definitely. If I go to a show, for sure. Like last night, I went to Mayhem, and shout out to Imperial Triumphant for putting me on the list. Steve and Kenny, I love you guys. You were fucking so cool to hang out with.
Oh yeah,
wearing some new swag from the show, Imperial Triumph.
oh yeah,
Nice.
Dude, by the way, Mayhem is fucking sick, guys. I'm sorry, I fucked up. I literally, I went into, the true Norwegian black metal stage. I was just like, be mysterious, or what is it? Mysterious. I can't even pronounce it, but the fucking most famous one, De Mysterious Dom Sathanis. That one, I was always like, all right, dude, that's true Norwegian black metal. Anything else after that sucks, man, because I'm fucking cool, blah blah blah. But now I'm just like, dude, there's some eras of Mayhem that rip your fucking head off, bro. And I got that download last night and realized that I've been fucking up for 20 years, dude. There's a lot of Mayhem that is just for me very avant-garde experimental stuff, and I'm just like, why did I ignore this whole time?
Do you think it was the recording quality at first that like drew you away from it, like so it didn't?
No, like I said, I'm true. I was true Norwegian black metal for the longest time. So, I mean, not always, but I'm just saying all I was listening to. But I went through a few phases where it's just like I'm really into fucking black metal right now. And so there was that time where I did all my research, and these are the guys that started it all. And then after that, people started copying it, and then that made it lose its luster and all this kind of, you can get back and forth in that stupid argument, but really now I'm 40 and I'm looking at what came out of the second wave of all that shit, and actually way more interesting stuff was happening. So
I missed the boat on that. I feel like I just kind of looked over I remember getting like Dark Throne when they got like kind of crusty.
Yeah.
I'm like, there's like some D-beat shit in there. I was like, okay, I think I like black metal now, but I don't know. It was weird. I think it was very separated, like our age and era. Like I remember like the Devour hoodies. They had the one that was like no gay black metal. But then you hear like Dark Throne, like pushing out like crusty shit, and you're like, okay, like I'm on board.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna have to dive back into the Mayhem discography. As an old man and give it a go.
I literally just brought up that Mayhem show just to say that I had a couple of Buffalo Traces while I was there, and then I ended up just going on a fucking rant about what.
Oh, I forgot we talked about whiskey.
Yeah, back to whiskey.
Because you asked if we were drinkers, and I was like, oh, I do on the pod, and yeah, on the weekends sometimes too, and then obviously a show I'll have some drinks or whatever. But I think that with the whiskey thing, that's like a special occasion thing. I'm not gonna just like hit the bottle just to hit the bottle, you know.
Well,
Like,
let me ask you this: when you perform, do you partake, or
I'll
do
have
you...
a couple before. I'll have a couple of beers or maybe a cocktail before I get up on stage for sure. And maybe even have one more while I'm on there. But like as a vocalist, you might have the same thing as me. Is if I drink too much, then it definitely starts to, I could feel it while I'm performing.
Yeah.
Not like as in like drunkenness, as in like full belly and like weird, you know, like
Yeah, like
I've never seen you play even remotely sober.
yeah, that's how I was too. I was always like, we always called it stage sauce. I'd be like, dude, I need stage sauce. Like I would just or else I would be kind of like just kind of sterile on stage, you know. I'd be kind of just like rocking out kind of, but like when you get like a little, I mean, back like fuck, I remember. I think it was, I forget what band it was. It was like Carnifex or Cephalic or something. We were on tour on a Summer Slaughter, and we were all about it was the unbanned Four Locos. Those things were like, and so like the legit ones. So we'd get two. We'd have one before and then one on stage, and we'd be like fucking running around and fucking like we'd be so psyched, like just hyped on those things, and they got us our stage presence would like be hurting if we didn't have one. We like ended up relying on them after a while.
Dude, I'm saying like I can't function in public. I feel like without alcohol, it's just been. I mean, I've made it 40 years. So I'm just going to keep this boat a riding. But like, I don't think Anthony asked if I would come on the podcast here, and I was like, this is the third in all the bands I've been in. This is the third time I've ever been on video or audio in an interview type scenario my entire life ever.
Yeah.
Because I just have like fucking extreme anxiety with that shit. So we go on stage. That's why I love Adam, because he's on board with this. Is like I have to get pretty close to falling down drunk to walk out and not start like shaking. I got like my forearms tighten up. I'm like in full panic mode. So we used to do like with John for Cowboy, we do like party bucket. So like we bring this like Home Depot bucket we found in a parking lot, just fill it with, we had like 2 bottles of Jameson, fill the rest with beers and stuff, and just like try to get through it before the show was over. And it was like, I feel like if everybody else was like, we're having fun, for me, like I'm just trying to exist in front of human beings.
Yeah. No, I get that for sure. I'm still like that too, like social anxiety, just like, especially like a show, like if you, like even me just going to a show, I was about to bring this up, like just going to a show and not drinking is like a nightmare. That's like, that's just having to like see all the people and stuff, and you're just like, oh hey, what's up? Oh hey, how's it going? And then there's like people that are having fun and having drinks and stuff.
You don't know what's
like,
with your hands.
yeah, exactly. You're like, hello. You're just like, I don't know. You just something like feels like really like, I don't know. I can't be myself because it's so party atmosphere to me. And I'm also getting like anxiety for the people that are about to go on stage. Like if I don't have any drinks, I'm just kind of like, damn, dude, they got to go in front of all these people right now. It's crazy. Even though I've done that a million times, I'm just, but coming up as a person walking into a show, I just get anxiety for them because when you're there all day and you get to soak it in, you get to see the stage, you get to sound check, you get to do all that stuff. It kind of eases you, but like walking in for some reason, I always go like, damn, dude, that's crazy. They're going to play right now.
So, but that's not really social anxiety. That doesn't sound like social anxiety. You're just having like sympathetic, empathetic anxiety for the performers.
Like, yeah, but this anxiety.
Yeah, like 3 kinds right there. I mean, I'm fine.
Like, as we get older, like, you know, I used to like obviously I'll tell you, like, you know, like my stage performance, like especially in the early years, was like fall down drunk, like, but I always hit the mark though, you know, like, but then like as I'm getting older, like it's not that I'm not hitting the mark, it's like it's just there's something about it. Al, what do you got?
And like, all right, so Adam, he's my best friend. I've known him my entire life. He's my favorite singer. He's my heart. And I always said to anybody, this is my soulmate.
I love that, dude.
He's got a beautiful woman and some kids in his life, and if they weren't there, I would force them to move into my house, and I'd take them.
You'd sleep with the cats.
Like he's been, and me, Adam, and the cats. We'd live happy. But and I feel like you've gotten flack in the past, but there was one show in particular in a previous band where like I watched Adam on stage, and it was this This is why I don't do interviews. I just end up shit talking stuff.
Dude, let's keep doing it, dude.
Like, so people were coming down on Adam, and they were like, "Look, like
band members. This is old bands.
Yeah,
old
yeah. You done
pre-Goratory.
I was oblivious to all this, like watching this happen, and as drunk as he was up there, and just the shit show that happened, it was an experience, and you fucking felt it. And it was like when it got done, I remember going up to him and being like, "Yo, Adam, like I've seen you play like a lot of shows in my life, but like that was the first time I just watched a fucking concert. Like I was just
sick, dude.
Oh, yeah.
That's a good fucking compliment right there, bro.
Yeah.
Like on the other side of the coin, like I didn't know at the same time what was happening. Like everybody else was like, "We can't deal with you. This was awful." And, you know, it's like, dude, this is what I came here for, man. I want like this is you always feel it. You're my favorite singer. I love you. And I'm
no, dude. I mean, that's actually there's something special about somebody who can let loose on stage and not give a fuck. And if you're getting negative reviews about you're doing that, dude, haters mean you're doing something right, dude. That's what it is, dude.
I don't know about we're a bunch of washed up fucking dudes right now.
Aren't we all, dude? I mean,
yeah,
we're talking about the pre-pod. We're talking about being 40 and how things are different now and all this kind of shit. It's like,
oh, nice.
Yes, dude. It is. But I mean, one, that's what the show's about. So we can forget that we're 40 and go talk about when we were in our early 20s.
Oh, fuck yeah.
and you know, when shit was fucking, we were invincible, you know, and now I'm, you know, Casey's out with back problems. I got a fucking shoulder thing going on.
Well, you know,
for some reason, my ass cheeks have been sore for like the last 3 days, and I haven't done anything different. Like I'm not walking more, I'm not squatting. Just for some reason, my ass cheeks are sore, dude.
Dude, that's just 40.
Sometimes you gotta just relax them a little bit.
I know, dude. I actually do think I want to do it like. Legs up and do a nice massage, dude. And maybe I'll do that at the end of the pod. How many drinks are we gonna have? And see if Anthony's gonna massage his ass live on Cali Death Pod.
What do you got going there? The high noons?
Mm-hmm.
What's happening?
Dude, I loved the beer for so long. I can't do it anymore, dude. I mean, I can on occasions, but as far as like a steady thing with beer, dude, my guts are getting fucked up by it. I'm getting my spare tire is getting huger each year during the holidays, you know. Like winters are bad for me, dude. That when all the fucking good foods come in and all the parties happen, dude, I'll easily fucking throw on 15 in like November, December combo, you know.
Oh man, I'm the same way. I'm like Oprah. Like I'll just like 20 pounds, like up, 20 pounds down, like whatever. It's like that's it.
Yeah. So I cut the beers out and I'm doing the hard seltzer things. I mean, it's
I got
I'm doing it too. I do the 8%ers though. The 8%.
Those make my breath stink, dude. Those make my breath like gnarly in the morning, dude. It's so weird. Like
you gotta get the green ones, dude. Don't get the orange ones. You gotta get the green.
You know that
the green ones make the breath not stink.
Yeah, exactly.
Your bad breath isn't your tongue or your mouth. Your bad breath is literally the fucking funk that's coming up from your gut, dude. So
or your teeth.
Yeah, actually
teeth can do it.
Hey
teeth
guys, can I tell you something?
Huh.
I'm gonna be 40 in like 2 months. I've never had a cavity in my entire life.
What the fuck? You're dude. You got to
go to the dentist.
No,
I mean, there are other reasons.
Every 6 months.
That was his fucking stage banter. We had a Stepdad show last month, and like between the song just stopped, and he's like, "All right, everybody, just got back from the dentist today. 39 years old.
So important."
That's hilarious.
I mean, that's definitely a feat. You definitely got some good. Have you broken any bones? Have you broken any bones?
Dude, like. It's not even that I'm so like just like every night like brush floss. It's not even about that. Like I just don't have that much sugar in my life, and like I think that's what gave me no cavities.
I've never seen you drink a soda, ever. I've never seen you drink a soda in my life.
Never, man. I wasn't raised on it, so like now when I do try it, like it's vomitous. It's terrible.
I've never been a big soda guy either, dude, because my dad would have Diet Pepsi. That's all he had. Diet Pepsi when I was a kid, dude. And Diet Pepsi fucking sucks, dude.
That's it. I never even had it.
It's terrible.
You drink you left a bunch of twisted teas at my house, and I'm gonna drink them.
Drink it. And that has sugar in it. That's like my weakness right there.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah,
no, I definitely avoid processed sugar at all costs, dude. I mean, like,
I don't avoid it, but I just like candy and soda is not a thing. Twisted tea, I'll get down some twisted tea.
Yeah, but I mean, if you got 0 cavities up until you're 40 and barely any sugar, dude, you can have a fucking twisted tea or two, dude. I'm not gonna fucking get mad at you.
I hope I'm not putting this out into the universe. Like, I don't. My next appointment, if I get a cavity, this podcast is what I'm going to.
Yeah, you caught some bad cavity juju.
Yeah,
I know we're talking about this right now. Speaking of anxiety, I have a fucking cracked molar that I'm like, that's like got a like it basically like crack. I just woke up in the morning, must have grinded my teeth, or it's my wisdom teeth coming in, and I just like literally must have grinded it, and it just was like all of a sudden I had this sharp thing in the back of my top mouth. I'm like, what the fuck? And now it's like, it's what I have to do every time I eat is I have to basically grab, like, I have these like gnarly like picks, like toothpicks with a toothbrush on it. And now it's like a fucking hobby of mine. Like, I like to pick the shit out of it after I eat.
You
have in my car.
Now
clean out the crack, dude.
I get the crack and I get like a big old chunk out of it every time. I was like, yeah, it's like scratching in between your toes or something. And like, I'm like, and Os is like, dude, you gotta go to the fucking dentist. I'm like, but it's fucking sick to clean that thing out. I don't know why. I don't know why.
Ren and Stimpy episode, dude.
No, in like in traffic, I have like those in like just right in the middle of my console. I'm just like, boom, to get that shit out. I don't even know. But the thing is, it's starting to get to like the point where I'm like, all right, dude.
Is
like,
it painful?
You hear about? No, not at all. I'm all
maybe you just like chipped it. Maybe you just chipped it though. Do you actually feel like a crack?
in this late?
No, I chipped it in. I know, right? Well, I'm supposed to. They've been telling me to get my. It's funny. I always call bullshit on things because when I believe someone's trying to sell me something, I'm always like, all right, I'm out. You know, because I went to a dentist. They told me to go to a mouth surgeon to go look at your teeth or your wisdom teeth and shit. And they were just like, I felt like they were just trying to sell me on it. And I was like, bro, I think it's fine. I think it's fine.
Like, it doesn't hurt yet. So,
and they're showing me X-rays of my tooth, just going like, no, dude, it's like coming under the other one. It's going like, and I'm like, that's just fucking bullshit, dude. I don't know. Dude, I just never got taken care of.
Had 6 of them taken out. Normally people have 4. She had 6. You can have up to 8 taken out. Like, some people have 8 wisdom teeth.
Jesus, like under. Yeah. Under another one?
Real? Like, it's like alien shit. That's fucking crazy.
Yeah, it's very rare, but it happens.
That's crazy. Yeah, it's kind of, I mean, I wanted to say this too. Going back to like we were talking about, like, let's go back to alcohol. So talking about like, you know, the people that are like all fancy with like the sommelier and stuff like that, like that shit. That's so funny to me how like once you blindfold those fuckers and you tell them and you just give them like something cheap, they're like, oh, it's really good. My favorite was this. I just saw this guy go to an international perfume and cologne thing, and he basically gave him fart spray and then like put like a little stuff over it as their cologne, and they were just like, it's good. I'm like, dude, it's fucking fart spray with Axe on it. Like, and they were just going like, ooh, what is this? This is really good. And I'm like, when you get to that level of like elitism with like a certain thing, with you can go with music with that, but with like colognes, alcohols, they did that thing where they ran a cheap plastic bottle of vodka through a Brita like 10 times, and they blindfolded them, and they said it's way better than Grey Goose when they blindfolded the actual people that can actually, so it's like, I think you get to a certain level of like elitism in an alcohol field or anything, and you're like, ugh, with like wine and stuff is the first one that tipped me off. And I saw people like judging wine and going, oh, it has like chocolate notes and stuff. I'm like, fucking notes, dude, get the fuck out of here. I don't talk about notes.
I forget who said it, but they said it perfectly. It's like when people do that, I just feel like, I'm getting hints of wine. That's really all it is, dude.
It's like, dude, I can't even. It gets so fancy that I'm like, bro, just I don't know,
I just know good, bad. I know decent wine, and I know like $2 Chuck wine. I could tell the difference. Yeah, actually, next day you could definitely tell the difference.
Is $2 Chuck like a happening thing in the world right now still?
I've never. I mean, maybe we're just speaking as 40-year-olds thinking.
Last time I checked, it was, but I'm not really.
I mean, what's $2 now? It's $4 Chuck, probably.
I mean,
inflation, bro. Inflation.
Joe is mortgaging his house.
I mean, I don't have a Trader Joe's within like 90 miles of me. If there's like a $4 chuck, I'd go get a case of it. If like $2 chuck.
Yeah.
Well, nowadays they brought back the boxed wine, so there's like all these like people that are like, there's all these like you go to like those big Bevmo type places, and like boxed wine's getting fancy now.
Yeah, we got a box of wine at the house all the time. There's I think it's just called Black Box, but it's like a Chilean cab.
I got
that one's good.
I know the Black. If I could step out of the podcast for a second, just because Adam's
dude. Anytime you want to take off and go do something, you
no, not step out. I just want to actually step out of what we're talking about. Adam, I'm going to Jersey Death Fest on Saturday. If you wanted to come, I got a room. There's a bed big enough for the both of us. I just want to get that out before I forget.
Well, I did take Saturday off of work because we are going to Wormrot tomorrow.
All right. A Bassinades plan?
By Sunday? I'll go with it. Yeah, of course.
I'm coming back Monday morning.
Are you asking me out on a date?
I know. It felt like a proposal.
Definitely. Dude.
Yeah.
I love it, dude.
I'll do it. Gotta put me on the spot. I'm doing it.
That's rad, dude. I wish I could fucking go.
Look, you brought
guys see
That's so funny.
That'd be hilarious. By the end of this episode, Al gets all three of us in on Jersey Death Fest. Me and you have tickets booked, and we're fucking leaving.
Well, I'm gonna do it right now, dude. I'm gonna do it right now.
This whole fucking drunk conversation about booze started with talking about Maryland to whatever year the hell that was. We can do this in 2 days. All of us. We can make it happen again.
That'd be sick. Hell yeah.
God damn it. I shouldn't have said anything because now he's going to be working us this whole episode. I'm going to be like, what's up with your childhood? Didn't you be like, Jersey Death Fest, dude? What do you think about it?
You guys aren't at Jersey Death Fest. I'm done.
Now we're going to lose friendships over it, dude. We haven't even made it. We're half an hour in, guys. Come on.
We're just going to cease and desist order.
I guess this might be a goal. It might be a new record, dude. When's the longest we've gone without doing the plugs in the beginning?
Oh man,
I think this might 33. Yeah, I think this is it.
We never did them, dude.
We're not here for any of that.
No, dude. This is a good sign, though. You understand that this is a good sign because it's already rad as fuck that we're already forgetting what we're supposed to be doing on this podcast.
We got Bushmills Irish whiskey.
Bushmills.com.
One you can find.
I believe you call it Modelo.
Oh, dang.
Obviously, already mentioned earlier the classic High Noon.
Bush Light. Damn, it's old school. That's childhood right there, dude.
I have an old Topo Chico's can from last podcast that's still sitting on this desk right now.
Fuck yeah, Topo Chico.
That's my ashtray for whenever I roll joints.
So let me ask you guys something. We got we're talking about Jersey Death Fest tomorrow, and obviously you guys got a ton of festivals on the West Coast. What's the one that you guys are looking forward to the most this year? Do you guys is there anything that pops up that where you're like, oh, I gotta see that?
There's not much for festivals around here that are legitimate.
No,
I mean, what is the
it's basically
is that coming up or is it?
It's just travel somewhere. It's Aftershock will have 4 good bands, but there'll be 1,000 bands. It's kind of like a Ozfest situation where they'll put some cool bands hidden in there, and maybe Slayer will headline it or something, and then but yeah, it'll just be basically just a bunch of popular stuff. It's
is it Vegas?
Welcome on the East Coast anytime.
Yeah. East Coast seems Maryland Death Fest, and so it's it's Europe to me. I'm just looking at Europe all the time. I'm like, what the fuck? Is that even a real flyer? Europe just puts every year they put together flyers. I'm like, that's fake, dude. That's not. There's no way that all that's happening.
I mean, Severed played Texas Domination Fest. That was the last fest I really went to.
What year was that?
That was last year, October. Yeah.
Dude, Section did that. It was good fest.
Yeah, it was. He used to be Chicago, and then Miguel moved to Texas, and he started doing it there.
Oh wait, am I thinking of a Houston Death Fest?
You might be. Yeah.
Yeah,
he ran Chicago Domination for I think 10 years or something, and then when he moved,
that's the guy that we were in contact with for Chicago Death Fest, right?
Yeah. He's cool, dude.
Yeah.
Is Vegas still happening? I've been out of the loop for like a fucking decade.
I know, I have been too, dude. I mean, I couldn't tell you, dude. I think that it may. I guess somebody will pop up in the chat. By the way, shout out Reef, dude. The Reef's in the building. He's a super fan of Goratory, so I was waiting for him to pop in.
Wait, is this a Reef
from Mincing Fury from Czech Republic, or is this?
This is Reefus. He's just a homie from the chat every week, dude.
Yeah. Czech. You said Reef. We have a very close homie, like a Goratory friend from Czech Republic called Reef. He sings for Mincing Fury and a bunch of other bands, but that's neither here nor there.
Oh wow!
I don't know if you were.
That's such a coincidence that we're. Yeah, no.
Reef, if you're listening, what's up, dude? He's not listening.
It's definitely 6 a.m. over there.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, let's rattle off these plugs real quick. Just get them off. You got the banners or the whatever things, Joel, or battleforgecoffee.com. Our homies in Deeds of Flesh started a coffee company, and it's actually, it's death metal, but it's coffee, dude, and it's good. So get over there, get your coffee. What up?
Actually, we don't get paid for it. It's really good. We
get
paid in coffee.
No, this is just, I mean, it's obviously brotherhood too. Like, but again, I'm a coffee guy. So if it was shit, I would have been like, get back to
we'll do it a couple times and then we'll just stop doing it. Yeah, we'll stop promoting it.
Yeah, but we've been doing it forever, dude. Battleforgecoffee.com and generatorrehearsalstudios.com in Oceanside, California. Get your jam on over there. If you're anywhere near Oceanside and you're looking for a spot, that's where you should go because they're good people over there. You might run into.
I was 8 years old.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Yeah, you might run into Casey too. All right. And then I don't think we have anything else for plugs. What about, oh yeah, dude.
No, I just clicked one.
We're
Reef. We're gonna plug Reef because you have to plug a human, dude.
Yeah, dude. Reefus, dude. We'll plug it.
Yeah. Reef sings for this. Okay, check this out. Like, there's this grind band from Czech Republic called. Listen to this name. The name is absurd. It's ridiculous.
Oh, but Reef just typed it out. The other Reef just put it in there.
Whoa. What? So Reef, your nickname is because of Reef from Mincing Fury and Guttural Glamour.
Holy shit, dude! Reef's the man.
I've been having some weird synchronicities this week, dude, and I think that this is another one that we need to add to that list. But
I was about to suck this dude's dick for like 10 minutes, and like this pops right on there. What is people doing?
Hold on, Guttural Reef. Have you met the actual Reef? I please just lie to me and say yes, because I'd be very happy. Jesus Christ.
I mean, I have. You guys. They have. I don't think they have.
I don't know. I don't think I've met. No, I haven't met him. Maybe
I met Reef at Texas.
He's
not your Reef, not your Reef, my Reef.
Right. Yeah, Reef. Yeah. The Reef that we know.
The Reef. I call him the Reef.
Yeah. Actually, he might have been to America once, but that was before I knew him. Yeah. Great band though. And he actually has a bunch of projects going on right now. Reef, you're gonna say I suck because I can't. Like, we were talking a few months back, and I listened to it too, and like the shit was like so badass, like insane, brutal death grind from Czech Republic. Reef is singing, and I can't remember the name of the band. And sorry, Reef.
Well,
it's a really good band.
You're not talking. You're not talking to the Reef you're thinking of though. That's a different Reef.
Oh, it's not.
Yeah. It's not your homie. This is
okay.
This is our the.
Oh, I saw that wicked long name, and I was like, he has to be the one. Like, anybody that knows that long name, like, it has to be the guy. But yeah, it's Mincing Fury and the Guttural Clamor of Queer Decay, and like that dude wrote it across the bottom of the screen. So
no, he was saying he was nicknamed after that Reef. He got so this Guttural Reef in the chat right here got his nickname from your homie.
Yeah, guttural clamor of queer decay.
Yeah.
It's a very long name. Anyway,
It's sick. I want to check it out now, dude.
With him too, right?
What'd you say?
He had his girl singing with him too, right?
That was way earlier. She is not involved anymore. But yes, and she added this punk rock element, which is very similar to what we're doing in Stepdad.
You got your woman singing.
Yeah, it was very similar to this. It was this very brutal, like with like punk chick vocals, and it was. They had it for like two or three songs on that first album. That the whole album was a concept album based on the movie Seven, and like the whole thing was just littered with just peppered with samples from the movie Seven, and like she was Leaf's girl was on that, and reminds me a lot of what we're doing with Stepdad right now.
Hell yeah, dude. And speaking of samples, like Goratory was the best samples, dude. And that's another thing that I always attributed to you guys back in the day, the humor aspect of the samples, and when it was still cool to have a sample in front of like pretty much all the songs on the album, you know, or samples in between. Love it, dude.
Yeah, I think back then we were like worshiping Skinless. I think like picture the original band photos of Goratory, there would be like 3 out of I can't believe we had like 6 fucking members back then, but it would be like like 3 out of 6 were in Skinless shirts. So it was like the bread and butter. It was like, this is what we think metal is. Like
well, I mean, same thing. I mean, I still love that old Skinless stuff and the new stuff, but those first 2 records, dude, we spun shit out of those, dude.
Progression's still my I feel like as I get older, it's a very rare occasion like a new band comes into my like playlist world, and like I still have Progression on there. But
absolutely.
What do you think about the Foreshadowing too? The one?
Oh no, of course, yeah. Fucking, I mean, Progression, Foreshadowing are my favorites for sure. That's like the one show like when I go see Skinless. It's like the one time I get drunk enough and go out and like start pitting again as an old man. It's like,
right. Yeah,
that's my band. But
yeah, Suffolk. Well, I think even Suffolk can't get me to do it anymore with my sore butt cheeks, but Suffolk used to get me out there, dude.
I was talking about like now, but like back in the day, man. Oh my god, like we would go out to these shows and we were like, what show we're gonna do tonight? Like, what's he gonna hang from? Like he would just.
Yeah, dude, Sherwood would fucking jump off of shit at the Pound. Fucking, he'd climb up fucking the speakers and literally, dude, the wrestling shit that they would do in between songs, bringing people up for fucking suplexes and shit like that.
This was such a huge influence on our early years. Like we would go anywhere to see them. It was amazing.
Yeah,
my fucking 22nd birthday, we played New York, and a couple of the Skinless guys were there, and I was so drunk. Yeah, and I was so drunk that I was having them just like kick me in the nuts as hard as they can.
Just do wrestling moves on them and shit.
Yeah. Speaking of the wrestling.
Like the stage shit. Yeah, like the wrestling stage shit.
Yeah. I was the first one out of our group to get my license. So like every weekend we just like to Albany, like wherever the fuck Skinless was, like 16, I could drive, so like just pile everybody into the car and Skinless shows. But
to Saratoga Winners, Valentine's, Albany, fucking like we would wherever they were playing, we would just go because like that was our shit. Yeah,
no, we worshipped. I just remember like sitting in the studio and like wanting to be that, and just going through like sitting there through hours of porn tapes, waiting for something funny to happen. So like, oh, we can sample this part. Let's do that, right? But the first time I saw them was, I think it was Metal Fest 98 at the Worcester Palladium, and like I didn't know what death metal was. I remember like trying to get into heavy music.
Sorry, real quick, Al, dude. Like, you've gotten the most thumbs up in your video I've ever seen.
What is you do this?
He does it. You're on your iPhone right now, aren't you?
Me?
Oh, it's the iPhone doing it.
Or are you on an Apple? Are you on an Apple product?
Am I on? Oh, I'm on a Mac.
So every time you
thumbs up,
every time you give a thumbs up, it's throwing us the thumbs up.
Wait, when I do this?
When I do it?
There it is.
Oh, there it is.
But it's
You're like this. You're like, yeah, dude, totally. You're like,
he
yeah,
puts
totally.
his thumb on his arm, and then it still does it. It's super
Oh,
sensitive.
I do this. I'm fucking doing this move right here. All right. That's what I
Hey, I'll do a peace sign. Do a peace sign. Go like this. Oh, it
Oh
did.
yeah, dude.
Oh,
Yeah.
we got
You
the
don't even know, dude. Throw
Do a
up
heart.
two
Do a
horns.
heart.
Do two
I'll just do
horns.
that.
Go like that. Yeah.
No, hold them up long enough. The two horns will get you something.
I like the keep this going. But
Anyway.
so
Do two horns. It'll give you you'll be at a concert for a second.
no.
Oh. He's like, nah, dude, I just want confetti only.
Yeah, just here to party. But no, I think it was Metal Fest '98. I went to go see. I think it was like Manowar or Earth. It was like Earth Crisis, Manowar bands that were not death metal playing, and I had like no idea where death metal was. I was a fucking child, you know, and like I had friend's mom dropped us off at like watching Skinless walk out. Like Sherwood used to come out with a gas mask on back then.
Oh,
So it's
yeah.
like duct taped into the bottom of it, and it's like walks out with a fucking gas mask, climbs up the fucking like the PA system on the side of the stage and just launches himself off, and like that's how it starts. And you're like, holy shit, this is what I'm gonna do in my life, you know? Like,
Yeah.
You know, imagine being a fucking like a 15-year-old kid at the time and like seeing that and knowing that like, you know, like there's nobody like taking like video on their phone, like no one's ever gonna be there for that moment.
It's
and, like,
just for that time, dude.
You know what I
Yep.
mean?
No, totally, 100%. That's same, like kind of like with us, and like we saw Animosity. I saw Animosity when they were 14 years old.
Oh yeah,
and they were just little kids, and they were headlining the show in a basement somewhere, and Leo and stuff was like just everything was just nuts. They were just like kicking, like jumping on everyone. I'm like, they're little kids, and I remember just going like, dude, this is fucking like out of control.
Leo's in town. I don't know how long. I don't know. Pat just sent me a picture with him at Poison the Well, dude.
Oh,
and I was like, holy shit, dude, Leo's in the Bay. I thought he was in New York.
He's in New York. Yeah, he was in New York for a long time. He's from the Bay though, so he may have
quietly come back. Yeah.
But yeah, seeing shit like the and seeing Dillinger and stuff when you're young and stuff like that, and just like going like, what the experience that you get from it. And it's not everyone with their phones up. It's like you're here, you got to see it. There might be some guy with a camcorder somewhere, I guess, but that's about. You're not gonna replicate this moment. You know, it can't be like
all you have is a story after that, and then if something crazy happens, it's word of mouth. It's just passed down through, you know, spoken word, and that's it.
You guys are like growing up on the West Coast and stuff. Like for us, like, you know, that was that moment, like seeing Skinless and stuff was like, you know, did you ever have like that? Was there somebody like either that like you saw on stage where you thought you were like part of something special, and it kind of like was a pivotal moment in transforming like your metal like ethos?
I mean,
so many times, but
you're talking about like local. You're talking about just like being
being a young kid, like going to shows, like getting into it. You don't even know what you're doing. Like you're like, you know.
Well, I mean, we had the Pound. I don't know if you guys ever came through and played the Pound.
Many times, many times.
That was our spot.
The Pound was our sanctuary, dude. I always call it our sanctuary because it was like our safe space where there was a bunch of regulars from the Bay, and then even, you know, the Santa Cruzers would come up for, I mean, it was an hour and a half for you guys to get there probably.
Yeah.
But you guys would come up for a lot of the shows too, and we played shows there too. And actually, it's so funny that I'm saying this right now. It's like when we were doing the mini tours, I remember not only a shirt that I'm so sad that I can't find, and I think it's totally lost, is my Hang 'em and Bang 'em shirt.
Oh,
blue one.
Oh yeah.
And I'm wearing a white shirt. I love bands that are not black t-shirts, you know. If they have a version of a colored t-shirt that I enjoy, and I remember purchasing, I don't know, maybe did you guys have those at
we had
which one?
I think we have blue Hang 'em and Bang 'ems.
Yeah, so I might have just ordered it offline then, because I was thinking like, did I buy it at a live show? But I wouldn't have seen you guys during because that's a Rice on Suede
Oh yeah.
song.
Oh yes.
So-
yes.
Yeah, I don't think we had online stores back then. I mean, I
don't know how I got a hold of it then.
yeah,
Just AOL.
They're around. Like, I don't like. I kept like one or two designs from like before the internet years, and like, but like,
what Anthony, what size are you?
Medium.
Medium? I probably have blue mediums in my basement. Shoot me
The
your
same
address.
one? The same one that we're talking about?
yes.
Quite possibly. I'm
There's
not
no
guarantee, but I might
Holy
have.
shit, dude.
I
Dude, it literally is like, I'm mad that I lost it. Or no, I lent it to my brother, and he was a college kid at the time, and fucking at some point his way back home, it didn't make it back in the move, you know? So fuck, dude. But yeah, that was a shirt that I was proud to be like the guy that wasn't wearing a black t-shirt on stage doing fucking carnivorous songs, you know?
Yeah.
How old
And
were
it
you
said
guys?
hang
when
'em
you
and
guys
bang 'em,
recorded?
which is actually a baseball reference, by the way. You guys not talking about baseball.
Like a postage reference about his father,
Yeah, it was a male reference.
like being like, I on a side note, I'm a mailman, but that has nothing to do with the story. But his dad
Yeah.
worked for
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of hammered. I have nowhere to go with the story, but
Go. No, I'm just kidding.
it was something to do with mail. And like they would hang up something, and I don't know.
MAIL, right? Not MALE.
like that's how the name came up.
Yeah. Well, it's also a baseball reference that I can't remember why that's about what it means.
How old were you guys when you guys recorded Rice on Suede?
Oh,
Rest
geez.
was 04, so we were 18.
19.
Jesus.
18,
Yeah, because I was
19. You were probably 18.
Yeah.
I was about the age when I heard that, so I was like, "Geez!" I remember just hearing that and passing that around the friend group, and I'm like, "What the fuck is it?" Like, completely blown away. I remember just being at my mom's house still, or because I hadn't moved out. I moved out when I was 18, I think, and was sitting there just like, or maybe 18 or 19. I moved out and was like, just putting it on my headphones and just being like, "Hold!" And like the fucking Chris Farley thing in the beginning of that album. Isn't it Chris Farley? Or was it Chris?
Yeah.
In there, killed him. Yeah. So I remember like just fucking getting. I love just getting a laugh to get things started. Just like boom, and just punch you in the face.
It
And
works
like,
in life too, man. Like it's same with life. Like if you started like some whatever business, like I'm a business guy, but like you start a fucking business meeting, like you start with a joke or like
Yeah,
you mean
lighten things up.
people, like you fucking like you started with like a good fucking joke.
icebreaker. Well, icebreaker.
Yes. Yeah. Oh yeah, man.
Or that Reef had it in his the stories where it's the don't be a menace.
Oh yeah, that was from
Because here you're like
I mean, that's
drinking, smoking weed, and doing all types of ill shit.
Oh, it was Nizzle. Yeah.
yeah, because this is my Dilsnifus.
Yeah, when you go into like the song names and
That's actually
even
from a news radio. That was from a TV show. From you guys
news
remember?
radio? Oh,
yeah.
Joe Rogan was on it.
That actual title was from that, but we incorporated it with drinking your juice in the hood thing. So it was like a
And I also you explained the album name to me in that drunken conversation that I was talking about Al, but I can't remember. Where did Rice on Suede come from? What's the origin of that?
I can't sing. It's a very known thing, and through like my touring career, it's become more of a joke. Like throughout Job for a Cowboy, I'd run a mic for like the last couple of years where I was only coming out of the other guitar player's monitor. We have to explain to everybody like there. So we like obviously couldn't afford a monitor guy, so you like explain every night like, look, I need a mic, but it's only coming out of stage left monitor, like not the PA, just stage left. I would sing along to stuff because it crack them up. So I can't sing, but like when I write, I've been with Adam my entire life as far as like musically, and when we're in a band without him, I still picture his vocals over like what I'm writing. It's just like he's kind of ingrained in my head. So when I write, like there's just all right with this riff coming up, like what's Adam gonna do? And I've incorporated in every band I've been in. So I have these like non-lyric kind of things I just have in my head. So when we were doing the song Rice on Suede, I had this very specific idea of what the vocals were going to be over this very specific riff, and I just kind of started like yelling "Rice on Suede" over it. It was just kind of like a nonsense thing.
And just a word salad type thing.
Yeah, but it wasn't those words, but it sounded kind of like that, and I think Adam just kind of, I don't know,
well, like the
morphed it into that.
Is the Rise on Sweat, it just sounded like it had like a flow to it. Like the cadence of it was just very perfect. So like
there's
if you treat the voice as an instrument and you're the one delivering it and you like the way it comes out of your mouth, then why not, dude? Rice on suede. I mean, it could be something as simple as like I spilled some rice on my suede shoes while I was eating at a restaurant.
Answers like as people ask, well, like that nobody asks anymore, but like when they used to ask, they're like, what does it mean? Like I don't even remember what we came up with, but we were just.
That'd be cool if you guys had a different story for each guy that asked you about it.
We used to. I remember Adam like would bring up some like Uncle Ben's, like like it was just there was always a different thing. And in reality, now that no one gives a fuck about the band, we can say it out loud. Like, it was just I was just yelling some shenanigans at Adam, and I thought it was funny, and he kept the joke going too long to the point where it's now printed on a record that probably 20 people own, and they can laugh about it if they hear this.
I love it though.
Did you guys ever incorporate rice into the live show, like toss rice into the crowd and shit?
We haven't.
Yeah, I think that would be too much, but I was just asking.
I don't think it'd be too much. We just haven't done it yet.
Not expensive, I mean, we get it.
They throw rice at weddings, dude. Why not throw it at a Goratory show? Instead of a fog machine, it's like a rice machine. Just fucking
getting people's eyes and shit.
What's that?
No, man. I'm sorry. Asking Adam, are we doing Goratory shows again? I have like no idea what's happening. We never bring that band up anymore.
Like the thing is, it's such a weird situation because like all of us are still super close. Like our four Goratory guys, like we are brothers, and like we'll never not be brothers.
Nice.
So like it could happen. I mean, like right now, like specifically this moment in time, it's not happening. But who knows? Months from now, a year from now, who knows? It would be like nothing to fucking like have a new one. That's like because like we're homies,
Well, I mean, dude, Sour Grapes was such a fucking killer record too. That's all of them are great, dude. But I'm just saying, like, you guys could just coast that one out for a little bit too if you want to, step back from that and do some Stepdad shit. That's the perfect record. Just like
something that we talked about that a lot because, like, with Goratory, like you just said, like we could do like that thing where it's like, okay, yeah, we're a household name, like people
We're not.
people have heard us for a long time, and they care about us. So we could continue doing that, and maybe eventually we would headline, like because Goratory we never really like headline shit, but if we just kept at it, because you guys know how bands go in death metal. If you stick around for long enough, like eventually you just become like a name to headline, and like it doesn't mean you're good or you're bad, like, but you've done.
We didn't do that though. We didn't do that. We just stopped.
So, okay. So like it could have happened, but like like the thing is, I just kind of got to a certain point where we were like, what we wanted to play, it centered around like what's going to make us most happy. Like, what do we want to hear?
What it should be.
When I get in my car, when I go to work every day, like, what do I want to hear? If I was going to listen to my shit, which I rarely do before, like a lot of the Stepdad shit, like I want to be a part of something that like I would want to listen to, like, just like it had to be really important.
Yeah, dude. I mean, we've said it so many times where it's got to be for us first.
Yeah,
as a creator, as an artist, as a person who wants, it is somewhat of an ego thing. You're like if you're gonna make something, it's got to be something you.
Well, you're here for a reason. Like if for a band like that got to put music out, people liked it because what you put out just because you wanted to put it out, not like
But
because
even if you
I want
decided
that
not to.
tour, I want that
Mhm.
tour, or I want to like do this or that. Like if you're making those decisions on that, that's when people go like, their new stuff sucks, their old stuff's good. You get that a lot, and
I
like
don't
you know,
recommend that though. I not even a little bit. But quick pause, Adam. Can I drink your juice?
Yeah, please.
Dude, I thought you said he was your best friend. You got to continue checking in. Are you sure?
Send him a bill.
Like I said, he's my heart. I'm trying to be respectful here.
I'm worried about your GERT, like with the thing. Like I don't want you to upset your stomach.
No, I took my pills tonight. I took my old man.
He's good.
You like
But
your
I think musical integrity has ruined my life.
That's hilarious.
So I go my work up a second ago. So like to write music, and like I feel like I've never had it in me to write something that you didn't want to like listen to like what Adam said. If you're gonna write, you gotta write what you want to listen to. And I feel like that's why I have to sit in a courtroom every day and pretend I know how to type. And thank God I'm in the union, because they'd fire me if they could.
You do court reporting?
Yeah, and I do. I can only one finger type, but it's union, so like we're
nice.
now. You just push the record button and you just like try to keep up. But
but so the stenographer, like that crazy machine, do they use that anymore? Where like it's like
no, we're on computers now. I just like push record.
You ever seen that thing?
Yeah, that thing. I was going to ask if you had used it.
My time. It's before like when I got in there, we were doing
like, ChatGPT. What are you saying? What are they saying?
Simplify, please.
Yeah,
simplify.
Pull it down. I can't fucking type. But like if we didn't have musical integrity like throughout, at least my own personal failed career, like I feel like could have done something, but that's it's too hard of a pill to swallow. Like I don't know. You always kind of try to keep in your mind like, what did I want when I was like fucking 16 when we started this? Like you want to write what you want to hear. You're totally, like, dude. You're like that perfect death metal song. You're like, but I would have changed this. And you're like, yo, I can just fucking do that. I can, you can go write that song and ruin my life by doing it.
Yeah. Even just like to add on to that, like what we're doing with Stepdad right now, I know it's like, it's not obviously like people who are sort of like, if there's anybody out there that is following Goratory as like a brutal kind of like death metal grind, whatever the fuck you want to call it, like don't get me wrong, like we love that kind of shit, but like right now I feel like we're like finally kind of like doing the shit that we really have a good time doing it, and just like from a guitar standpoint, man, like the shit that Al's writing for this shit, like I'm just like overwhelmed with pride, because like I feel like he is like him and I together have kind of like found this thing where like this is what we want to do, and like nobody's saying goodbye to Goratory, nobody's doing any of that shit, but like this is something that's like truly fun, like and we are like having a fucking ball with it, man. Like
that's what's up, dude.
Cool. That's what's up. Yeah, get into a room and have that fun that you had when you were younger and stuff. It's like that's like
goosebumps, the fucking like
laughing so much, just laughing, like having like good times with like,
God,
laughing when someone fucks up and you laugh. That's to me, I love fuck ups, dude. I mean, when people that can nail the stuff and then they fuck it up, to me that's like
one of my favorite shows ever. Like with Job, we did a fest. I think it was in Belgium. Like Bloodbath played, and it was like one of the like first live Bloodbath shows. I think it was like their third one.
Wow,
this forever ago. And I was so fucking excited because it's Bloodbath, and you're like,
totally,
like we get to fucking see them. When the hell like does anybody get to see Bloodbath? And they went out so fucking wasted. It was like probably one of the worst performances I've ever watched, but one of the best shows I've ever been to. We're like, man, this is like a bunch of best friends. Just like, they're like, we could practice or we could just get fucking hammered and hang out. And they did that like all the weeks. And they just went up and fucking blew it. But I was like, it was such this like great vibe where like it felt special to be there. Where you're like, I'm part of this drunk fun, and like let's get more beers because like I want to fucking get into this too. Like if they're that drunk, let's all get there.
It's a vibe, dude.
And it was a fucking mess. And like, but how many shows have I seen in my life? Like, I'm gonna remember that one. You know, like,
that's funny. That's the same thing with like I saw High on Fire right before Matt Pike got sober or whatever. Because he was literally like. He was just sitting there, just like it was kind of a hometown show, Sacramento-ish area, where he, in between kind of Santa Cruz, Sacramento, and dude was just lit, dude, like falling into the drums, like, and his ass was like half down, like you see his ass like the whole time, and it was like, I'm never gonna forget that show because he was like, yeah, dude, totally, just like tripping over the drums and like falling into the drums, and I was like, it was kind of someone's like, someone's tough moment maybe, but for me, I was like, dude. He lived up to like that whole like his whole persona like double fold right there.
What about that backstage video of him like angry riffing at like security or something like that? Is it? I forget the.
I've never seen it. I just like joined the internet like a month ago. So
welcome. Maybe it's not. I'm pretty sure it's dude from High on Fire. Maybe I'm tripping, but there's dude really. I should have way more.
It was more. I think it was more than. More than alcohol, but anyways, it was.
Oh yeah, obviously, dude, I say alcohol just to not say something wrong.
So he went public, like on like all the metal news things, like, oh, I have a problem and all stuff, and it was like a month before I got to see a show where he was like he had a problem, and I got to see it live, and I feel like it's a show that because it's just he was such a sloppy drinker, sorry, that like I was like I got to see him at his peak.
Yes,
you know what I mean?
Oh yeah,
it's terrible to say, but he's good now. But like, as long as he recovered, like it's like, all right, I got to see the worst though. That was sick. I don't know why I'm gonna remember that. That's gonna be something I'm gonna always remember, like a sloppy set where he's falling into shit and people are like going like, oh, and like worried. Yeah, I got to see it, and I think it's kind of like one of those one-offs.
Of a different dude, anyways.
That's like Matt, like that shit. He's a legend, man. Like that's
exactly.
You want to see, and like if I, I'm not to say that like getting your shit together or like life on track or whatever is like so important, but like if I would rather see what you saw that day than like some like over polished, like whatever. Like I'm not saying that that's what he's doing now. I'm just like you hear these things about these people and like there's this mystique about them, like before the internet, like, it was like there was nobody knew what was going on with any bands. Like there was just this kind of like hype about them, and you're like, oh, we're gonna go see this tonight, and like we don't know what's gonna happen, and like that dude fucking did it for you that night, and like that's a special thing.
And it wasn't Gigi Allen or anything. It was like his ass was out a little bit and he fell a couple times. Like it wasn't like throwing turds at people and trying to like fight women or anything. It was just like his ass was out, and it was like this is when I was hammered, and I was like, this is what I motherfucking came for. I'm just like me just being excited about it.
It fucking rocked, man. Yeah.
It's kind of like Yngwie Malmsteen. I remember Matt, our guitar player for Decrepit, when I was in Decrepit, he was telling me. He was like, he met Yngwie Malmsteen. Like, I was like his biggest childhood star. And the dude wouldn't sign. He was a little kid, and he's all, fuck you, and like wouldn't sign his autograph. And I was like, I'm all, that's sicker than an autograph, dude. You got dissed by the arrogant guy?
Not that anyone's asking, but I would always sign an autograph. But I love hearing that shit. It was just like,
what do you expect? You expect him to sign an autograph? He's an asshole. Like, that's awesome. He like shit on you as a kid. That's hilarious. Like, I don't know. To me, it's like that's an autograph in its own right, because you're like, dude, he was an asshole to me, dude. So I don't know. It's like,
dude, I left with Gigi on, and then I heard about shitting on someone. I was like,
I'm not shitting on someone else. No. Oh. He put the headphones on at the wrong time.
Gigi Allen's buried where I live, which is fucking weird.
Wait, hold that time. I gotta piss real quick. Can I
go for it, dude?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I live in the middle of nowhere. That's like when I sign off the internet, and like when jobs stopped touring, me and my wife at the time moved up to like the middle of the woods, and it's like this like beautiful like hallmarky looking town, which is a miserable place to live after you've been here for like a year, because you're like, there's
what state?
New Hampshire. I'm like very northern, very northern New Hampshire.
Okay.
But Gigi's buried in town, and we were here the year they took his gravestone out, because like you see all the pictures, everybody shitting on his gravestone. Like,
Yeah, dude.
you don't see it's across the street is just a line of houses. It's like it's in a neighborhood. Like it's just like
It's like a
my
nice
eye doctor is kind of like a little off diagonal from like like where his gravestone was. So they took the stone out so people stopped shitting in front of where like children live.
Fuck, dude.
God.
Fucking humans, dude.
I mean, I worry, but I don't think it's possible that, I mean, in this day and age for sure, because when he did all the shit what he did, I was like, okay, that's the farthest it's gonna go, and I don't want and like please don't go far. I was like, people are outdoing each other nowadays, and you know, and you're like, fuck, do not outdo that. Like that is just
what
like
if Sleep Token was doing that right now? What would you be doing?
It's going the opposite way. All right, can I want to, while Adam's away, I want to go on a kind of a rant. So
maybe full screen.
So Job for Cowboy did a reunion show like probably like a year and a half ago now, and it was like I've been out of music at least at that scale for a long time. We've done, you know, kind of, oh dude, take me out full screen, this is fucking weird.
All right, dude. Yeah,
I forgot about the anxiety. Forgot about
it. But I still like looking at myself. I have super anxiety. But
yeah, wouldn't that be weird to be like talking to yourself in the mirror, like,
right,
dude,
look at Anthony. Look at Anthony.
When I finished, yeah, when I finished doing the Job for the Cowboy thing, dude. Job for the Cowboy.
Job for the Cowboy.
Gotta hit the ranch on the high noons.
All right, no, put us back on the full like.
All right, yeah.
I can be a human again. So we got to this fest like year and a half ago, and like every show I've done since has been very like low key. You know, like we did on a Goratory reunion shows like 2017. Went back to like doing studio projects, and then this Job for Cowboy offer came up, so we all got together, like stars aligned, and we went to this fest. And I came out of this world where back it was like 2014 was when I stepped, like when the band stepped out of that scale of stuff, and you're like, in essence, it was kind of punk rock, which is weird to say now, but like thinking back, it was like you showed up and you had an amp and you plugged it in, and sound came out of it, and like music happened and you played. And like going to this fest and like walking on stage for every band, because they're like, we're here, and you're seeing a bunch of homies, you're like, this is like dudes I've known for a long time, walking out on stage, and it, like you walk out into this like silent disco, and everybody's got in-ears in.
Oh
shit, I kind of want to do that, dude.
Fuck that shit.
No, fuck that shit. Yeah.
No, not. I don't want, as a player. Like, I mean, I was going
as
to
a
metal
fan.
show.
It's terrible.
No, I'd like to go to like a casual fucking club type situation where maybe not.
When people like walk into, people like go like, I'm gonna get to the front, and then like it's all in ears and like it's no amps and just like it's all coming out the sides.
Actually, the truth is, I want to go to that, but I don't want to have the in ears and watch all the people just like shuffle around and breathe.
You have live amps behind you too.
Make weird noises that they don't realize that they're making because they have in ears, and they're like.
I mean, as like a 40-year-old, like, yeah, I don't got to put in earplugs. This is great. Like you're saying, it's stage, but your thing where you're like, you know, start asking questions, and you're like, oh, everybody's like, they're playing to click, so they're running tracks, and you're like, so there's a whole bunch of guitars that are like happening that aren't really happening.
Right.
The cabs are fake. There's backup vocal and effects and like fucking symphony weird shit in the background that's just like everything's just, it's not an experience anymore. Like you're there watching the album come at you, and it was a very like shocking thing, because you're like the first band, not to call anybody out, because everybody, like, you got to grow with the times, I get it, but it was this very sterile kind of thing happening where one of the bands was like, everybody get on stage, and like at that fest there was this like barricade was like 15 fucking feet away. So it was like, it was an event to get that thumbs up are happening. Hold on. So like, it was an event to get on stage, and like 100 people rushed on stage, and you just like watch this look of shock as they ran up there and realized like all you could hear were the cymbals and the snare. And and you're like, you know, oh, this whole entire backline's for show. And it was kind of heartbreaking. We're like, man, like this took the essence out of what I thought music was.
Yeah.
The experience, like how we were talking about, you know, where like you saw High on Fire and you remembered that and you're gonna fucking take that with you.
Yeah.
Fucking mess. My favorite performance at Adam was the day his band was like, yo, we can't do this anymore. And I'm like, I just experienced life, motherfucker. And like that's I feel like those experiences are getting few and far between. And it was just this weird thing where you're like, yo, I couldn't even guitar tech for a band these days. You know, I just got on Instagram 2 months ago. You think I know how to use a fucking quad cortex, whatever that like it is?
Yeah.
And I home studio, we record our own stuff. Like even like every project I've done for years has just been home recorded. But it kind of killed what I thought music was. And
you know what? It's funny. You make actually a good point because we made a point earlier that we're making music for yourself is like the top priority kind of thing. That seems like it's kind of making it for them and not having it like good for the stage. You know what I mean? It's like kind of opposite of like not having it good for. There's not air being pushed on stage. There's cymbals, and then there's a silence, and then there's someone singing, and then there's like and then coming through the PA is all the music, and it's like kind of this weird. I mean, for certain styles of music, I get it, but at the same time, like, cool, I'm gonna have to stand. Like, I wanted to get kind of close and watch the guitar player play, but you can't hear him if you get too close because the fucking speakers above you facing outwards, the PA speaker, and they're going direct into that speaker. So it's like, all right, well, I can maybe put my ear to the fucking monitor and like hear what you're doing.
Like, don't get me wrong, like I get it. I get like you're there to like people paid money. You're there to put on like a performance, and you're there to do exactly what you did on your record because it's metal. It's not the jam scene. Like you want to show off what you can do when like we're fucking performing. It's gonna be 100% tonight. And you're going to get that with in-ears. You're going to get that with running clicks. You're going to get that with running tracks in the background. It's just like, I feel like I may be old for saying that. That's not why I'm paying money to go to a show. You know, I want to fucking have a good time. And like after we did that show, I went to New England Metal Fest the next weekend. And I was kind of like just running into people I hadn't seen in a long time. Like me and Adam grew up with Max from Black Dahlia since we were kids. He was back in the day. And like, so you're like running all these people that like were at this show and people I toured with throughout the years. And I'm like telling my story, like, you wouldn't believe what happened last week. And everybody's they're like, yo. I'm like, man, I'm fucking out of touch. But then like, Terror walked up, and I'm not a hardcore guy. I feel like Boston, the scene we grew up in, like in Boston area, hardcore death metal were very divided. It was like Boston was like this crew scene. If you were death metal, you didn't go. Hardcore guys.
Worcester was like Worcester, like is hardcore death metal is Boston.
Yeah, Josh Staples from Sexcrement explained that all to me back in the day. Like he explained like, when we were on tour, he like. I was like, oh, Worcester, like learning all this shit around that time. And he told me the whole hardcore death metal thing. Yeah.
It was a very, very separated scene back in the day. I mean, there was a lot of weird crossover. Like I remember like the first Goratory show, like we opened up for like Unearth and Kanai. Because at the time no one knew what metalcore was.
So Relapse was trying to bridge the gap between like death metal and hardcore, but
but like, I feel like people didn't know what to do with metalcore bands like in a very specific era of that like 2002 to 2005. So you get like then, but hardcore was its own separate thing. So I never got into it, but like going to New England Metal Fest like a week after that the job reunion show, like when I'm like telling all these stories and everybody's like and then you watch Terror walk out, and was not a hardcore guy. I'm like kind of doing more of a hardcore thing now with Adam with the Stepdäd stuff, and Terror just they plugged in their fucking stacks and they had the monitors running, and people came on stage, and the stage ended up getting fucking crowded because like everybody with the backstage pass all of a sudden can hear real music for the first time. And it was fucking wild. And you're like, man, I fucking feel this. This is like emotion,
energy, dude.
These dudes are fucking rocking it. I think grindcore person at heart, but I was like, I'm having more fun watching this fucking hardcore band rock out right now than any band that's played today. And
dude. I mean, the thing is I've said it many times, but involuntary emotions, dude. Something that makes you feel a certain way without you know, just you didn't realize it was coming, and that can happen in a live show. Like, I mean, I don't know how much production goes into the Igor. I mean, tons of production goes into the Igor show, but we saw Igor at Great American Music Hall, dude, and that was one of those takes you right back to that young buck in the crowd, feeling it, on the verge of tears at times, can't stop moving your body and banging your head, and
fuck yeah,
dude. I'm an Igor rookie, because like Al just, like, this is so weird that you bring this up, because like Al just
last week, 2 weeks ago.
yeah.
I got, so I'm doing the divorce thing right now. I love my ex. She's fucking amazing. And like I could be smoother. Like, we've been going out to the bar every night. We signed our divorce at the bar. And like took pictures, doing tequila shots. Like, we just been together for like 15 years. She's awesome. But like, it's still like, it's an emotional time kind of thing.
Obviously.
And like, I got super, super into Corpamente, like Igor's side thing. And like, so Adam and his woman were up, and we were having a very, very, very hungover morning. And like, we're just going to sit here hungover because no one can eat food and just watch Corpamente videos. And then it just turned into this whole like Igor thing. And like, because they hadn't heard like much of Igor.
I had never heard anything.
It started with the chicken video, because like you gotta start with that. I feel
Crazy.
But Corpamente, man, that woman's like, was it Laura LaChapelle, or I'm probably fucking that up, but like, one of those beautiful voices. So like, as like someone's like, I'm going through emotional stuff, I feel you latch on to like a thing to listen to be like, I want to hang on to this miserable feeling because I love feeling miserable. That's like
over as fuck. I was like, shit, I didn't know I love feeling miserable this much.
I mean, dude, I am susceptible to, like, if I'm sad, listening to sad music, that type of thing. I mean, it's kind of it's a therapy situation, dude. It really is.
Your favorite sad song? Just fucking throw it out there, dude. If
I have a sad song that'll make me cry every time.
Yeah.
Those minor chords.
Fuck.
They get you.
Well, the Fountain soundtrack by the Kronos Quartets, written by Clint, I forget his last name, but it's performed by the Kronos Quartet, and there's 2 songs on it, but I think it's called The Road to Awe, is like an 8-minute track that at the climax of the song, I will guaranteed be in tears, dude. And then following it, I think, I forget the name of the song as well, but it's during a certain part of the movie. I won't give it away, but obviously just the tone of the piano every time, dude. As soon as it starts 3 notes in, I'm just fighting it,
All right, I just put that on my phone because like I'm really into feeling sad right now. Reef, you just posted a My Dying Bride song. Can you repost that so I can put it on my phone?
Mine is anything.
Thank you, Reef.
Yeah.
That's so funny. This guy's name is fucking Reef. Guttural Reef, and it's like,
he's the homie, dude. Reef's been with us for several episodes, kicking it in the chat. Right now, he's the only one kicking it with us. If I'm going to be real, who's with us?
I love the fact that we're talking about like those tearjerker songs, like those fucking, like, as soon as that chord progression hits, as soon as whatever note hits, like, you just lose it. Like, I never have any like I don't think I would ever have any sort of like passion to make that kind of music. But I love a sad song, man. Like, I fucking love it.
Yeah, me too. Dude. As you get older, I think it's an older thing too. Like I really like, I got really into like fucking probably, I mean, I've always liked them, but I got really into it probably in my mid-30s was Depeche Mode, just feeling like, and just like, because they were the old school version of that.
No, I would never have. Dude, like, yeah, that shit fucking hit right here.
I know. Yeah. No, totally. it brings you to like it just brings an aura. There's an aura that it brings. I guess kids would call it a vibe nowadays, where it's just kind of like it just like it kind of like outlines like, and their history like with like drug abuse and all this crazy shit, heroin, blah blah, and what's the fucking Never Let Me Down Again, that song, Never Let Me Down Again. You're just like, damn, dude, just like talking about like life kind of letting you down, but it's a heroin song about coming down off heroin.
I was thinking of other ones.
Like,
Counting Crows, Colorblind. Not every time I listen to it, but there was times in my life where I definitely cried at Colorblind by Counting Crows.
I don't even know. I forget that.
Yeah,
I know.
I am colorblind.
Well, Reef told me to put
it black and egg white.
Yo, Reef, what
Pull me out from
all right,
inside.
All right, we got it.
I'm ready.
It's so Dreadful Hours. Dreadful Hours is the album.
It's the album.
Album.
Yeah, and it's funny because like people like us here, like we're in the death metal scene, like we're not in the business of we're not in business at all because like I don't live.
I'm not in the business.
Like, I don't live on my shit. But like we're not in the business of like like drawing up these like deep emotions and like feeling like these deep sad things, but like. It like when we all were first getting into music, like that was kind of like the things that shook us the most were the things that were the most emotional, and like
Right.
like I don't know if there's like a direct correlation to it, but like I feel like
are you putting the elbow move on the correlation when you do that? It's in you. You're like, I don't know if there's a direct correlation, but
you know what I mean? Like it's like,
but there's like for the music that we're in. I mean, there's probably like if we talk to a therapist, they'd bring it out of us somehow. But there's like getting that kind of like that aggressive. That's why so many people in death metal and metal and whatever are like aggressive music are so fucking chill most of the time. Is because they have an outlet. They get out there. They like going through a hard time, life's stressful. Throw on like a fucking crazy song, and all of a sudden you feel better. You're like, oh, this is kind of like I mean, I've been noticing it more as I get older, but like when I was young, I was just like, there's certain riffs or something I'll hit when I'm just driving to work, and then work's like stressing me out or whatever. And then I'll get the goosebumps and I'll be like, this is so sick. And then when I get that feeling that this is fucking rad right here, dude, I don't know how they fucking wrote that. I'm like, I'll start getting like, my mood's better. And I'm like, all right, fuck yeah.
You guys know, like some people don't get the goosebumps. Do you guys
all
get
goosebumps all the time.
Oh, I love the goosebumps, dude.
Like, it could be like the dying fetus fucking like intentional manslaughter riff, or it could be like like Adele, but like some people
I read that
even get that.
Yeah, they don't even feel it. Like I'll get teary-eyed. It's not crying, it's like so excited. Like shit's like, that's so sick. Like I'll get like, my eyes will start watering because I think something's so sick. Like it's like
my most
I'll be
recent
like, it's fine, I'm not crying, it's just so sick. Like, I get like this adrenaline rush that I'm like, and there's people like you said, that's actually, they did that study that some people don't get that, some people don't feel that, some people don't, that's not their outlet for like, for me it's like it hits me hard. Like sometimes music will just like, and whether it's like sad, badass, just like shred, whatever, just like it'll hit me where I'm just like, that is fucking sick, dude. Like, and I get like super excited.
My most recent one again, the Postal Service, dude. Another band or group that I never even paid attention to other than what was on the radio. But then I listened to their album, dude, and there's some definite areas of that album that give me the fucking hair on my neck standing up.
It hits you.
Oh, dude, and again bringing me to almost tears. And that's kind of, I think it's healthy to find that, because you need a reminder that you can still express these emotions. Because if you
it's which record? What am I getting into? I'm doing my sad playlist right now between you and Reef here.
Oh, dude. Dude, definitely Postal Service will hit you. Death Cab for Cuties Plans, dude.
I've never heard
that one. That one's gonna get you, bro. It's actually the same vocalist as the Postal Service,
dude. Like even if it's like The Cure or fucking like, or like Skinless, like the Goosebumps, like they're the same, even though like they're for different reasons.
I agree.
like like going
I got
back
at the bar last week for the fucking B put on Decapitated, and I was like, I obviously they got the riffs, but it was just like this weird thing where I'm just like sitting there and like you didn't expect it to happen, and like I mean, you've been to Slim's, you don't expect Decapitated to come on, and it was just like fucking riff happened. It's like fucking kind of lit up, and I was like,
dude, rooms lit a certain way. You hear that riff kick in, you hear the chord progression, you hear like something makes you feel something, and then all of a sudden the goosebumps and like you're
like, oh, here they come. Here they
there was some people who don't have that, like because some like apparently some people don't.
I hate when like everybody writes their best records when they're like fucking like 16 because like it was off Windsor. What's the fucking was it Windsor Creation? It was off Windsor Creation. I think it's song 2. Like
yeah. Fuck yeah.
Dude, that riff fucking gets me. And like I don't know.
Place maybe or like maybe just what it could be a million.
Dude, I have such a connection to that album. You have no like when I was a little kid, I was like on street teams for like earache. I was like and they sent me like that album. I was like mainly Slayer, Pantera, Sepultura at the time. Maybe it was like my favorite bands at the time, like high school. Maybe right out of high school. It was 2001 or 2002. But they sent me Winds of Creation like before it had come out, and that album it somehow got broken or whatever, but it was like a promotional version of it. And they were like, this album, or these guys are only like 17, blah, blah. And we'd put it on, my buddies and I would be like, I don't even like get, we do that, but like freak out the whole time. I was like the day Nihility came out, I like was like in line it was like in the morning at the record store, like the day it came out. I was like, this band is like the best band. This is the best. This is like the most death metal shit I've ever heard in my life. And it actually got me into death metal. Actually, they got me into death metal like 2002, like officially. Like I would show it to people like, yeah, I like Deicide, but I was kind of just trying to like fuck people up, be like, yeah, dude, it's like Satanist, crazy. But like actually,
I got another one for your list, dude. I got another one for your list. Over you.
Al's already on
Shadows of the Sun, dude. Shadows of the Sun, dude.
No, that's already on there.
Oh yeah. That one always gets me too.
Like going to the bar with my ex, and I'm like, yeah, shit's awesome. It's great. Go home, like put Over on. You're like, okay,
yeah,
you could be sad alone right now. Not right.
I mean, that's I mean, obviously it sounds like you guys are trying to do it in a cordial fashion and still be
homies, yeah,
but you're still it's like saying goodbye to an era and all that kind of shit, so you have to go through those stages of grieving, unfortunately, dude, but do it healthily. That's all I gotta say.
Do it, and like it's weird because it's it was mine and like Adam's best friends, like we all grew up together and shit. And so it's a fucking weird thing going through because you're like, you can't even talk shit, because she's awesome and like everybody knows her.
Yeah.
But it couldn't be a better situation. She's fucking rad as shit. But trying to allow myself to have time. So I'm making my sad playlist. I appreciate Reef for the contribution.
Yeah.
But I live in the fucking woods, so like I'm in the middle of nowhere. So like
mountain.
Put on
he lives on a mountain.
And like I've been with her for 15 years, so I'm like predates like the dating apps. So I'm like, oh, I'm on Tinder for the first time. My closest match is 80 miles away.
Yeah, that's stuff. I mean, I remember first, like for our town in Santa Cruz, there was a time in like 2010 or something or 11 where my roommate, my best friend's sister, we all basically my second family. She was on like the Plenty of Fish and all these things, and I was like, to me, that was my personal nightmare to be, because it's such a small town, to be like, oh, dude, Joel's on fucking Plenty of Fish, dude. How embarrassing is that? You know what I mean? So like now with how it's been so open with the gates have opened. I went through an 8-year relationship. Then the gates have opened with the the online app stuff. I was like, well, I'll get involved in that. I cannot do that. I am terrible. I'm all, yeah, dude, so sick. What do you what food are you farting about eating out? I don't know.
Well, you're from fucking Santa Cruz. All right. Picture there's 800 people live in my town. So when you go to Tinder and you swipe, You have to see them the next day.
At the grocery store.
Yeah.
How can this just end the internet? You're like, oh, the internet just ended.
They're like,
Dude.
oh,
I think
you're
what
the bartender. Okay, next. Oh, there's no more people in my area. Okay.
It's like, what are the guys up to? What are the guys up to?
I think what food you're farting out is a pretty solid opener, dude.
Yeah, that is.
What food are you farting out, dude?
I gotta take a leak. I'll be right back.
Go for it, dude. That's so
that's
funny, dude. But yeah, dude.
Like Anthony, if you were all of a sudden single right now, like after all these years of marriage,
I actually was saying,
if you had to go into the dating community, that would be,
dude, it's
bananas to like
when you started talking about it.
Everyone's got their fucking and every dude's like fishing and every girl's like at the pool or something. I don't know. It's like so fake that like to me, I can't like.
It's only because we grew up though. We grew up in the time when like that wasn't that like that.
Yeah.
To them, it's just normal. Like that's like par for the course.
Totally. Yeah.
There's two parts of me. There's two parts of me. The part that my stomach dropped when you started talking about online dating, and I had the oh shit, what if I had to do that? I literally felt that. So that's funny that you asked me that question because I really did have that feeling. Yeah. But then there's that other part of me was like, I still got game, bro. Still got game. I think I could still do it, dude.
Hell yeah.
Love you, babe, but I think I could still pull some tail at a bar if you let me.
Well, the thing is, like, the women get women have so much more options than you, though. So, like, you got to be like one of her like top 11 for like to get into the because like guys are just like boners all day at them, you know, on those platforms. It's like boner shots, like what's up, what's going on? Like for guys, it's like. If you get like a few, you're like, dude, I'm pretty good looking, I guess. I don't know what's going on.
Fucked because I am, and you look exactly like me. So you're getting nothing on there.
I don't know if we were on the pod when we talked about it, but yeah, we're like fucking definitely related somehow, some way, dude.
There's a brief period of time where like that was my world, like immersed in like the online dating thing, and I'm coming from the background of where you guys are from, you know, we're like pre-internet, like this shit wasn't a fucking thing, and like I was in a bad situation forever, so I was like, you know, now it's over, and like now I need to figure out how to get myself back out there, and like, goddamn, like it is different. It's weird. It's not my favorite thing in the world. It's like it's tough, man.
And it's like for me, like dating apps were extra awkward to me because I like to meet people. Whether if you were to meet someone like at a store or like at a show or like maybe just a friend of a friend on social media or something. I don't want the fucking arc over your head being like, this is dating. You guys maybe should date. You know, something about that like pressure on top of it rather than just like having a fucking talk with something like a fucking human being rather than like no you're in the dating app, you guys might be dating. It's like it adds like a weird pressure that you're like why can't we just like why can't I just like see if you're a good human or not and then we'll move on from there.
Imagine this, like two humans like see each other in a environment and then strike up a conversation, and like that is not the thing now. Like people don't.
I know people are like conversation.
I mean, maybe Facebook was originally supposed to be that, but Facebook isn't that anymore. Instagram isn't that anymore.
It's the in. So like now you're in the in, and like you can now like try and make something happen. It's not bad. It's just different.
I guess MySpace was a little more socializing and shit like that, but you really can't. It's always gonna come up short from the face to. There's so much in language that just has to do with seeing the person talking to you as well. We're not just listening to the words, we're watching body language.
Game and all.
And, you know, it's like I don't have time to come up with the perfect response to your question. If you ask me face to face, if I just stand there blankly and say, you know, be right back, I gotta conjure up the perfect sentence in my head before I say it to you. That would be a weird situation, dude, where I'm just like staring at you. It's like,
if it was hold on, let me
I had to drink 6 beers. I had to drink 6 beers to be comfortable enough to talk to my friends tonight, you know. Like, I like to do you know, like that world. You're like, I got to think of something nice to say. I'm just like, Yeah.
And you overthink it, and then it becomes like a weird thing, and it's like, oh, I didn't say the right thing. You already hit send.
But that's already kind of making a mistake. If you really want to have like some advice, it's like you got to try and get yourself to like get obviously into a space where you might find somebody to talk to, but you just got to be yourself, dude.
On a mountain, like literally on a mountain off a dirt road, like 15, 20 miles from the highway. Like it.
Yeah, I'm in the middle of nowhere. I'm fucked.
I'm pretty up there too. You know, it's like yeah. I mean, there's you don't want to. That's a town of 800 is a little low. That's a little low in population, but
no, I got you. There's one person listening. Reef, if you're single, hit me up.
No, there's more. There's 5 people watching right now. Yeah. Reef, we also got the First Apes 82. What up? He's from he's speaking different language. Islam.
Oh, dude, yeah, you might have to travel, dude. You might have to travel.
Dude, First Ape.
That's what he has goosebumps.
Yeah, I like traveling.
Yeah.
I like how like this. I was when I was taking a leak, I was thinking about. I was like, I feel like you asked what happened at Maryland Death Fest in 2002, whenever.
Oh
and
yeah,
and it's now an hour and 40 minutes later. We never got there. We start talking about whiskey. Like, I don't know. We were drunk. What's your?
That's all, dude. That's we start. We don't have an agenda, dude. I mean, it's funny. This might be the first show where we just say fuck it and say fuck the timelines and fuck the time. We'll just keep talking like this, dude. And if we talk about your past, we'll get into it. Whatever, dude. I like this. We're having a great fucking time, dude.
We're not anything to plug. We're not trying to get ahead in life. We're not trying to.
Dude, I'm here to kick it.
That's not our thing.
No,
we want to be here, and
we're already washed up. But I'll tell you what,
what's up?
We're already washed up, but I got a good solid like sad song playlist for tomorrow. I'm very excited. This is already.
Actually, you know what? Actually, I have one. I mean, you're probably not going to be because it's like a popular one, but when I remember going through like tough times, I remember I was on tour with Tosin Abasi, who was playing in Born of Osiris. I think it was. I don't know. We were on tour with Born of Osiris in like 2009. And he was like, we were hanging out with him, and he's like, dude, that fucking new Deftones was Diamond Eyes.
Oh yeah,
Diamond Eyes by that. I remember like he's like, dude, that is, and I was going through like a tough time with that, with breakups and stuff like that, and like I just like when I like have like a hard time, I get obsessed with certain like an album. That's like all I listen to.
Oh, same. I mean, I do it with life, anyways. I think anybody that's into music, at least in our scene, you kind of have this thing mentally where like, whether if you're going through sad times or if you're just into like a creative mode and you're writing metal, you get like super OCD on like one record and you're like,
yeah,
all I'm listening to. And that's been kind of my life. So I'm like, I'm in writing mode. This is the one record I'm fucking listening to over and over again. And just like, I don't get sick of it. I don't just go to listen to it for like 3 months, but then like, you know, like sad times, like, all right, writing music time's off. I'm about to feel sorry for myself, and I'm gonna be going to the bar every night. Here's my new thing I'm listening to every day. But that was Corporal Menti for me right now, so I'm like trying to get the fuck out of that because I'm like.
I'm sorry. What did the Deftones record do for you though?
It just it evoked just problems of or that. I don't know it basically like brought me back to like the shit that I was bummed about constantly, which almost became like a high or something. I have no idea what it was.
Feels good to be sad.
yeah. It's like it's like a high,
thing.
but like in that it's gone, and that it wasn't necessarily. It was a bunch of different things, but it was like a bunch of shit going on at once in my life, and somehow it became like a comforting a wall for everything. I have no idea how to explain it exactly, but. For whatever reason, it would give me a touch of. It was like basically like it's like a if you like the medicines or whatever they put a touch of the flu in the shot and you get the shot. Like the touch of the problem was in the shot, and then I got was like had to listen to it and be like, all right, it's there, but fuck that. Or, you know what I mean? Like, what's that?
I said I fucking love that metaphor. Like it's like that is
there, but like it's kind of like you want to overcome it though a little bit, not like hate breed overcome it. Like it has a sad overcoming. It's not like a fucking dominating overcoming because dominating overcoming when you go dealing with like emotional shit's not just like shut the fuck up. I don't want to overcome that right now. I just want to like
You're a fucking beautiful man. No, I back all of that. That's fucking
yeah.
amazing.
It's something that just like touches on it, but like gives you purpose and to move forward, but like still brings you back in it to understand it but yeah, it would just be like constantly playing. I remember I had like an iPod sitting back just like listening to it like constantly every morning, wake up, listen to it before it kind of silenced my freakouts. So it'd be like the freakouts were about to happen of like too much going in my brain going on. Just throw that on just to like have a soothing at least background to it rather than just like accept all of it. You know what I mean? It's kind of like just I don't know, a background noise to kind of calm you.
Dude, so I've heard that record many times in my life, but you've talked me in, and it's going on the playlist for tomorrow.
Good. Horny metal.
Oh, yo, if we're sharing sad tunes, okay. Like there was this. It doesn't do it to me anymore. So if you guys think you're gonna make me cry, it's not gonna happen.
I'm actually gonna try and get you to cry, dude, with those luscious chapped lips that you got, dude.
I was like, wait, how do you know about my chapped lips?
You forgot. You forgot, dude.
All right, so Jerry Cantrell had a solo album back in like the 90s called The Boggy Depot.
I love that.
There was a tune from that album. Fuck, I can't remember what it was.
What if Jamie Jossa said, "I will be sad" instead of her?
I will be sad.
Jerry Cantrell
will.
That's a really young. He was like,
"I will be sad."
Jerry Cantrell. No, that was a legit album. Actually, there's a song. There's a song for me too. That's like one of those kind of songs that I'd listen to. It was on like a playlist when I was going through a bunch of shit. Was it Anger Rising?
It wasn't Anger Rising.
Can I talk a bunch of shit right now? I'm gonna fucking dive right in.
Wait, before Adam, are you done with your point?
I want to look up the song so that I can tell you that I like anytime even like the first note hit, I would just bawl. It doesn't affect me anymore. But like it was something about a time and a place,
right?
And like song, fucking Jerry Cantrell from Boggy Depot was like it was just something about the way that fucking guitar hit in, and I was like, oh my god, I'm fucking God. I had to hide. If I heard it on the radio, I had to like run away.
What the fuck song? Yeah. Look this up so I can.
I'm looking up right now.
I was like, dude, I want to run away, dude.
You're gonna hear it out of context, and you're gonna be like, yeah, this is stupid.
Is it called Settling Down?
Nope.
Oh damn it!
Dude, I have a 3.5 hour drive down to you tomorrow. I'm so ready to like feel sad for myself the whole fucking way down.
Why does that feel good? I know exactly what you're talking about, but that feels good to like the sad for yourself shit. I don't know.
You have to feel it, dude.
It's called My Song. Yeah. It's from Jerry.
Oh, I was gonna say that. I looked up the track.
And like it has like this doon. It's like this crazy fucking chord progression that is just like so like earth shattering. But again, like it was for a time and place. Like it doesn't do that for me now.
Are you sure?
No. Everything's got time. If I don't kill myself by the end of the drive tomorw, I blame all of you guys. I'd be like, off a cliff.
Now it's like we have to pile up as much sad music as we can to keep Al alive, dude. Okay, so Tigran, how much on, dude?
Wait, I gotta clear something up because I'm gonna go with you to this. But wait, is it Saturday or Friday? Because tomorrow's Friday.
Tomorrow I'm coming to see you. We're going to see Wormrot, but then I'm gonna wake up Saturday morning.
I forgot we're going to a concert tomorrow. Okay,
no, you actually need all that, Al. If I'm gonna be truthful, you need all these shows, dude. You need all the homies. You need all the shows. That's what you need.
Yeah, hanging out with friends and stuff is huge. That's like having fun. Yeah.
We're going to see my man tomorrow.
Yes.
And we're going to see.
That's why. Okay, I understand the reason why you asked him in such a way that felt like kind of like a proposal. It's because
now it all makes a little more sense, and it totally is what you need, dude. No, it's definitely the chicken soup, dude. That's the chicken soup that you need right now, dude.
What came first, the rice or the suede?
Dude, fuck therapy. I just gotta like do this podcast every week.
I mean, I'm sorry, I mentioned chicken soup. You're vegan. I forgot. It's your veggie soup, dude.
I'm pescatarian.
Oh man, I was like, hold on. I want to go like backstep a minute. I want to talk shit about Hatebreed if that's okay.
Go for it, dude.
That's fine.
I'm not gonna say anything. I mean, just in case maybe Joster wants me on one time.
Well, satisfaction. I'll give satisfaction. That I mean, as a growing up kid, Satisfaction was to me like I'd never heard anything like that.
When Under the Knife,
that's pretty much it. That was like anything after that. I was like, all right, so now you're trying to be like a self-help book for like bro guys. I don't know what's
going I feel like as being like a washed up musician as like I am, I can freely talk shit now, and it's like very freeing. Like we went out with Hatebreed, like with Job for Cowboy, and never met anybody in the band. It was fucking wild, and it was like,
damn.
We did this tour. We got the lowest guarantee we ever got, and we didn't get a room. So like we have their like, usually like death metal community is very tight knit. So like it's like, yo, we're all here, you know,
right?
Travels fast.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like, we're playing this fucking shit venue. There's one room here. We all get it. And I was like, so it was weird walking to this very structured thing where you're like, okay, like headliner gets this room, Drexport gets this room. And like we went on and they're like, oh, like, all right, so you guys don't get a room. And we're like, yo, we're in a van. And like I get like, you know, like a lot of bands are in a van, but you know, we had like this, like, and you get it, death metal scene. Like we had the sign at the merch table, like we need a place to crash tonight. But so we're like, fuck, like a lot of these venues are on the best area when you're doing that shit. So you're like, okay, there's like I can't even walk to food. Like where do we go? And Every Time I Die of all bands, which like very not in my scene, fucking raddest dudes were like,
that's awesome.
Like we got beers in our rider and we have a room, like you can share it with us. And I was like,
that's
awesome, man. Like I was weird.
Hatebreed's like, dude, you gotta persevere, dude.
Yeah,
you gotta deal with, like, you can't just like walk into here and just come in.
You gotta purchase beer, dude.
Yeah, persevere. Man, I got my case of Bud Lights. I just need a place I could drink them where I won't get arrested. But yeah, I don't know. I just wanted to talk shit for a minute because I thought that was kind of
no. I mean, you know what? I'm not really. I shouldn't speak for them, but it is true. Animosity never met 6 Feet Under when they toured with them.
I think that's a known thing. Chris Barnes is a fucking asshole.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I hear these kind of like chill on the Garza podcast. I haven't watched it yet, but. Well, it's whatever, dude.
I got.
That is the era of. That's the era of egos. I think there's still egos, but I think that it's got to be like, it's who he is. Whatever. I'm down with like the early Cannibal shit. I always will be, but it's just like,
yeah.
You know, 6 Feet Under can be for everybody else who enjoys that band. And I love you, Jeff.
Dude, I mean, there's like, it's not to get kind of controversial, but like, I mean, there can be people that are pieces of shit that write great music. Like, I like Homeboy from Manowar was into like child porn, and you're like, oh my god, I can't listen to fucking Manowar anymore.
Yeah,
I can't listen to Manowar. Like, but what the fuck? Like, and it was like, it's a very interesting thing because you're like, damn,
makes you think.
Yeah. And you're like, should I be listening to Manowar? This is on my playlist.
I have a version of that in the Sacramento rap scene. There's this rapper named Six who's in jail right now for pedophilia. And so every time he pops up in a song, I'm like, fuck, gotta fast forward now.
Yeah,
you got
it away from me. Like, you know, it's like
it's almost like I mean, that shit's terrible, obviously, but like too much information. Like no one listens, like Led Zeppelin, everyone listens to Led Zeppelin, but Jimmy Page was like married to a 14-year-old or something fucked up, you know what I mean? Like everyone's like, yeah, whatever, it's just a different time and blah blah, you know, everyone does that kind of song and dance. But like all those bands back in the day that like everyone's like, dude, they're the sickest, just like, you know, the old cats doing that. It's like, well, you know,
there's still people making arguments for Woody Allen too. It's like, it's weird.
Michael Jackson.
It's a weird thing with art, dude. I wish that, I mean, there's a part of me that wishes that you would never meet anybody so you could just have the art. But then there is the experience of meeting a great artist. But every now and then there's some fucking weirdos, you know, the Nothing, that our version of that, you know, there's people that infiltrate these little bubbles that, you know, they end up fucking dropping nuclear bombs, dude. And you're just like, damn, I had no idea.
Or that did it. I don't know. I just want to say
You got cut out there. What did you say?
I just said I wish it wasn't fucking Manowar dropping those bombs.
Oh, I know.
You're like, God damn it. I got to piss. I got to drop this bomb.
Go for it, dude. But it does suck when that happens. But unfortunately, it's with 8 billion people, dude, and there's gonna be some bad apples, even in every facet of everything, you know.
Yeah, especially when like people, people who would dedicate their life to a craft, like they're extremists, and like they will go to the ends of the earth to create their dream, and we all like sit back and we spectate and shit like that. But like, the type of person that it takes to like do that sometimes is just I'm just not that kind of person,
Yeah, dude. I don't know. That's why some of the coolest artists are just the fucking guys that nobody even knows, Like Banksy's pretty cool, even though I still think he's kind of commercial in certain ways. I mean,
it was fucking sick. Like about I don't know, maybe 6-8 months back, I went and saw a few bands play up in New Hampshire at Wally's, and like there was like this band Cancer Christ that I was going to see, and like but like I ended up seeing like fucking Negative Approach, and you talk about like a band being like having like this certain like kind of status, and like if you're into like the hardcore crossover whatever punk scene, like Negative Approach is like they are the fucking be all end all. And I fucking met John, the singer, and like dude could not be more humble. He was just like so sweet and just awesome and like welcoming and warm, and
that's more often than not in the metal scene, at least. I think that we're more humbled because I think that the financial aspect of this industry alone is like, if you're ever going to keep going with it, it's literally because you like making music, and that's the passion
for sure.
So we've given up on making this any kind of a career.
There's always fucking weird ones with that like throw me I at home in my own life. It's like what I listen to. Like I love Magruder Grind and like Organ Dealer, and like I love grind. And we did some shows with Atreyu, like it was when you do like the Eurofest, you'd like fill in like random kind of off dates because you have like these proximity clauses. And we ended up kind of stuck. We were stuck between proximity clauses. We did one show in Hamburg with Atreyu when I was with Job, and we had 2 days off in between. And we like ended up just hanging out with those dudes. It was a band I've never liked, never been into. This like I said, it's kind of like prefaced it with like I listen to Magruder Grinds. Like I like fucking grindcore. And like we're in Germany with Atreyu of all bands who are just like, why are we on this show? Like fuck this band. What are we doing here? What is like our booking agent's fucking insane. And like we had days off and ended up like broing down. Like I ended up broing down with their guitar player so fucking hard. And where it was like by the time we left, it was like, I know I will never see you again. And I'm very sad about this. And like just like
dude.
And being like, dude, I was like
it's like making a best friend at camp.
Yeah, it was. And it's like you're like, dude, you're the fucking best person ever. Why are you playing this music? And you just say it. You're like, I can say this to you because we're close now. But I don't know. It's fucking.
There's like these social hoops. I've said it. I keep repeating myself, but fuck it. First time listeners, this is the first time you heard it, dude. Social hoops that everybody has, But in our community, I think that a few of the first hoops just get eliminated. Like once you see a band shirt, like, and you have a lot, you already have that one hoop out of the way. We have a commonality. Boom. That's it. Then it's just, it's off to the races from there. And you realize like all of us are just like best friends and we all just need to like hang out more.
You're a couple guys on a job site. You're on a job site and like, he's good at the saw and you're good at the fucking nail gun or something. You know what I mean? Like it's very similar. You guys are going through the same like hoops as far as like touring. It's it's everyone thinks it's glamour. It's not, and we're doing it together and blah blah. We're playing these huge crowds together, and playing the huge crowds together for some reason has kind of like a linking and just like dealing with that crowd together, and like especially if they're like cool guy. Like there's bands like I would never have listened to in my life that I ended up just watching them because I was like I had respect for them as human beings, like Carnifex and Whitechapel and all these bands we tour with. And I'm like, like I wasn't that wasn't my jam at all. But I'm like now I know the guy, and now I'm seeing the riffs, and I'm like, all right, that's cool. You know what I mean? Like respect. You know what I mean? Like it becomes like knowing the human. You're just kind of like, all right. Like Ben from Whitechapel. We did a Whitechapel tour. It was Suffocation was headlining. It was Whitechapel, like us, Psychroptic, a couple other bands.
Todd.
What's that?
Todd Psychroptic, was he on that tour?
Todd was not. Or Todd was he?
You would have been playing bass for that.
No, it was Cameron. This guy Cameron.
Todd's why I'm going to Jersey Death Fest on Saturday.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, Cameron was amazing, but like, don't leave that guy at a strip club. But so he'll go broke and try to walk home in Vegas. But Whitechapel is one of those like those bands. I remember we were like us and Suffocation were like kind of like arms up like this, like fuck this band, and they were kind of like newer, but they were like had all the kids were there to see them. Like they were like after Whitechapel played, it would be Suffocation would play for like there would be 500 kids there. After Whitechapel would play, Suffocation would play for 40 people. It would be like fucked up, and we'd be like, and Ben came out to me and was just all, dude, if it wasn't for like Suffo, we wouldn't be here. I don't know, he's like the chill guitar player that writes everything, but he's like he's not the open voice. He's kind of just the guy that writes all the shit. And he's like, he came with like an Odia shirt first day of tour. He's like he was like, like certain things that he's like super into, but like he's not the deciding factor of why they get popular, but he just like writes chill fun stuff that he wants to play, and all of a sudden they just blew up with it, and then I slowly became like, all right, I get it, okay, I'm understanding like the psychology, a generation behind me just going like, all right, that makes sense why they're doing, okay, I get it,
Ben's a fucking sweetheart. I love Ben.
No, I love Ben. Yeah, he just texted me today. I love that guy.
So kind of like what Anthony was saying though, it was I mean, like, regardless of what band you're going with, just kind of like more in like public scenario, like going back 10 minutes here, like if I'm, where I live in the middle of nowhere, if I like run into someone, they're wearing like a fucking Pig Destroyer shirt, like the barriers are off. You're just like, yo,
say something.
Oh yeah,
we're drinking whiskey tonight. We're fucking
exactly, dude.
Like we have shit to talk about. I feel like there's like a very shared commonality of like life, and
Prowler was such a fucking pivotal record for me, dude. Like so back in the day with magazines, you'd get your write-ups on these full-page ads from certain record labels, and obviously you're flipping through, you get to the Relapse one, and you see the cover of Prowler in the Yard, and you're just like,
still sticks in my head.
The fuck is this, dude? And then you just
this is beautiful. This is art.
you read the write-up, and
Adam, that was great.
Fuck, dude. Well, okay, I'm buying it. So I was in Florida. I was in Disney World with my family, and not my family that I made. I was part of a family. I was made by this family. And they took me to Disney World, dude, and they have a fucking Virgin Megastore there, which, by the way, they had Odious Mortem there too. Shout out. Implosion, dude. But I bought that was a separate time. So I bought Pig Destroyer right after it came out in that trip, whatever year that was, and I listened to it on while I was falling asleep. I don't know why. It's still a very calming thing to listen to metal while I'm laying down in the dark, dude. I could listen to like Agoraphobic Nosebleed in the dark and just fucking be like calm, dude, and just like zen out. It's kind of crazy.
Dude, the opening sample on Prowler is like, we were talking about samples earlier, like
Jennifer
might be the greatest sample ever.
Yeah.
When the feedback comes in, like, oh my God, I got goosebumps just fucking
and actually also as a person who was already into poetry, and words, that already intrigued me because I didn't really know what was coming back when you couldn't just go online and find it instantly. You're going off of a little write up and then taking your chances on buying it, but Relapse was always trustworthy most of the time.
Do you guys ever like growing up, do you ever like just go into it like when you're first like coming to, because we're all the same age, do you ever like, the internet wasn't a thing, it wasn't a big thing when we all were getting into metal, like did you ever just go into a record store and buy a CD just based on what like the logo looked like or the artwork
100%.
looked like?
Dude, that's how I realized
some misses,
100%.
Yeah.
The first one I did where like it failed was Incantation, and I still to this day I did not get over it. I'm like, it's like back then it was like it's so much money, and you're like, I spent $9 on this record, and like I still don't like Incantation.
Or go to Sam Goody, it's like $17.99 for an album. You're like, gee, all right, I must have a lot of faith in this because like fucking it's like $20 back then. That's like $50 now. I remember the
United Guttural catalog. And like they had a whole Corpse Gristle section, and like I remember like getting like the first, I don't know if it was like the fuck was it? It wasn't Putridity, but it was like it's one of like the Texas bands, and like I got them like, okay,
Prophecy.
These bands are safe. We're buying all of them.
Prophecy, like, probably, yeah.
And it was before Prophecies Foretold came out, because I remember like that when that came. I remember when that came out, I was like really excited, but fuck, but like that whole like when Corpse Gristle first came out. Like they always had like this section of the United Guttural catalog. Be like, like, all right, I've blown it in the record store. We have Newbury Comics where we grew up, and you're like,
yeah,
like Incantation ruined that for me, and I was like, this isn't my bag. And like they had really cool albums.
We weren't like we were like not that wasn't our thing at that time, like we.
It's still not my thing. I don't know why I can't like Incantation because I'm sure they're really nice guys.
They are. Remember they let
you're entitled to your opinion, no doubt.
I actually don't. There's nothing really that I've really listened to and
I have
I've seen them live.
I have no dog in that race. I have no dog in that race. So
yeah, I saw them live and I was like, oh, they're like old school. This is that old gray-haired guy. He's super chill, by the way.
Nice.
They're all really nice, and I know
really nice.
You guys can't have a dog in this race because you have like a whole podcast thing. I'm just a washed up dude.
I'm saying that. No, I'll make my opinion. I was going to say I don't have a dog in that race because I never connected with Incantation either.
Yeah, none of us did.
Because actually, if I'm going to be real, like it was me and Dan were like Incantation or Immolation. Well, Immolation is way more interesting.
Yeah.
Immolation live, Jesus, like Immolation live, like seeing them and just like. I was kind of incantationing Immolation for a while. It's like I didn't really like listen to them ever. And then my buddy's like, dude, they're fucking nuts live. I remember
it was a weird fork in the road that we put off for ourselves, and we were both like, yeah, well, Incantation goes that way. We're just gonna follow Immolation, dude.
Yeah, I almost feel like Incantation was like a smaller generation right behind us. Like I feel like we just didn't get that,
It's not doing it anymore. Why did it stop doing it?
Yeah, when I said about like Incantation.
Oh, there it is. We still got the confetti, dude.
Buying CDs blind and shit. Like I think it was like Forsaken Morning of Angelic Anguish from Incantation, and like it hit me. It was cool. It's cool. Like, but like they definitely for me it wasn't what I needed to hear at that time.
Yeah.
I can get.
Hey, homework for all of us. Homework. Let's go back and just listen to Incantation. Listen to 5 songs.
That's
I don't know any of this.
All right, let's give it because I honestly haven't given it a chance. Like
Me too.
At this age, I have a lot of homework. I get a whole sad playlist to go through. I told Anthony I was going to go back and do the whole Mayhem discography. I got a long drive tomorrow, so I'm going to fucking crunch.
It was really cool, dude. Mayhem went from
Incantation.
There's a 40-year anniversary, and they went from current all the way backwards. They were reversed for like an hour and a half back into.
That's fucking rad.
So but like I've actually heard like super good things about like the later Incantation like that. I haven't gotten to like sit down hard with it, but
it's hard to keep up with everything, dude.
A lot of people I respect love it. So, and I've just kind of like it passed me by kind of thing. So I just never like dived back in. But I think that I'm gonna give it a shot.
Like Weird Memory for me was like we kind of went through this earlier, but like we were obsessed with Skinless, like obsessed because that was like our first death metal band. And for me, like I remember seeing Skinless pop up at New England Metal Fest one year, and you're like, "What are you doing here? You're not on the bill." And like you're just a little kid, and I remember like Noah saying, "Oh, we were on a incantation tour, and they treated us like shit, and no one was showing up."
So instantly, yeah.
And so I was like, I had that like I bought this record because the album cover didn't like it, and now my favorite band says fuck them. So like I'm not like
yeah.
Not saying they talk shit.
Well, they weren't into them, whatever. It's like kind of like it's like someone telling you before you see a movie, they're like someone that you respect on that movie sucks. And then you go through the movie and you're like, fuck, it sucks.
Yeah. Fucking nailed it.
Perfect.
Going back to I think I just thought like a little bit ago when we were talking about like records you never like you're buying shit off the album cover and she hadn't heard. But like I remember you specifically coming to my house with Molested and Decapitated.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I remember being like confused because I was like just getting into death metal and like hearing the like that very low thing, and it was like it was a slow grower on me.
Right.
Like there was like such a
through a very raw production and kind of a pockety like, flow to the drums and the ping of the snare.
But like when it hit. You know, a minute for it to hit, but like, dude, yeah, no, Adam was the best. Adam was like my come over the house when we were like 14 and like look what I found. Like you found None So Vital for the first time. You're like, you got to check this out.
Yeah,
such a blessing to have a guy to bounce things off of, and everybody brings things to the table.
I was his guy. He was my guy. Like for that shit. Like
Hell
that was like when we first met when we were like 12, 13 years old. Like I remember just like stealing cigarettes from his stepdad and like,
hey, dude, call back.
We'd smoke on the porch and like he'd be like, so what are you into? And like we talked about deicide and like it was like that was our very just like early years about like what the things that we were passionate about and like the things that we wanted to take to the next level. And like we couldn't do it at the time, of course, like, but like, after that, like it was fucking like we knew we were on the same page, like it was
100%.
Righteous fuck.
The taking to the next level thing is huge, and when you get starting, my brother was. I remember I was like Slayer, Sepultura. I told you that era, Slayer, Sepultura, and then I got into like Deicide, Cannibal Corpse. My brother was like, "Oh, you're fucked for the rest of your life." He said that, and it still sticks with me. He's like, "You're gonna only care about this the rest of your life." This is like because he's like early death metal guy. Like
we are the guys that are still fucked. Are you all?
It's like we're still. It's like a drug addict. Like I'll only try it once, dude. It's not a big deal. And then you're just like on the streets next. Like,
216 episodes into a podcast about the whole fucking thing.
Yeah. It's serious. I mean, because it's almost. I don't want to say it's a sport, but it is like it's a competitive. There's like taking it. We want to be crazier. We want to hear the craziest thing. It's kind of like we don't want to hear like the fourth craziest thing. Like we want to hear like the next fucking nuts thing that no one's ever done.
You latch on to certain aspects of it, and then you try and find like if you're into really crazy drummers, all of a sudden you start to seek out all the bands with the sickest, fastest drummers or the breakdowns. It's like there's certain little like pieces of it that you can also branch off and find other things that are similar and
I've been kind of like I think personally going like the opposite direction, which is weird because like we
contrarian
so like like we started writing Sour Grapes. It was like right like around like COVID time, and it was like a weird time in my life. I feel like the whole world was like, I don't have to work. And I was like, where I was working at the time, I was doing these like 16-hour shifts. And it was fucking crazy. And my life was all fucked up. But like, we wrote this record. It was just like, okay, we haven't done Goratory in a lot of time, like in a long time. Like, something to try to prove, I guess. Like for the 40 people that listen to the band, I want those 40 people to be very impressed with what we're doing. And I want to be writing
a lot more.
But like it's not. But I think
it's 38.
It's 38.
Probably 3 or 4 tops. So I think accurate. but like, you know, no one cared about the band like we do, but so it meant a lot to me. So like, I want to write this like record that I think people are going to care about. And then went directly from that into writing a Serpent and Gnosis record, which was like a grind band with it was basically a job for Cowboy, but like I could write what I wanted kind of things. And then I was like, okay, the last record we did was grind. The new one I want to do super tech. And so I went like super tech death with it. And I did over a period of like 4 years, did these 2 records, and I got fucking burnt on like tech. And that's like, 100%. How Stepdäd came about. And when I started jamming this drummer up here, I was like, dude, I think I don't want to do tech for like a while. I think I just fucking burnt it. I was like, you be opposed to just doing a single kick? And he's like, fuck it. And like just went to single kick drum. And like, I think I want to write like I want to write meatball riffs. Like I want to fucking feel
have fun on stage.
Yeah, not even on stage.
Like fucking
yeah, but like it was like I think like just because we were talking like everybody kind of tries to outdo each other and like try to push the limits of stuff. Or like I think I fucking broke like 2 years ago, or it was like I think I can't push any further. I'm not that good. Like I think I drank my way into most bands I've been in, and like I reached the limit of what I could pull off. And like I was like, dude, I think I don't want to fucking push it anymore, and I want to fucking like you kind of like you said, I just want to like have fun and playing meatball riffs and like and it kind of opened up a whole new thing. Where like it opened up music in a weird way for me. You're like, okay, if you're not pushing like, in death metal, you're pushing every riff, and like that's what I love about Goratory was like, how much can you push it? It's all about fucking Odious Mortem. Like you guys are fucking balls of the wall. It's like every second. I mean, the California scene in general is fucking balls to the wall. Yeah, that's what's fucking rad. You're like you like the old school unique leader. You know, like when Eric was fucking on it. Like you know, that it was like you knew what you were getting into. You know, like, new records coming out. Dude, we're fucking rocking today. Like I know what I'm getting into, and I think I hit that level where I'm like, I need a fucking break for a minute, and then you start like focusing on song structure, which was fun, and like it kind of opens up new worlds. You're like, okay, I never pushed trying to write a chorus before.
Like
totally.
You know, like something that like Rope Man, like a gang style fucking like shout aloud anthem like that. You guys fucking giving me gold like these. It's
totally, dude.
You know, actually, I remember coming home from like Summer Slaughter. I remember just like all these like everyone's like it was like necrophagous, suffocation, dying feet. It was like all these like every night it was like it was like you know just riffs constantly, and like we were digiting just as hard. I would get home and I would just be like, I remember I got home, I threw my bass in the closet. I'm like, fuck this thing. I remember being like mad at it. And then I remember picking up a guitar and learning a whole Rush album. I was like, I just want to learn Rush. I was like, I just want to play like Rush songs right now, dude. I was super like anti technical death metal after that tour. I was like, this is okay. Well, no one can fucking hear it. Why the fuck am I working? So, you know, like, because like when you play in those big venues where you're playing like, you know, playing Fillmore, all the House of Blueses, everything, they're like, sick, dude. We're playing like 90 fucking notes every 10 seconds. Like no, like when you hear like when you're standing in the audience, you can hear like, you know, like the heavy parts and like then it's like noise and heavy and noise. And I'm like, I would be like a consumer in the front being like, all right, let's see what you know, technical band, what you got, and like in a big place, and it would just be like, and I'm like, I know what they're playing, I know exactly what they're doing, but at the same time, I can't hear it. So I'm like, I would get lost in the riff, like not hearing it, and I'd be like, so we're doing this to people? What the fuck are we doing?
And let's be real, dude. Like in a band like that, as a bass player, like how many people were watching you versus
no one,
Matt? You know?
Yeah. No, people were just waiting for the solo, like kind of trying to understand where things are at, and like, oh, solo would come, like, all right, solo part, all right, and like, oh, heavy part, all right, cool. Then like, jun, 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 jun. It's like, what if he misses 9 notes? You will have no fucking idea if he misses 9 notes because no one will fucking be able to tell.
It's 9 notes.
No, probably 9. I mean, there's
Actually,
9 listeners, 9 notes.
9 notes in a row. It might be
It's
noticeable.
It's 2 bars in the first of the next one. We got it. It's
Like over the span of a song, missing 9 notes total.
No, I'm
yeah,
literally-
that's not going to be seen.
I'm the guy that swishes the line around that tells you what kind of notes are in there by watching the guitar player. I'm like, oh, you missed that one. You missed that one. I'm like that. I'm the sommelier of watching people going like, no one knows it here, but he missed that note, dude. I saw him miss that note.
I'm with
Get along very well.
I'm always that guy where
Me too.
I hate myself after every show I've ever played. And like I know I brought up earlier, like I have to drink like an insane amount to just get in front of people. But like going out of my whole life, every show I've ever walked off, I've been like,
Sucks.
I want to die right now. Is there somewhere like nice and quiet I could just go die?
And that's why you're good. That's what
I
people
warn people about it. I'm like, don't like if this happens after the set, just don't worry.
only
like,
people that are good.
Yeah.
Only people that are good have that mindset. That's what I've
But
noticed.
I was also
like,
going to
playing with
say
everyone.
from the perspective of somebody who's been in the crowd and watching you, it's much different, dude. On stage, you look
100%.
like you're fucking handling business pretty fucking well, dude.
been telling them that for 25
And
years.
obviously,
Yeah, the thing is, he'll never get better. I mean, to me, the musicians that think they're the shit suck, and the ones that think they suck are the shit. To me, like the ones that like
we
always
all
have
have an
something
imposter syndrome, dude, because we were I was just talking about this last night, dude. We're kind of like the farm league that gets pulled up to the major leagues at some point. I mean, we all have a version of that, like we have our own thing, but then we end up getting pulled up to something bigger. Like my biggest thing is obviously Severed Savior, but
fucking awesome.
DK being pulled up to Animosity
Yeah,
and then
right.
getting up to Suicide Silence, you doing your Despised Icon Job for a Cowboy shit, Joel's version is Decrepit Birth. It's like we all did our own thing enough to be recognized and then seen as like respected players in the scene, and at some point this thing has to become incestuous in a way because we don't have as many players that could be on that crazy level of trying to play the fucking 7,000 notes per song.
Yeah.
And so if we want to keep executing it live, which is really what we're trying to Al sounds like he never really wanted to get on stage. You at some point wanted to get the fuck up there, bro. Come on now.
I feel like I really like writing music, and having to play in front of people has just been a byproduct of that.
Yeah.
This is such a great thing because like you guys are the same age as us, so like you were growing up with doing the same things we did, just in a different area altogether. And like like our so Goratory's second album, you talk about like people like you're trying to get something to catch, you're trying to get something to like people will be like, oh, like a record label is like, oh, I want to put this out, whatever it was. We didn't really have that growing up. We didn't have that at all. And like what we did have at our is funny, like on our second album. So we Al no names on this, but we ended up like coming in contact with like this person that they sold a lot of drugs. They sold just a lot of drugs. And what we didn't have was a lot of money. So we ended up having like our second full length was completely financed by this chick like fronting us like massive amounts of weed, ecstasy, acid, because she was
allegedly
like she wasn't even like a death metal, but I think I met her at like a camp like a million years ago. Like she just sell acid out of her freezer. She worked at Subway. She just like sell acid out of the fucking freezer in the back.
Sick, like this chick sounds pretty rad.
Like to this day, like I'm not gonna say her name obviously, but like
Priscilla.
Sometimes it's Janine. somebody like Priscilla to like believe in somebody, and like she would front us like this shit, and like that's how we got that album out. Like we had nothing.
That's awesome.
Nobody believed in us. Nobody cared about us. Like a few people cared about us, but they were very sparse and few and far between.
Yeah.
And like it just took this one fucking chick to be like, yeah, you guys are all right. Like, and you know,
well, it was different times too.
The first time.
We had to come up with like, you're like, oh, we want to do a studio record. We need to come up with $3,000, which like for a bunch of people, you know, I was living with my girlfriend at 16. I was like, we had fucking money. So like, how do we come up with $3,000?
Yeah, 3,000 is like a year of rent.
Yeah, so I was like, today that's like coming up with like $6,000. You know, like for someone that's fucking 16 and doesn't, you know, I went to trade school, so I'm like, I can only work every other week because every other week I got to go to the school. So like she, you know, made that happen, but it was. I mean, it was the same for even like Sour Grapes, where like we wanted to do a new Goratory record. And you're like, how do you get someone to put it out? Like, I literally Googled who would put out a Goratory record, and that's how we found Everlasting Spew. Because Giorgio, when I Googled an interview came up where Giorgio from Everlasting Spew did an interview and said they asked him if you could put out any record, who would it be? And he said if Goratory did another record. So I wrote him and said, hey, we're doing it. And
sick. And these are the kind of things that get out really sound.
But then COVID happened, and he's like, yo, shit's real bad in Italy right now. I don't think we can do this. I don't know. And it was like, so we sat on it for a minute till he was ready, because we're like, I think this is the only dude that will put this out. Like we're fucking old dudes now. It's been a minute. I don't think anybody cares, and like I don't have it in me to self-release a record anymore and find a random person to sell a bunch of acid out of a freezer at a Subway to fund this.
A bunch of drugs to fund an album.
Dude, I mean, Sour Grapes, I'm not joking, dude. It's something that's exciting, dude. It really is. And I listened to it when it first came out and was loving it, but just my re-listening to it this week, getting ready for this episode, I had like full connection with it, dude. And I think it's like the most, if I don't know if the word mature is the right word for a band like Goratory, but
I think it's the right word though.
It is. It's what I wish we were doing back then. And like I get like bummed when people are like, it's not sexual intercourse, and it's like, yo, we were like, I think Adam was 14 on that.
Yeah, people will just always be on that like old shit.
Yeah, 14-year-old, like, come on.
I think 14. It's like, yo, this is like what I wanted to do back then, but like I couldn't do it, and like now I can. So it's like I get that you like the production of 6 dudes on an 8-track fucking Akai recorder track.
It has a nostalgic feel when I listen to the older stuff, no doubt, and I still enjoy it very much, and definitely hear your influences at that time, you know, and
it's
and
shit,
how
like not to kind of interrupt you, but I'm gonna
no, it's all good, dude. Please,
like if I like the carnivorous shit actually sounded good, like it actually
right on, dude.
Sounded good. like
that was actually a thing that I forgot to bring up, dude. Is that that's what Goratory and Carnivorous have in common, is that we both did splits with Vomit Remnants right around the same time.
Oh, my boys, my
trippy.
Yeah, they did 3-way splits with a couple of US bands, and it was us and Goratory. We did it with Godless Truth, and then you guys did it. I forget the third band on yours.
It was was it Wormed?
Let me look it up.
Yeah,
Wormed,
damn. Dude. Cool. Damn, dude. See,
Fledge is a fucking hero. I feel like I've done nothing but talk shit tonight because I'm really drunk.
No, dude, let's talk some. Let's give some praise.
I had a
man.
Okay, talk more shit.
This is a very awkward situation for me. Like I've never done, and you'll never. If you Google Alan Glassman, there's no interviews from me at any band.
Okay. Don't be awkward. You're 2.5 hours into this.
I know
you're crushing it.
But I want to say I want to give praise for a moment because I've been talking about Worms, dude, Fledge,
and Guillermo,
fucking sweetheart, fucking love those guys.
That's
Guillermo,
people,
dude, all of them, man.
We've
Everybody.
reached out, and I think we got in touch with them, but scheduling things weren't working. But I'd love to still.
Where are they from again?
Spain.
Spain.
Dude,
That's right. Okay.
They're the fucking best.
Yep.
Yeah,
and
dude.
then, like they have like the Zaragoza accent, like "Como está usted?" Like with
the Barcelona.
When they speak Spanish, it's great. I love
That's
it.
right, dude. And they're fucking, I mean, insane. That band's fucking insane,
so
dude.
fucking good. They're the best fucking band, best fucking people. And I think it goes to the root of like when you look at the brutal death metal scene of like that era we grew up in, like you just have this instant fucking connection, and it's just like Worm's part of that crew and part of that like group of people that are our age that grew up in that scene where it's like, you know, it's just this instant like one of us kind of fucking mentality.
Totally, dude.
Like,
I mean, the weirdest situation was, but super cool, is my connection with Vomit Remnants. Like that doing that split was because
drummer.
What's that? Keisuke,
yeah.
Keisuke.
Yes.
Yeah, him and at the time Takanori was the vocalist, and Takanori he was a big fan of a lot of the Cali Death, the Unique Leader stuff, and we would talk through MySpace and shit, and you know, the build up to doing Maryland Death Fest and me telling them I was going out there. They invited me to do a guest spot on a song, and
at Maryland Death Fest.
At Maryland Death Fest, the same year that we met you guys. Year that we met you guys.
Okay.
04 was and where we had the
21 years ago.
Motel 6 meltdown party.
Yes. I was confused because I actually went as a fan to Maryland Death Fest the second time Worm played, so I didn't know. I thought you might.
No, I'm talking about Vomit Remnants. Talking about Vomit Remnants now. Yeah. And Keisuke and Takanori, and did the guest spot with them, and then but it was weird to have the language barrier but still have the brotherhood. Isn't that weird?
That's interesting.
We were speaking with like
no Latin involved, just like
no, it was minimal words, a lot of hand signals and like
you know why? It's because
facial expressions, but still like
we're all like connect. We could all like if we all had like instruments or whatever, we could like talk to each other. You know?
I honestly believe that 80% of the conversation that me and Takanori had was probably just mentioning band names and having excitement over them. You know, you like this band? Oh yeah, I like this band. You know, that type of shit. And I'm just like, yes, I love this, dude. You know, and it's so cool that can just. It's not even like it. That shows that it's not even like a spoken thing. It's just a feeling that we can like emulate together as people. You know?
Well, you guys kind of already have the language down. Like you have the bands in common. You have like we're in this like kind of like sphere of like we know the music that we like, and like we can like kind of communicate. You know, like in a very simple way. We can definitely get our points across. You know. That's cool.
I'm guessing like you guys smoke weed, like you guys are like weed heads.
I'm high as fuck right now, dude.
Awesome. So like it was with Worms, like we did like a Japan tour with them, and like weed is like at least back then, I don't know what's going on now there, but like it was a big no, and like by accident I ended up like taking like one of my pipes and like I used to sell weed back then, and like a bunch of like tiny little baggies with like a little tiny bit of weed in all of them. I forgot that it was in my bag as I was doing this. Like, Al, what would you say this was like 2004?
I think.
Oh, okay, 4 maybe. Oh yeah. So I'm on the plane and I open up my bag because I needed to like whatever and I see that I have like this fat bowl and like all these fucking like little baggies full of weed. We got
multiple mini little bags, dude. Fuck,
little tiny bags, like
for sale bags.
One to distribute, but like what they would see would be like nothing to distribute, but it was there, and like so we got to Japan and like fucking like there was like these dogs that came up to like our bags and started sniffing them, and like I immediately just like kind of started
remember this.
like, and then I imagined what I imagined was they were like weapon sniffing dogs because like it passed. And so we get into Japan and like we're with the worm guys and they are big weed heads and you cannot find marijuana in Japan. It just doesn't happen. You cannot find it. So we take my bowl that I brought with me. We scraped a resin ball like fucking this big. And we take
resin, dude,
bags of weed like out of all of them, and like we ended up like having, you know, we were there for what, like a week and a half, and like we got by, we got high. It was great.
Hobo hash, dude. That's what we used to call it, dude. Hobo hash, dude. And it was fucking so clutch when you were low on cash, but you wanted to get high, dude.
Oh, you get high as fuck too.
It was very stressful because like I was a very young kid, and like I was like, am I gonna go to jail in Japan? I don't even know what Japan. Like, but
they just cut off your hands. It's not like a big deal.
Yeah,
it's such a weird thing. Like you got caught with weed, we're gonna cut off your hands, dude.
Yeah. Oh, you smoke weed? Like your firstborn,
dude.
Yeah.
We're taking your pinky toes, dude.
You're gonna be able to deal with balancing again, but it's all good, dude. Just don't do it again.
You're not gonna be able to make sudden right and left movements, dude.
Oh shit! Hey guys, like I would be remiss if I'm not trying to do any plugs right now, but like
do whatever you want to fucking do, dude. We're chilling, dude. We're having a great time.
For like 9 people, dude, or 11 people.
And like
we're plugging for whoever's gonna watch this afterwards too.
Bushmills, look at bushmills.com. Go to yes, I'm gonna be.
I was going into this I was like, shit, man, like I don't know, like I don't know what to expect or whatever, and like so I'm in another band right now, and we haven't put anything out. We're like very new, but
hundreds,
hundreds. So like
yes,
John Longstreth is in a band with me now, and he wanted me to say hello to you guys. He told me you guys were like the shit. It was like a super chill podcast, and like wanted me to say hello to you.
He's been on a couple of times. He had his own
solo. So I just got home from practice with this new project. I got to go with,
dude. Coming home from practice with jamming with John Longstreth. Just not really a big deal. Just
I love it, dude. I want
to interject. So Adam's got this new band. They had no drummer, and they almost gave up. They're like,
we're ready to die.
They're like, we don't have a drummer. We can't find a drummer. And it's like, I don't know what the fuck we're gonna do. And like the band kind of like almost, it felt like it kind of faded out in your talks with me. And all of a sudden it was like, so John Longstreth moved to Providence. He's our drummer.
He's casually looking for guys to play with.
Beautiful, dude. Well, this is very exciting, dude. This is very exciting.
It's fine. Not a big deal. It's not a big.
Just with you on vocals too, on over his drums is very exciting.
Last weekend, like we did like a demo, and he recorded me. He never recorded vocals before, but like it was very like drummer aspect because he was like, we did like a whole take through of the song, and he was like, okay, let's do the whole thing again, and I was like, oh, okay, like because like as a drummer,
you're the only person that can tell me that right now.
Like one,
I'm not going to argue with John Longstreth.
Right,
dude. You're wrong, dude. I think you're wrong fundamentally. I think you're wrong.
You're John Wrongstreth, dude.
Wrongstreth.
Nah. Dude, that guy's
he's never wrong,
and
never Wrongstreth.
I love the sense of humor from him because I remember like it's funny because he's still even on one of the last podcasts. He's like, do you still hate me? He said that to me. And I was like, oh. He made a joke because I
forget that.
I was on the pod because like I didn't hate him, but I like didn't get the sarcasm. Sorry, it was on such a deep level.
Yeah,
but like I didn't, and it was well. The thing is, I already held him up to like the top of the mountain. So I was like. And then he would sit and we'd hang out and like smoke joints together. I forget what tour it was, but like I was like, this guy's a little. But then I like finally started to understand, and I was like, okay, well, actually, you might be one of the funniest guys I've ever in my life.
Yeah,
like you might be like, and I like it's so dry that like it's actually hilarious. But I was so uppity. I'm like, shit, it's John Longstreth. Hopefully, he says something nice about like at the time, you're on tour with one of your heroes, kind of, and like, and I was like, this guy's kind of an asshole. I remember just like saying it like locally to my group, and he like it got back to him, and he was like, oh, you think I suck or something? So I'm really not. And I was like, dude, no.
Oh no, you John? Oh no, he's the nicest man ever.
I
want to fire back.
I know.
I talked shit about like a few bands tonight and some people, and like, but I also
This is the editorial.
Like John is one of the only people that remembered who I was, because I feel like I'm a very forgettable person. I'm a bald 5'6" fucking weird looking Jew guy, and like
the self-hatred. Come on, I mean, it's fun and it feels good. It's kind of like in music. You want to hear sad music, like you're saying it out loud.
It's part of the Jew thing. It's like it's in your blood. Like I obviously don't believe in God. I'm in the death metal scene, but like you can't just like bleed it out. It's part of you. You have to deprecate. But like I every show I've been to, like I feel like when I go to see Origin, you have to see Origin because it's
100%.
And like I've loved fucking Johnson's Angel Corpse. Like
yeah.
Angel Corpse was one of the first bands I remember going with Adam. Jay Blazel brought us out, and we're like, "What the fuck is this? This is insane. This is like I now know what real metal is," kind of show. But like he fucking remembered who I was, and that was like fucking special to me. Like you know, I mean, I'm 40 now, but like growing up, you're like, "Oh my god, this is like the best death metal drummer in the world." And then when that guy's like, "Hey, like." Oh, Al, you came out. And you're like, oh my God.
Yes, I'm out. Yes, I came out.
I am.
Yeah. I know that feeling.
It was fucking a special thing. And you're like, man, who the fuck are you? Like, the best death metal drummer ever. You remembered who I was, this subpar guitar player that drank his way into a couple bands. It was very,
I love it.
It was very fucking special. And like
the sarcasm too. Like he's a Kansas dude, but like he gets like the New York, like East Coast sarcasm.
He totally gets all. It's like a mixture of a bunch of things. That's why it was so confusing to me. Because I usually read people and I'm like, that guy's full of himself, or that guy, you know what I mean? Because like in metal, like the number one thing is to not be full of yourself. It's like be like, I'm the sickest, but it kind of like he was joking on it. One time we were in a van smoking a joint, and I maybe just got too high, and I was like, this guy, I don't know about this guy, and like it was just like a fucking momentary thought, and then he called me out on a podcast like 20 years later, and I was like, that's almost like a Yngwie Malmsteen dissing you out of. That's like an awesome. Like, you remember that? You remembered that? Like he remembered that situation, and I was sitting there just like drunk on the podcast, like, no, dude, that was no. Like, I remember like when I had the thought, so he called me on something that I was real, and I was like, damn, dude, you're even more funny than I remember, dude. That's hilarious that you even fucking because. I was a younger guy, just going like, what, you know, like very skeptical of everyone around me and every band. I was very like, oh, that guy's.
I feel like he's got like Rain Man memory or something. Like
100%.
He's like, dude, and I remember the weather on that day. By the way, it was overcast.
It was 76 degrees. Like,
we saw a shooting together. So
he's the best drummer ever. Like one of my favorite like metal show memories. I know I went to like the Bloodbath thing earlier, probably like 2 hours ago now. It's been talking forever, but like if you can't tell, I love Misery Index. It's like
I fucking love them too, dude.
Love them too.
It's my because I love grind and I love death metal, and I feel like this
mixture.
It's the best mix for me.
Yeah.
Which side note, I just want to say we kicked it with Kevin Talley that weekend at that Motel 6 while he was playing with Misery Index.
Oh, classic fucking Dying Fetus lineup. I love that fucking Talley.
I feel like we're very fucking. If I believe in God, I would say we're very blessed. We all had that weekend together because, like,
it's a very, very. It was a big download. It was there was a love fest. You realize like everybody, people from all these different areas of the world, really came to that. What was it? It wasn't the Sonar. It was fucking. What was the place called?
It's called
Thunderdome.
I don't even think
it was another synchronicity too, dude.
Yeah.
And the Thunderdome. First time I ever got to smoke cigarettes inside, dude. I was fucking stoked, dude. But by the end of that weekend, I quit. Because I smoked so many fucking cigarettes. By the end of that 3-day festival, I felt like somebody was sitting on my fucking chest, dude. You know, and the last cigarette I had, well, I shouldn't say the last cigarette I had. The last cigarette I had before I really wanted to fucking quit was me and Dan Kenny at the airport, flying back home, and we go to the little fucking smoking box that they have in the airport at Baltimore Airport, and fucking you're in there, and just everybody's in there old and gray and wrinkled, and it's just me and Dan and our
join us.
Yeah, dude, it totally was like the fucking Beetlejuice like waiting room, dude.
It's like a catcher's mitt.
That's so funny, dude.
So I was just like, I'm done, dude. I had just bought a new car at the time too. I was like, I already told myself before that weekend I wasn't going to smoke in it, and I just like that whole thing happened like naturally, and I just
you didn't smoke in it?
No, I was like, I bought it and I just said, I don't want to fucking smoke in my brand new car because it literally had 27 miles on it, dude. It was an Explorer, so it's not a car, so it's an SUV, but I bought it with my own money, and I'm just like, fucking, I was 19 years old, dude. Fucking saved all my money for it and I was like, I'm not smoking in this thing. So that was my first way of like saying, okay, I'm going to quit. But then I must have done that whole fucking parents give you the fucking carton of cigarettes and smoke them all at once if you want to fucking be a smoker.
Like
I might have just did that to myself subconsciously, you know?
Yep.
And
if you overdo it, like I remember actually speaking of a Kevin Talley thing, what band was he playing for? There was a Mayhem Festival band.
He was in Doth from
what was it called?
Doth?
No, it wasn't Doth. It was another band, like
TH. I thought it was. Well, he also played with Chimera for a little bit.
No, there's a band where I was like, it was backstage at Mayhem Fest with like Rob Zombie. Like, who was playing?
I was on that tour with him, and I can't because Job did that, but I can't remember what the fuck band he was in.
Well, he was for hire for a long time.
So bad.
You know Chase Fraser? Oh yeah. But there was a band, I think it was like a 3 inches, not 3 inches of blood, but anyways, it was like a kind of more power metal-y band. But at the end of the night, it was like
I'll be the professor right now. Let's look it up.
Me and like the backstage, I was like, it was like a Rockstar Mayhem, and there was like all these different flavors of Rockstar, and it was like, you know, they just shut it down. We got in the backstage at Shoreline, and then me and Kevin Talley. It was like such a blackout.
DAATH. I remember that Doth with the two fucking circles over that.
That's what you're saying. There's another band.
Battlecross.
It was Battlecross.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. I remember that.
Yeah. And like it was me and him on a fucking, and I didn't even know him like at all. And we just jumped in a golf cart and we started just like terraining the fucking hills of what's it fucking called? The Shoreline Amphitheater. We were going back and I just like jumped out at one point and I was like, all right, I gotta get back to my car with Chase and all these from Animosity and all these people like had my ride. So I was like, all right, and they weren't there. And then I started just prying his door open with a key and just like bent the fuck out of his door.
Holy shit.
And then I woke up at 4 a.m. We were locked in at Shoreline. There was like a gate with a lock on it, and we were the only car left. And I had to be at work in an hour and a half, and it was an hour away. So I was like, dude, you gotta fucking run through that. I was told Chase, like, you gotta like break that like lock. I gotta get to work, dude. Like and we did, and I got to work. I remember like going to work so insane. I slept for like 20 minutes, like looking at people, and I just couldn't even see them.
I'm so fucking excited. That was Battlecross. That would have fucking killed me. Like,
yeah, that's a good call, right?
You know, I was on that run. Adam, that was I feel like Machine Head was on that tour.
Wasn't Red Cord on that? Red Cord?
No, Red Cord was not on that.
Okay. I'm trying to think of what
Machine Head was on. Adam fell into Machine Head's drum kit. He came to hang out for a show.
He just came to hang out and just fell into Machine Head's drum kit.
He wasn't going back to the area.
I fucking love it, dude. I already know that there's got to be a part 2 because there's so many more of these stories I can tell.
Yeah.
We never even got to anything new. We just started talking about the first Maryland, and then we started.
Dude, fuck it, dude. And I still want to talk about it, but you keep going with your thing. He fell into Machine Head's drum kit, and then what else happened that night, dude? I got to know all the juicy details.
That was a fucking mess of a night. Jesus Christ. You ended up singing. No, there was karaoke that night. You did
Oh yeah, I did Ace of Spades. Yeah, every like band had like a specialty for like
That's
their
right.
night. And like
That's right. Oh
yeah.
yeah, I went to one that was like a big barbecue, and like each band like would put
like
on that
Black
barbecue.
Dahlia,
How dope is that, dude?
Black
Yeah,
Dahlia.
yeah.
They had a karaoke guy flown in from like some famous karaoke guy and like set up shop at like Great Woods, which is like the stadium from like our youth and shit. And they had karaoke all night, and like I closed the night out with Ace of Spades, and like I saw Corpse Grinder out there like bopping his head.
Okay, I remember that year.
yeah.
Yeah. Dan Kenny, remember like we like.
Dude,
Yeah, I
Corpse
remember
Grinder getting down while you're on stage, dude. That's a good feeling right there.
No,
dude.
Dan Kenny
Even
was
if
on
you're
this
doing somebody else's song, you're like, fucking Corpse Grinder's watching me, and he's fucking grooving.
Dan Kenny was
dude.
on this like kick on that Mayhem Fest where he was calling everyone fat. That was that one. So like, he was like, he was like, dude, he was like, watch this. He goes up to Corpse Grinder, like, dude, Corpse Grinder, you're like the fattest guy I've ever seen in my. You're like one of the fattest guys. And I remember like Corpse Grinder was like, fuck you, like I don't know. And then we went on Asking Alexandria. Were they on that tour?
Probably.
They were on the Battle Across the year. No.
Dude,
I'm picking all these up.
Al, like he used to call him Al Kill You instead of like I'll kill you.
Oh yeah. I read it up at Maryland Death Fest. I was there with fucking me and my like soon to be ex went to Maryland. I can't remember what year it was, but like she passed out in one of the porta potties, and I remember like,
Oh no.
all right, this is like gonna go off the rails, but like, so I had a strip on my shoulder, so I'm like, I'm in fucking Baltimore trying to get a cab with a woman on my shoulder. So like,
yeah,
They're like, this is normal. This is normal.
Like, it's my wife. It's okay. You know?
Oh my god.
Much of Maryland.
sure, buddy.
Like, and no one would fucking pick me up. So I had to fucking like, I fucking walked to this woman like on 1.5 miles to the fucking hotel. It was like, I felt like it was like an hour because
It's not like you could like stand her up like a mannequin and just fucking be like,
I had this like limp.
If you had somebody else, you could do like a Weekend at Bernie's type thing or whatever.
No, the motor skills were done. You're saying
We actually had one cab that pulled over and like saw me like when I put her down. I was like trying to hold her up, and he just drove off. But like carried her back to the hotel, and I was like so fucking bummed because it's like it's Maryland. Like I'm here to party. My wife passed out at like 6 o'clock in the evening at a party, and
we've all had that one.
Just hammered, and she's awesome. And like, but you know, it was a bad day for her. But I remember like walking from the hotel. I'm like, I'm gonna start walking back, and like Corpse Grinder was just walking down the sidewalk, walking to a whatever party he was invited to, and just like scream like. He saw me from afar and just goes, "I'll kill you." Like, all right,
so cool, dude.
Like my one childhood hero, like knows what my name is. So.
Yeah, dude.
Cool.
That's right. I mean, that's the currency that we're really going for. Really, is to just like have or just anybody like meeting Luke after he came on the show, just like. How humble that guy is and how like jacked he was on the podcast. Honestly, like he wanted to talk more about like the podcast than fucking anything else, you know. And I was just like, that's super cool.
Let's talk about your albums real quick. What the fuck? That's insane. What do you?
Yeah. And he's just like, he just wanted to. He actually, you know, he was like, thank you for what you do, and I'm not trying to like fucking brag or boast. And I'm just having one of those moments where it's just like. Somebody you've looked up to since adolescence, you know, if you told me as a teenager this was gonna happen, everything, the bands and the fucking podcast, when I was, you know, freshly jacked on extreme metal, I would have laughed in your face, you know.
Yeah, this dude wasn't even like, you know, like you were like a huge fan of his music. He wanted to talk about your podcast. Like that's
like,
whoa, don't do that. Let's talk about your music, dude. I don't want to talk about
it. Kind of was like a whoa moment. Like,
well, it's kind of like Al, dude. You fucking like seeing like the shows you played and stuff like that. Like the way you like kind of like if I were to not know that you played in Job for a Cowboy and all these huge shows and stuff, you still have the you feel like you're kind of underground metal guy, like you don't.
I mean, like, all right, I'm gonna break it down for a second. Right. Like,
do it.
So Goratory tried to get signed to Unique Leader, and I remember this phone call with Eric very clearly, where he's like, "It's between you guys or Vaughn or Remnants. I'm trying to make my mind up." And like, we didn't make the cut. And the dude running this podcast has been in 2 bands that made the cut. I didn't make it, and I
joined after they signed.
But like, I mean, fucking.
See, now he's not that impressed anymore.
The band's a hero we got now, so like it wouldn't mean anything to me now if we got signed, because like, and I would never do it because like the guy that fucking ran that label turned me down, so I would never ever say, because I remember we did Sour Grapes. Darren brought up Unique Leader because he's got Hillary, and he's like, could probably get a Unique Leader, and I was like, yo, Eric didn't want us on. I can't do it. Like, it's just, and like, you're a dude that was in fucking 2 of those bands.
Yeah.
I'm a dude that didn't make that cut. And
I don't compare yourself to me, dude. If we want to talk about comparisons,
Luke was saying some shit, and like, I don't come from Job for Cowboy worlds. I come
no,
from,
for sure. But I mean, you living that kind of lifestyle was kind of like on tour, decrepit or whatever. Like, we're like moving up slowly, doing the things. Like, you got to actually get like you're up that you're. I mean, remember on Job for Cowboy on MySpace, Job for Cowboy had Odious Mortem on their top 8, and we were like,
yeah, we loved that.
We were like, what the fuck? It's like they're cool dudes, you know. We were like, they're not just like trying to get the clicks, or they're like cool dudes that understand metal, and like you got to play these huge crowds and stuff, and like constantly to you, it's like not a big deal. Like, it's kind of getting blown over. When I'm like, to me, I'm like, fuck, it makes me nervous.
I think it's a little different because, like, my perspective, like I hustled and then I ruined that band.
I don't think you did, dude.
I don't think you did.
I think there was like a trajectory for that band that when I had joined, it was at a key moment when like one of their main songwriters left, and I stepped in and came from the world that we're from, and the band backstepped, and it was like, I'm not gonna, like, kind of like earlier we were talking, like, you're gonna write for like what you want to write, and you're not gonna cater. And I don't know, it's kind of before joking, like, I ruined my career. Like, I totally did. I totally did. But like,
well, I wouldn't say that. No, I wouldn't say that at all, because you also have to look from the other perspective, because you just said you were speaking from your perspective, but the other perspective is like, all of us underground dudes, we dreamed to like get the good gig, you know, the solid touring gig, that we can, you know, it can have just like a momentum with it. And so when you get that opportunity, I would hope that even if there is like a little bit of jealousy in the beginning, because yes, I'll agree. I'll admit, when Dan got the Animosity gig, me and him had words, and I started those words, you know.
It was offered to both of us too. I was like, and I did the like cool thing. I was like, no.
I was just mad. I was just mad that because we were so into Carnivorous together at the time, you know, and it was just our baby. We started it in Dan's garage and fucking our hometown and our neighborhood, you know, and that was literally what we would do to stay out of trouble, is instead of going out and drinking and getting high somewhere else and doing stupid shit, we would be drinking and getting high in the garage and making music, you know? And so I had that whole like deep connection with that project because of that. And Dan got the opportunity to, you know, start, you know, doing real shit. And it, you know, my response to that at first was jealousy. And I was like, you know what, you know, giving him all this shit about like, and I totally probably made him feel terrible. And we've talked about it later. Obviously, he's still my best friend, and we love each other. And
about this day,
I wanted him to be on tonight because me and Al and him and Adam, we all had that time, dude. That
would be crazy if he just popped on the square right here.
Yeah, dude. He's on the Dumbo ride. What up, dudes? But yeah, no, it's so. But in hindsight, you look back and like, fuck yeah, dude. and even not even in hindsight, but soon after that, I realized, like, no, dude, fucking spread your wings and fly, dude. You got your fucking opportunity, dude. That's we all kind of subliminally want that, you know?
Yeah,
Even if we want it with our first project, we want to take it with the project that we first had fall in love with, you know?
Yeah.
But if you can't, if it gets to a certain point and you still have the opportunity to see what it's like to expand, and that's what you did, dude. And you were not only a live aspect, you were involved in the records and shit too, dude. You were just as much as part of those bands as you were with Goratory. So you got to give some love to that. You didn't ruin anything. You expanded your career, bro.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm proud of the records. I think, like, looking back, it was like, at the time I was like so invested in music, and like everything I was doing with Goratory at the time, I was like all in. And then when Adam went to college, and it was like kind of like pivotal moment where it was like, okay, are we going to tour? Like, I want to keep touring. And we had just done our first like Euro tour, and I was like, this is what I want my life to be. And like, I can't say enough. This man's my life and my heart and everything.
That's a good thing, dude.
Adam, I fucking love you.
But have something like that is awesome, dude. And we all have our best friends. We Carrie and
They'll be there
Joel's
no
one
matter-
of mine too.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
Joel's always
yeah.
gonna be there for me, dude. Like that's what it's all about, dude. Like bromances is what we need at 40,
Dude,
dude.
Anthony, real quick, and I haven't talked about this ever, but Anthony, like, I was going through a big breakup, 8-year breakup, and Anthony talked to me every day, driving to work and then driving home. He was like,
sometimes I'd be on the phone while you were
and it was
brushing your teeth
45
and
minutes,
shit, dude.
45 minutes each way, 45 minutes each way. Every morning, we'd talk the whole way there to work, and I would drive because just to like keep my mind level, because it was so like I was
that's where it's
that was
that's
huge.
like the day I called Adam, or fucking like my ex of now a month had our, I guess 2 months now. I left, like he was there the next day. But like going back to like the music thing was like I got super invested in like, okay, so like after we did our first full tour, I'm like, this is what I want to do. Like, this is my life now. Like, and we were young. We waited to get our, like, we're 18. We got our passports. We can go to Europe, kind of thing.
Yeah.
And we went and got back, and I was like, this is what I want to do in my life. And like Adam was going to college, and our drummer,
so much good. Guys, I'm doing so well.
but like it was you know, I didn't have the college thing, and like our drummer,
I have to piss so bad. I'm listening.
Go for it, dude.
And like our drummer was trying out for Red Chord and shit, and it was like I saw Goratory kind of getting away from me, and that's when I was like, I got really kind of, I feel like it was like kind of dirty to do it without Adam,
right?
Death metal without him, and like I stepped away from the death metal scene, and I did like a pretty shitty band for a couple of years, and I ended up joining Despise Icon. I just started like trying out for anybody because I was like, I want to do music. I know I want to tour. I know it's like I want to write, and like writing music's important to me. But I kind of got away from the death metal scene because it was like, this is my thing with Adam. Like we did,
maybe,
and that's kind of like it was. Not plugging anything, and like, because like no one gives a fuck about Goratory, but it was like it was special to come back to Sour Grapes because me and Adam, we had some years like apart. And then we came back together as like fucking best friends. And like this man is, I had a point. I'm gonna go on a fucking rant right now if that's okay. We're like 3 hours in, but like I had a point in my life where I was on tour with Despised. And I had a girlfriend that was like, hey, the lease is up. If you don't come home and get your stuff, it's getting picked up. And I was like, picked up by who? She's like, you know, the dump truck. And I was like, you know, I was on fucking tour, and I was like, I can't get this. So like Adam had a fucking a life and an apartment, and like I just called Adam. I was like, yo, like I'm on tour. Like I can't get my shit. Like I'm about to be unhomed. Like, can you get an apartment? And like, dude just started sending pictures of apartments to me while I was on tour. Fucking got us an apartment, like set this shit up, like just fucking got me a place to live. gave up his fucking whole situation, like relocated himself, got me a whole fucking thing going. And like on that tour, it was really weird because like on that tour, I like lost all my shit during this, my ex leaving me. Fucking TSA fucked my bag. Like they fucked the zipper. So I had all of my clothes in this trash bag. And I like remember so clearly we were in Berlin. And like after the show, like I was fucking shit faced. I like went out bar hopping and I left my bag in the backstage room, and it was in a black trash bag. And the venue staff thought it was trash, so they threw it out. So like I'm like full panic mode. Like where the fuck are where's all my shit? Like everything I owned was in this trash bag, but it was one of the crushed dumpsters. So like I was like running out like, please don't be crushed, please don't be crushed. Like so my shit was in the crushed dumpster. So I was like, I literally own nothing right now. Like I this is it. I have 2 guitars and the clothes on my back, and like fucking Adam fucking made a home for me, fucking had a place for me to go. Dude. And it was like
some of the best years of our life in that place too, man. Like there was so much like music and fun shit happening in that place. Oh my God.
It was the best. Those are my best memories.
What ages were you guys at that time?
I must have been 19 or 18 or 19, maybe. You must have been 21.
Dude, or this is their Thunderdome, dude. This is their Thunderdome, Joel.
I had been 24, 25. So
okay, so that
you guys have a nickname for the apartment?
No.
So we had these people upstairs that like had this license plate that said like Southie. It was just like we're from Boston, like like Southie has this reputation for being like just hard fucking people, and
they were painful neighbors.
They weren't the fun Southie, they were like the bad Southie. So like
call the cops. Like who the fuck from Southie calls the cops? If you have a license
they called the fucking cops on us.
If you have a license plate that says Southie and you call the fucking cop, like
you're a poser.
That should get taken away from you.
And that's just
what was our acronym?
Yeah.
Joel, you're muted.
I am?
No, Joel is.
I was saying, I was like, if you're Southie and like they call the cops, you're like, how about fucking those apples? What the fuck are you? Why are you?
How about those sour grapes?
Give me your license plate. Fucking
yeah. I'm gonna take a shit on it, dude. You can't.
Like,
East Coast has a really different way of dealing with stuff that I really like a lot too. Yeah, it's kind of like a no bullshit. It's like you fuck around, you get your ass beat. It's not like it's not like a. Here it's like, oh, it's all good. It's like, no, and it's like someone's gonna fucking crack you. It's like that's
girl, don't be a narc. Like just fucking.
Yeah, exactly. Just don't.
Many different groups of people. We were talking earlier, like Boston was very separated from the death metal hardcore community. But I think one thing everybody agree on: if you call the cops for anything, unless you're bleeding out in the ground, which means you're calling not the police, like you're a fucking bitch. Like this is
yeah.
No, I agree.
Well, we were lucky to have our the first Thunderdome was in a residential area, so they did have neighbors.
Thunderdome was my house, or our a community house.
So we have a series of domes that happen throughout the Odious Mortem lifespan, and the first one was the Thunderdome. That was the synchronicity with the Maryland Death Fest. That was the house that they then that place they moved to the Furniture Dome.
First Decrepit Birth show, first Sleep Terror show, or one of the first Sleep Terror shows. Animosity or
Carnivorous.
Carnivorous. The Carnivorous. Fucking. Why can't I think of his goddamn name? The singer of Job for a Cowboy. What is his name?
Oh, Johnny Davey.
So he ended up playing in Flesh Rot. Flesh Rot's first show was there. With Naveen on drums and stuff. And, we had like a bunch of like cool
Carnivorous shows there. It was like it's a lot of first shows for a few bands, and things would get rowdy in that living room. But then you guys eventually moved to the Furniture Dome, which was even better for us because
the Furniture Dome.
We called it the Furniture Dome because it was a flat on top of a.
It was like the Thunderdome, but there was a better sofa.
No, we were. The rules.
It's like the Thunderdome, but it actually had furniture. No,
check this out. At one point, so it was basically on top of a furniture store. we were only competing with a blues club next door, and the furniture store was like, all right, only rules are you could be as loud as you want after 7 p.m. We're like, oh shit, what a bummer. And so we were competing with like a bar that was like live music in Santa Cruz, one of the loudest live bars in Santa Cruz. So that was next door. So it was like we had like there was at one point there was Animosity in the living room practicing. It was Brain Drill in another room practicing, and it was Odie in another room practicing. And I remember going to go take a piss, like I remember like listening to like Animosity playing in our living room, Brain Drill in the other room, and then us like kind of just like warming up and doing stuff. And I'm like, this is fucking bananas. What's going on right here? Like it's so much crazy metal going on in here. Like it was like during the day it's chill as fuck. Everyone's just like smoking joints and hanging out.
But it was such
like,
a safe haven because there was a liquor store within walking distance, there was food within walking distance, and there was urgent care within walking distance.
Oh, right across the street.
So and we've had a few times where guys had to go there.
Yeah. But yeah, it's like one of those like, you know, mythological places. When as you're a kid, you're like, yeah, it's normal. This is cool. We got this set up. It's fine. But looking back on it, it's like, what the fuck was that?
Yeah,
that's insane that we had that.
Yeah, I miss like punk house vibe. Like I want to go to Brain Drill for a second because like I just had this. I've been off the internet, like I said. For, like,
I have all the things if you want to know.
Like what the fuck happened with that? With the fucking spread my ass cheeks and
okay, so he wrote that in my room. By the way, he
like,
took.
Why would you write that?
So he came. Dude. So he came home from tour, and it was like he was texting me because he was my roommate. Dylan was my roommate, and so Dylan was like, "Hey, dude, so like, can you like change the passwords on these accounts?" So I went and changed the and they were like had the big blowout. I didn't know what was going on, but Dylan was my roommate, and I was the one that invited him into my house. So I was like, "All right, well, I'll change the passwords on these." And then he came home and just like sat in my computer chair and just like furiously wrote, and it was that. That's what he wrote.
So you were there for this?
No, that was my computer that he wrote it all on. I swear to God. I swear to God. 100 like. On my mother, everything.
I can't believe you're that involved in this.
No. The thing is, well, because I wanted. So Dylan had Jeff and Marco Petruzzelli on drums, and all these people that kind of like we were kind of in the same kind of group of people. Ivan, yeah, all these people, and I remember he called me on the. I was like on tour or just getting home from tour or something, and he's like, "Dude, there's a big blowout with the band, blah blah blah, all this stuff," and like. You know, Dylan's out there. He's probably on the spectrum. You know, he's very.
I figured that much. Like when I remember reading it, and it was like they had marijuana, and I was like,
yeah. I mean, he was in a house full of marijuana.
You'd fucking die.
Yeah, he lived in a house that was decimated. Like we had, like literally at one point in that house there was 25 pounds of marijuana while he was living there. Like me and Bill from Decrepit Birth, like. Had a marijuana thing, you know. We were younger back in the.
Dan Kenny broke 2 bongs at that house.
Oh, Dan Kenny broke a bunch of bongs. Yeah, we had like crazy parties there, whatever. That was like part of the whole thing. But the thing is, they made the classic touring mistake, which Decrepit almost made once, which is if you're in Michigan and then you decide to like point to the East Coast, it'll route you through Canada on those old GPSs.
Yeah.
So they had a bunch of shit on them, and Dylan was like, I don't feel comfortable with you guys with this on you. And they routed the thing. It's like, yeah, just go up over this lake and it'll go right into the next state. But that means going through Canada and then going down to the thing. And so he got like strip searched and let his butthole look into it.
That was like I want to like interject here and like
yeah.
So I again, you guys know my stance, I think, on cops, but like, I feel like that was the end of Brain Drill. Was that?
Oh yeah.
For the record, I've been in jail 3 times.
I thought you were about to say you spread your butt cheeks.
I will spread these cheeks.
You said it started with this. I literally thought he was going to go with it.
I will spread, and I've spread these cheeks because I've been put in a cell 3 times for a band I've been in, and I don't smoke weed. I like hard drugs and I like booze, but I
very open, love it.
Just put a note there. So like,
yeah.
But the 3 times I was fucking locked up was for fucking weed being in the vehicle. and not once is any band
the thumbs up doesn't help you right there.
asshole going on land go like, these motherfuckers made me spread my ass cheeks, and I was like, yo, this is fucking life. There's pieces of shit out there. Sometimes you gotta fucking spread them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fucking move on. And
you got caught in that. You got to spread them, dude.
But I wasn't even my shit, you know? And like, you're going to be, I don't know. I feel like there's our people and there's not our people. And I can live with them. So I could be off base.
No. He's, I mean, if you want to put it to today's scale, and by the way, me and him were the first guitar players in Brain Drill. It was me and him started it. And then
I didn't know that.
Well, the thing is, like, it was his brainchild. He was in another band called, I forget what it was called. It was
Burn at the Stake.
It was like a melodic death metal band, like a At the Gates on Acid kind of thing. And I was like, those riffs are fucking awesome. I loved it. And then he was like, dude, I got these new riffs.
Phenomenal.
I remember like, yeah, I was like, but it's so, but the thing is about him, it's all natural. It's not there's nothing scholastic about it. It's all about like, he just understands, like, he understands like the basic things, and he can move his hands really fast. And so he was teaching me the songs and stuff, and there's riffs in that first Brain Drill album that are mine, that he like literally, I mean, which I'm stoked they're on there, but at the same time I was like, you know, like, I just couldn't keep up with the dude. He was so fast and like twitchy. He was like, I was like, all right, dude, I can't do the spastic. I can't, like, if you're going to, like, if you can do a little bit of this, then I can like maybe jam with you, but I can't like jam at this ultra high speed.
That's the thing about the touring world, though, is like, there's so many great guitar players out there, but the ones that can hack it are the ones that can spread their butt cheeks and keep their mouth shut.
Yeah. If you just fucking keep going, he may have made it to the next show and just fucking on time, ready to go.
Yeah. No, he was just
a couple of wet wipes and he's good.
Yeah. He means well. The dude means well, but dude, you have no fucking idea. If I were to mention anything that he's done in this community as far as like criminal stuff, dude has a problem with rage, and he's banned from a lot of places, and he's huge and buff. And he has fucked up a lot of people in this community because of, like, you know, like things that have bothered him in the past, of people that have picked on him, and because, you know, he has dude means well. Like he actually means,
like, the PTSD shit's no joke. I mean, I get that world, but it's so like
I've always been glad to be on his good side.
Yeah. I'm saying right now I'm just getting on his good side, so I don't get visited. But so no, but he was always sweet to me. There was a time I did too much illegal drugs, and he kept me in his room, make sure that I was fine. I was thinking I was like gonna die, you know, kind of thing. And he said it was cool, but like he was the kind of guy that just has a problem. He would go and drink up, you know, a 12-pack and come out and try to drive and flip his car, and then I have to go pick him up, and all these crazy things that happen with that guy.
There, but
yeah, but he had this like knack for metal that was interesting. You know, I remember showing him one.
Phenomenal, and that's the one thing that like killed. I feel like all like the best musicians that have this like creative sense in them that like you're like reaching for, you know, and like trying. And I've always like kind of had that where like I know what I want to hear, but like I just can't quite get there, and I can't do it physically. And like the ones that can are always the ones that like can't pull it together to, you know, kind of not
make it sustainable.
Like, I don't know, like my brother, for example, is the best guitar player I've ever encountered in my life.
Like,
shit.
He is.
Like Adam will testify to that, but like he can't.
In what way?
He's the best guitar player, like just creatively feeling like
older or younger brother.
Rhythm, like this guy can fucking
older. But like I feel like he can like hit the like those necrophagus leads, but doing like that dime bag sense where you're like you're really technical, but like you feel it, you get the goosebumps.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
You're shredding death metal, but like I just felt something.
Soul.
But like but he's never gonna be that person that can sit in a fucking van with 8 people.
100%. I see what you're saying.
That's a weird compromise, and I feel like a lot of people kind of like me slip through those cracks. Are like, I can be that dude that can sit in a van. I will not be able to play all that stuff, but like
that's me too, dude. 100%. Me too.
Dude,
100%.
Not you, because I mean you were in Decrepit Birth, and I can't play that stuff. But
I was playing bass in Decrepit Birth, but I mean on guitar that would be a lot more.
And you can miss 9 notes and nobody notices.
Yeah, I could miss like 17 a song. No one gives a shit. I mean, I understood all the notes. Like I wanted to play guitar in it, but at the same time, I was like, I don't want to put myself out there in Decrepit Birth and have to like play those notes.
How? Okay, honestly, dude,
you're talking. Like,
sorry, go.
You can play the fucking notes. It's like there's. I think there's just a lot to be.
I wouldn't have fun. I wouldn't have fun though. That's the thing.
How fucking cool was it to hear "And Time Begins" for the first time, dude?
Oh yeah, I used to.
How fucking rad was that?
I used to in my. That's what was so weird about that band. I would be in my room, like with no one in it, and my mom would not be home, and I would just be like in like 18, 17, whatever. And I would just be like pretending to be playing it.
Like, dude. On that cover, did Dan do that cover?
Dan Seagrave, yeah.
That's what like. I feel like that's the one artist where like like when you did your art, you're gonna like that band. Like earlier we were talking about like you're just buying albums off of base like what like that was like all right. You look at it, you're like, this is Dan Seagrave.
That's the cool shit, dude. Where you could recognize certain artists. Yeah.
Like when "And Time Begins," I feel like it's one of those ones. I feel like at least for me, there was like a gap between like that art. I feel like you hadn't seen Seagrave show up for a while. And then Decrepit Birth, like, just like,
got this one of the sickest.
You want to come out of the fucking dark and do some shit, and you're like, okay, metal's back. I don't know.
My favorite was like being obsessed with that. Like they released a couple like Unique Leader like clips, and I was like, whoa, dude, this is so sick. And then finding out like way later they were from like down the street from me. Like I had no idea. I was like, this band's like from Sweden, dude.
So when you listen to it for the first time, but then you start to listen to it for a while and you start to be like, is this human?
No, I didn't think about that. That was not even on
that was
my radar.
Before you realized how actually was recording all that.
I mean, now it's on my radar.
But I'm
like
building
back
up
then,
to.
I was like, these guys
I'm
are
building
aliens.
up to a Casey Howard praise, which is the first time seeing it played by a human.
Yeah.
That
those are my two claims to fame. My two claims to fame is seeing Casey Howard try out for Decrepit Birth, and all those videos were filmed, and the guy from Rangeville sitting on my computer and writing that fucking thing that went like super viral on fucking on Lamb Goat.
I'm really the fame, dude. That was like I feel like one of those few things that like kind of like triggers you where you're like, oh shit, and it all comes back. You know?
Yeah.
Oh
my god, I remember brain trolling. To remember for that is awful.
It's like he spread my butt cheeks and lifted up my ball sack, and it's like he just sat there. He said, I saw him write it. Like he was so angry. He like literally got home from tour, ran to my room. He's like, "Can I use your computer?" I'm like, "Yes," and just sat there and was just like sweat. He was like pissed. There was no periods. There's no commas. He just went and just like because he thought someone was going to take over the site or take over the permissions to the social media at the time, MySpace, and he was like so then it's going like fucking, and because I had Jeff texting me too from the band, and I was like, I don't know, I'm not getting involved, like it's Dylan's band, I don't want to get involved, but I already had to go in on tour. Dylan hit me, I was like, change the password, this is the password of the Brangeville account, change it. And then he came home and ran into my room and just like like fuck, like a little autism, just like sat there and like and just went at it, right? It just went at it, and I was sitting there just going like, boom, and then like I remember like he just like came out of my room like, all right, dude, I'm good, and then it just went like viral for the time. I'm good.
But no, it's a shame because he's fucking fun. Like I will never in my life be able to play guitar like that. No matter how many hours I put in, and it sucks that like one internet thing can ruin that for like such an amazing fucking like talented person.
That's what you're saying though. It comes down to like like cool, you can play crazy and stuff like that, but can you get along with people?
Keep your mouth shut. Because I will say I've flipped my ball sack up, I've bent over, fucking spread them and squatted.
Then you shut your goddamn mouth.
Did you cough?
And you smiled.
Definitely was not smiling, but like
that's not part of the rules. Part of the rules, you don't need to smile during it. You just need to shut your goddamn mouth.
Like Look, it don't look pretty back there, but like I guess you're gonna.
It was a closed lip smile. He still kept his mouth shut.
Yeah, my guys, I gotta piss again.
Go for it, dude. Go for it.
Okay.
Yeah,
It's all good.
piss
If
is
you
like
guys
one
are
of my
so
favorite.
willing to hang, dude, I could go
This
as
is hilarious.
long
I
as
love
you
this.
guys
I love
fucking
this.
want to go.
What I want to happen before this fucking ends, and I don't like. I feel like no one's listening now, and it's just us hanging out. So like, I
They'll
feel
listen
like,
later.
and no, I mean, who cares? Because I'm having a good time. We're hanging out. I haven't seen fucking Anthony in like 20 years, so this is.
I
fucking
know, dude. I know, this is so cool.
I feel like I'm gonna win tonight if I can talk Anthony into flying into New Jersey on Saturday.
Oh my god!
I knew it was. Did I
I'll-
fucking
I'll-
manifest this
I'll-
in the beginning, dude?
I'll pay $300 towards it. I have $300 on it if you fly out.
Yo, I got 200 on it. I got 200
Dude,
on.
I
It's
would love
500
to,
right
but
now.
I'm going on a weekend getaway with my family already, dude. It's
All right,
booked.
I'm not-
Family
Guaranteed.
shit.
That's the one thing I won't fuck with. If you don't have the
Yeah, I know.
Honestly, like it's actually gonna be really cool, dude. So
Can you
if you don't
prove that?
mind me,
Can you prove that the family thing's happening? So I don't know. You're just using it as like
right
a
now, I'm
card
gonna
that we
prove it
can't-
with what I'm about to talk about right now. If you give me 5 minutes, I'll give you the abridged version of how cool this weekend's
I don't
gonna
wanna
be.
break.
Okay, I already believe it. I already believe it the way you're talking about.
So
Full version.
So we're going to Guerneville, or some people call it Gurneyville, which is near Santa Rosa. It's right along the Russian River.
All right,
I
0101 New Jersey Death Fest sounds better. All right.
So I grew up doing summers here because we had a house in my dad's side of the family since my dad was a kid.
The
So-
nostalgia factor is huge, and I get
Yes.
that. That's
So what's sad is that the house is no longer in the family, but it's still there. Somebody lives there. We're gonna walk by it and take a look real quick, and that's gonna be cool. But we're gonna go into town. I'm gonna play the fucking golf course that I used to play as a young buck up until in my 20s and shit. It's gonna be wild, dude. I'm gonna take some cool strolls to show my youngest daughter has never been. So, and my middle, it was so small the last time we were there. He was still taking baths in the fucking sink in the kitchen,
Dude,
know.
so the kids are gonna be making the fucking memories you had. So that's fucking
Yeah, dude. And what's gonna be
Yeah.
cool is that my teenager, I want to see how many things he's gonna remember, because I've already thought about it today. When you get into town, just off to the left, I hope it's still there. In front of an old movie theater is like a giant pink elephant. And he used to always trip on it every single time we would drive into town. But I don't want to say anything about it. I want to hope that it's there. I'm going to actually try and do my research to see if it still is. And if it is there, I want to keep quiet and see if it fucking naturally hits that fucking thing, And if it doesn't, then I want to be like, you know what you just missed? Either way, I just want to see what happens, So that's the cool shit, dude. And fishing on the river. So Jersey Metal Fest sounds fucking dope, dude. And I would love to give you a fucking big old hug in person this weekend, dude.
Yo,
But-
I would fucking give anything for what you're doing this weekend instead.
Yeah, dude. I mean, and the dog's gonna be there too. We got an Airbnb that's ready for the dog too. It's the dog's first trip.
No, you
I'm like,
wouldn't.
fuck
Come on.
yeah,
Hey, he's
dude.
got a full family. That's sick as fuck. If you have a family you're bringing, like right now, I want to go to fucking New Jersey Death Fest, dude.
Yo, I'm gonna be hanging in a hotel room alone, like for like Todd from a Bassinate to come drink a beer with me and do some.
Yeah.
But I said, dude, that you still need that. You do need that, dude. You need that for sure, dude. And Joel,
Yeah,
fucking, he's feeling what I'm saying, dude. He's got fucking a little one on the way, dude.
Yeah.
no
I got a little one. Yeah. Oh yeah. I feel like everyone at my work, I told one person and like 90 people know now, so I feel like everyone knows. But yeah, I got a little boy on the way September. So I'm getting to that point of like, but the thing is though, over the last like from 2020 to 2024, I went to maybe 150 shows. Like I was kind of going through like, I need to be out there and do stuff with keep my mind busy, blah blah. I'm not gonna have any kids ever. Well, it was like my brain was kind of in a mode of like, not, I wouldn't say, it was just to have fun and fuck it. My brain was, I was in a fuck. I had a huge case of the fuck it's. So, and which was awesome. I had so much fun with the fuck it's. it basically turned into a thing though. I was like going to 6 shows a week maybe and flying out to shows because I got a decent job where I was like I'm able to do this now, and I was like, yeah, I was just psyched to be able to.
I know. I didn't even see a thumb. I actually looked down at you after that, dude, and I was like,
dude, I'm getting an Apple computer like tomorrow, dude.
Oh, wait, what are you doing for work now?
I so basically like since I was a kid, I've always been kind of a nerd with like, you know, IT shit, like programming and stuff like that. But I never, I basically got out of it. It's funny. So I was like interning at Cisco Systems when I was maybe 13 or 14. And then I was like, this sucks. I want to do music kind of thing. Because music was kind of like touching me at this point. And I was like playing guitar. I had guitar lessons with this guy, and that would just teach me guitar songs I wanted to hear. He wasn't teaching me any theory or anything, but like, what do you want to play? And I was like, I want to play fucking first. I think the first song I ever learned was Sepultura, New Slave World. And I went to like, you know, Pantera. Yeah. I went through like all the shit that I wanted to learn. And then because the first ever guitar lesson was like, all right, dude, sit down. Let's learn the major scale. Let's go ahead and go through the scales. And I was like, fuck all this. I was like, I'm not doing this. To start off, like, I'm excited to play guitar right now. You want to go through scholastic stuff right now? I'm not into this. And he's like, I was in the McCormick band. I forget what he was like, you know, he was kind of one of us, just like, I played for this famous guy once, and you need to listen to what I was like, I'd like to have fun though. Is it fun?
I sessioned on one album for this one guy that I think is fucking bro. So listen to me.
I want to say, hold on, Adam, where are you going?
He's going to pee.
Oh,
get some weed.
He's gonna go load up on the herb.
Stream is like, I don't know if everybody that's watching like the, I guess just Reef.
The millions.
No, we got more, and actually since we've been talking,
there's been some people like.
I was gonna say like.
Sorry, I'm not putting.
I don't know.
Shout out to Ian. Wait, I gotta give Ian a shout out real quick. Sick Drummer Magazine. I don't know if you've ever.
Oh, yeah, dude! Hell yeah, Ian.
So Abdicate. Do you guys know?
Sunday. I just wanted to say I feel like the top half of the screen is really wholesome. I don't like the bottom half. Like when Adam gets back, I'm definitely asking.
I love the self-deprecating.
You're super self-deprecating the whole fucking thing, dude. And it's so funny because he's such a handsome dude. Like, I mean, he looks so much like a other person, so that's why he's so handsome, dude.
No, we're talking about
me right now.
we're just talking about how me and Al are so handsome, dude.
No, Adam,
that's beautiful.
What I was talking about is like how wholesome the top of the screen is. I don't know if your screen's like laid out the same as mine, but like those two are on top. I'm like, they got their kids and like life.
I don't have any kids yet.
I see having kids and like life means a lot. And like I used to listen to these sad songs, you know, and like I'm down here like I can't wait till this is like almost over when I can ask Adam if he can pick me up a bag tomorrow.
No, dude. So how it works is though. You know what's funny is you're gonna look back on all these like shitty times that you're having right now, and you're gonna be like, dude, that was fun. Like you're gonna look back at like this is fun later on.
Yo, if I still lived in Boston, this would be wicked fun.
Wicked.
If you live in California, it'd be hella fun.
It's just depressing now, and
well,
but
dude, I mean, it's fresh. It's fresh.
Though. Can you get me back?
Yeah, of course.
And sometimes a bag, an occasional bag. Don't start with the.
No, going to New Jersey Death Fest, motherfuckers. If you want
exactly.
Exactly. A bag of treats. Yeah.
That's 5.5 hours from here. So
I would not. I mean, I wouldn't partake because obviously 3 kids, but I wouldn't turn a blind. I wouldn't. I would say
you are narrowing it down. Let them pretend like it's a bag of marijuana and just shut the fuck up.
Oh, it's so much marijuana.
You're high as fuck on like, actually, dude, I wouldn't partake.
Okay. If we're already talking about like different drugs between that and other, you know, weed and stuff like that,
this is recorded.
I would say we're live right now too. I would say that
people hear this.
I think we smoked
I'm just
opium,
kidding.
and I'm pretty sure I smoked opium in Maryland with you as well.
Oh, I was huge on the opium. I love the opium.
No, that was our thing. That was our only thing. We're like,
We definitely smoked opium
You
at
know,
that Motel
Yeah,
6.
like, our band's not good, but if you book us, we're totally bringing opium.
Yeah, like
We're the only motherfuckers that know where to find opium.
Yeah. Whoever's coming from Japan and has straight opium, let's fucking.
It was crazy.
And it was a ride,
like,
dude.
Just around randomly. Like, we were growing up doing all like the regular shit, like getting into drugs and all that stuff. And then all of a sudden, like opium made its like was around, and like there's nothing. It's not like.
I always thought it was weed as a kid.
It's like it was just like a very kind of calm, high opium shit.
Yeah.
That was like before OCs were a thing too. So you're like,
this is
just
before, like
you want to smoke some
OCs.
It's like
in the Northeast, like OCs are like a fucking like. Dude,
That probably ruined your town, dude.
Cool.
Wait, what's OCs? I don't even know.
Do we have to? I had to say.
Wait, yeah, never mind the little white compacted version.
Well, now I never did it because we just said it out loud.
Like we're not like we're not like a downers crew or anything like that. Like we don't get down like that. But like it's a fucking plight on our area over here. Like
no doubt.
Everybody that we know here, it knows at least like 2 or 3 people that have died from OCs, and like it's just oh my god.
Totally.
I didn't.
I
have stories for you, but I can't say them.
Looking hard. I didn't mean to do that.
No, for sure. What I was thinking is like, I mean, at least opium's like the natural version of it, you know?
Yeah. So like,
and obviously, we're talking about when we were fucking in our 20s, dude. I mean, I came to that show with a fake ID, dude. I was 19.
I get it. Totally wouldn't do any of that at my.
Man, we have a good time. This is why we do it. Like the reason like the reason that we're here, the reason we're doing this interview, everything we do in our life is like we do to have a good time. Because like
dude, we're only here once, bro. Why not fucking party when we can, dude? And know our limits, you know, at certain times, and know that maybe at certain times we can push our limits, but it might, you know, borrow from tomorrow, you know,
and the week after.
I think I'm gonna lead into a plug with this.
What you got?
A plug?
No, seriously. I think just kind of like going off of that. That's kind of like why me and Adam started doing like the stepdad bullshit. It was like okay, we're like we got old. Like we've done the bands, we tried, didn't work, but like. Let's fucking do it for ourselves for once and fucking have fun. And like, I feel like, and like doing the stepdad thing's been like fun as shit. It's my excuse to get Adam up here because I live in the middle of nowhere. Like he has to drive 3 hours to get to me. Yeah. And like, it's been my excuse to be like, yo, I want to hang out with my fucking best friend. And now I can drag him up here. And like,
yeah, dude.
It's
girlfriend doing guest vocals, so like now it's just like he's getting both of us up here and like fucking like sing and shit. It's a blast, man.
So how do you guys do that though? It's like Adam's got kids. You got to like my best friend. God damn it, he's got 2 kids, and for my birthday, like obviously, like he's like I don't want to like buy you a thing that's you're not going to use. So he printed me bropons, like coupons. That's like. It's so you pull it out. You're like, you got to hang out with me tonight, and we got to party tonight. So I have
that's sick, dude. I actually like that idea a lot.
Yeah. And I was like, I just got him, and I was like, this is the sickest gift I've ever got in my life. Just like I'm like, I could just hold one up and be like, nope, sorry, we're going to go drink, dude, tonight. That's what's happening next. And I was like, fucking rad, dude, because it's my buddy. Like I want to hang out. Yeah. He's in the family life and stuff, and I'm about to be in that, so I'm just like, right now, let's go fucking rage. Like, what are we doing? Come on. Show this to Ray.
Is there like you can't like your friend can't like deny if you pull the card?
Yeah. You have to pull the card. Yeah, he gave me like a few, like 4 or 5 of them. So it's like
a bro hall pass, dude. That's what it is.
Dude. concert.
Nice.
Like, and he has to show it to his wife, just like he pulled a fucking rope on
He
me.
pulled it,
dude.
And Tay knows how important those things are,
sure,
and
100%.
and obviously he wouldn't have just put them. He wouldn't have given them to you if she didn't already know.
Yeah,
She's already
like,
prepped for it.
And that family saved a bunch of money and didn't have to buy me a gift or anything. Just gave me a couple laminated things, just like boom, dude. And I'm like,
I mean, really, dude.
These
Fuck
are
money.
dangerous.
Fuck money. That's so much more valuable.
Yeah,
You know, because you're at your wits. You're almost done, dude. You're almost done. So you're 40. You're about to have a kid.
I know, I'm about to die, dude.
You're fucking cooked, bro.
Wait, is everybody here 40 right now? This is fucking crazy.
No, Adam's got a couple more months.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I wanted to talk to you guys about something because, like, we're talking about getting older, being 40.
Are you July 16th?
I had what?
You July 16th?
Yeah, July 16th. You got it. June 10th.
July
My wife's July 8th.
Got you.
My wife's July 8th. All you guys.
What'd you say?
My wife's July 8th.
So that means that all our people that made us fucked around Halloween. Anyways, keep going.
I'm a Scorpio, so we all got pinchers. Wait, Alan, what's your birthday?
My birthday is June 10th. My soon-to-be ex-wife is texting me right now asking.
I got married on your birthday, bro.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Whoa.
It's
married on your birthday.
It could either be a sad day or a happy day. Is it a happy day?
Oh, it's definitely a happy day, dude.
Oh yeah. You're still with the.
Oh yeah, dude. Everything's great, dude. Family of 5. Well, family of 6 with the dog. So it's like,
yo, guys, I gotta tell you,
I know he fucks so much, dude, with his fucking his wiener just shoots kids out.
You're like the better looking version of me that like has the life.
Oh yeah. Tell him how you feel about it though, because isn't that stupid how he like looks all good?
I mean,
I feel like if you were me,
you guys hear me?
you'd be like 2 inches shorter with a way worse microphone upstairs.
But
I left you and no kids.
I'm only 5'8", so I think we're basically the same, dude.
Did I just not guess that you were 2 inches shorter than me?
wait, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, what's up, dude?
I put you full screen right now. You're full screen right now.
Yeah, everybody can see you. You gotta.
Yeah, I only gotta see. What do I get?
What do you got?
I'm seeing like a full big ass picture of myself.
Yeah, I put you on full screen because we can hear you, and I want you to
do it on purpose.
Click.
It's beautiful.
You don't have to talk. You don't have to talk out of it. I can
control it. There it is.
Yo, hey Adam.
Listen,
guys. Can we put Adam back in full screen for a second?
Yeah.
All right, show everybody your no cap. Look at those beautiful fucking teeth.
Dude, I know, dude. 0 cavities, dude. That's insane, dude.
Motherfucker's been smoking it.
Look at that, dude. Look at those molars, dude. He's eating, dude, he can fucking
take him off.
murder a steak, dude.
Oh my god. All right. Listen, okay. I remember. All right.
There it is. Boom.
All right, so like Stepdad's doing like shows and shit like this. I saw something recently that like we're talking about like getting older and shit. This inspired me like crazy. Al, I'm talking about the show we did in Brattleboro, Vermont.
Yeah.
So like the people that ran this venue out there, they have a venue and it's like they turned it into a skate park. It's an indoor skate park and it's also a venue. So I didn't know any of this pulling up. I've played shows in I'm from Massachusetts. I've played shows for 20 years. I've never been to Vermont to play a show like ever, which is just it's crazy. It's right there.
Wild. Yeah.
So anyway,
it's not crazy. They like fish there. It's like it's not like
that's what you think. Like that's like
more
Vermont's like
rule
fish.
in Vermont.
Vermont has a fucking crusty punk scene. But okay, anyway,
I love crust punk.
I pull up to this fucking venue and like I'm like a little ways down the street and I see a Pig Destroyer Prowl in the Yard shirt in this shop, like because it's like I'm in like the right downtown area, and I'm like, holy shit, this is. I immediately go inside. I immediately see all these like fucking vintage, like awesome, cool fucking death metal shirts, like every genre you can think of, but all metal. And then the back is like a tattoo shop. There's also piercing. They got this just whole cool place. And dude comes up from the counter. He goes, "Yo, you playing tonight?" And I'm like, yeah, like we're not here. we're like playing at this like skate park, I guess. He's like, yeah, we own that. So like this fucking dude, like he bought a rec center, so it's like a community thing. You know, there's no drinking and shit like that, but like turned it into a skate park. The same people own a death metal shop right down the street that sells all sorts of vintage concert t-shirts. They have a tattoo shop and a piercing shop inside the place, and like we've never even heard of it. But they're killing it. They're killing it out there.
That's rad, dude. I mean, those places need to be alive. Yes, dude. That artwork, bro. That artwork was so.
We were talking about that sample earlier, like the opening samples of that. Fucking like.
Yeah, we were talking about that. That's right.
But as far as artwork too, like what was scarier to you at that time, a Cannibal Corpse painting artwork or that fucking thing, dude?
That was way scarier.
Like imagine opening up your closet and that dude's in there.
He's
dude.
still that face, that smiling face. Like when you say problem, I think about that immediately. But
I mean, let's pull it up real quick and let's see the eyes real quick.
Hold on, let me get it back again. Here you go.
You guys got like people working.
Dude, fucking motherfucker.
That's so scary. I didn't even know, to be honest with you, I didn't even notice he was sawing at his leg because the face was so scary.
Dude, I was only scared of that. That was the scarier thing about it. Is like the Cannibal Corpse thing, people are hacking at other people. This guy is hacking at himself, dude.
Like, fuck your leg, dude. Your face is all fucked up.
And what a fucking
yeah,
perfect grind record, dude. Perfect fucking more than grind. Obviously, there's other elements too. But,
for a sec?
dude, please, dude, I'm the grind guy. I mean, I shouldn't say I'm the grind guy. I'm the most grind on the pod.
Okay, yeah. I keep saying grind's my heart. I like grind and Adam. Grind and Adam are my heart. But
Brian Adams.
Cloud Rat. Got it all. Because this
what?
Is
say again.
Cloud Rat.
Oh yeah.
Cloud Rat, no.
You know, but I'm telling Anthony right now.
Okay.
Oh, you're not talking. We're not just hanging out here.
Dude, this is that's all we're doing. No one's listening to us.
We're just speaking to the ether.
And no, we're having a good time. We're fucking hanging out, man. This is
exactly, dude.
Dude, check out Cloud Rat. You gave me a really good like sad playlist earlier. I want to like give you a good grind playlist.
Nice.
Dude, if you haven't been listening to Cloud Rat, you've been missing out on
okay. I'm gonna open up a new thing right now.
I want to give you an album in particular. Hold on.
Cloud Rat. Is it one word or two words? Doesn't really matter. I'll find it.
No. Cloud Rat, I'm pretty sure it's two words.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it is two words.
Is this Cloud Rat?
Threshold's a record.
Is this Cloud Rat?
Dude, yeah. Yes.
There they are.
Hell yeah.
All their glory. Made the world know this is the best band that's existed in grind.
All right, name them. Name them from left to right.
So that's Sally on the left. We got Jose in the middle and Malcolm on the right.
Nice.
Nice. I don't know who any of these people are, but
dude.
Anyways, everybody should listen to Cloud Rat because that's fucking. I feel like where music should be. It's like if Wormrot didn't replace their whole band this year, that's where they'd be. You know?
Is that not Cloud Rat?
Give me a for fans of type deal.
Wait, what kind of deal?
Like when you used to buy a record and it would say for fans of. If I picked up a Cloud Rat record,
for fans of. I took that as all one word because I've been drinking Adam's.
For fans of.
You know, yeah, dude. I started just speaking Italian real quick, dude. For fans.
So for Fanza, if you like Pig Destroyer, if they were maybe a little angrier and a little more punk rock.
Okay.
How dare you?
If I love Pig Destroyer.
I mean, Pig Destroyer is pretty fucking angry, dude.
Yeah.
But I feel like where Pig Destroyer like left off is where Cloud picked up. I don't know. I just fucking love Cloud Rat. They're
you guys listen to shit that's not
dude,
metal?
I'm down.
Is there anything
So-
like I know Al, you listen to shit that's not death metal, but do you guys like get down on
Of
anything?
course.
I'm all over the place,
What's
dude.
like what do we?
I mean, I would say the next style of music.
I got a
listen to
full
the
list
most
of all the
hip-hop.
shit they're listening to that's not death metal.
Me?
No, them.
Oh,
I've been keeping track. I have
Everything.
guys keep fucking tabs on you.
I have my Drive to New Jersey the Sad and Cry playlist.
I literally, and I could keep going on the fucking sad
Yo,
shit. I could totally take them.
These two and Reef fucking stack me up.
Dude, wait. All right, wait. One more I want you to write down, Alan, is Tigran, Tigran. New word, new last name, Hamasyan. And the album is Mock Root.
I feel like sad music has to hit you in a personal level, and I can't just like you can't just be like, yeah, dude, this is my sad personal level stuff.
No. I disagree wholeheartedly. I feel
I half-heartedly disagree, dude.
All right.
I half chubbedly agree with everybody.
Like emotions are emotions, and we all get it.
in my pants.
And like, if you can listen to like Jeff Buckley's like "Lover, You Should Have Come Over," after your wife just left you after 15 years, and you can like not get bummed out, then I will pay your bar tab for the rest of your life. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like emotions are emotions.
Mm-hmm.
And like music portrays that.
But there's a song I feel like that during that whole process that you randomly decide to listen to when you're going through the worst of the worst that will take precedent over whatever the fuck we tell you to listen to. That's all I'm saying.
But why I'm going to stand by what I'm saying is because when you find those songs, and I feel like you're like me because you kind of said something I identified with, is you find these like songs that you're like, here's this feeling I want to feel because I'm fucking miserable. And you listen to it over and over and over and over. And it's like, it's on repeat for like fucking 10 days. And you're like, I've listened to one song for 10 days and I stopped feeling that feeling. And you want the new song to feel that feeling. You're going to find it by showing you the new song. So that's why I'm making this playlist of new songs. And I'm going to fucking feel all your guys' feelings from back when you were sad. And I'm going to be like, yo, I'm fucking in it now.
You get this list.
And my fucking ex-wife's watching now because she just texted me. So she's going to fucking know tomorrow. And it's like,
Ian's your ex-wife? Sorry.
You shouldn't have left me. I would have made you there every night.
Oh my God.
But
I would have done so much better for you if you would have stayed. I know that's all heartache, dude. I don't want to joke about that, but I know.
If you're actually listening, I'm not talking shit. You're fucking rad.
But you love this girl.
My life, but I still love that. But
you love this girl, so it's like it's hard to like, and you want to keep a friendly someone that's brought you through so much part of your life. You don't want to be like
but back to what you brought up, I also want to keep that like misery going. So like I need new miserable songs to listen to.
We need misery with like some sort of optimism.
Haven't yet.
No optimism. I feel like optimism.
That's the I'm Jewish and I hate myself thing because my family I have family Jewish people that are like it's self.
Yeah. No, that doesn't stop.
But I mean, you have like within the self-deprecation, you have to find a glimmer.
No, my whole thing is
I thought it was funny what I was talking about.
No, I understand, but I understand what you're saying. But I just wanted to get real with it, which is like if it's fresh, dude, like fucking dive in, dude. But just you gotta find a way out of that eventually too. You feel the negativity and the sadness to somehow get to a point where you understand what happiness is again.
I
happiness.
I think
I'm not saying imagine happiness and joy right now. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying you got to go through the fucking rough shit to come out. There is that light at the tunnel, but you got to go through that shitty fucking tunnel, dude.
For me, like the big split ups and the things that were like didn't make sense in my brain was my rule of thumb was 3 months of pure alcoholism, just drink out, like black out like a bunch, like this is me. So don't. This is not for everyone.
Obviously,
I'm already 2 months into this blacking out a bunch.
Yeah,
so I'm on board. So keep going.
Yeah.
So he's got
So 3 months into that,
and
and then one because my dad told me this one thing that's like a dad thing. It's like a very obvious thing. He was like, "Hey, dude, if you're heard about this, don't like get hammered every night because you're gonna wake up hurt with a hangover." And I was like, "Whatever, Dad. You don't understand." At the time, and I would just keep like blacking out, going because I would go try to seek like I was in a band. I'm in a band. I have people that I'm gonna go meet them at the bar, and they're gonna be like, "Fuck yeah, dude!" They're gonna be like, "Fuck yeah" when I show up, and that's gonna be my validation. And I would be like, "Fuck yeah!" And then like finally, like 3 months into like doing it every night, and also too at the same time, I was like noticing like titties on me, and I was like, "All right, I gotta wake up in the morning, go to the."
Once you notice titties, dude, that's
go work out.
Man thing. You're like,
I have to work out.
Dude.
The thing is, I have to work out. I have to work out as hard as I can because I have titties. So I'm like, all right, work out as hard as you can, and then go to the bar and drink all night, and then wake up with like a bowl of macaroni and cheese in your shit in your bed, and then repeat, and then until like it was like to the point where I actually was in my kitchen and I literally fainted because I was partying so hard, and I was like, I need to work out though, and I sweat it out. It doesn't matter anymore. Go back. I was doing that like constantly over and over again until I literally fainted in my the kitchen. And I was like, oh shit, like I need to maybe get some like another route. So my whole thing was like party as hard as you can for 3 months, and then like turn it into like because at the same time, people that work out a bunch, that's a drug too. So like turn it into like
that's a good drug if you're eating healthy though.
I feel like where I'm at is like during those 3 months of being a mess, it's hard to picture the month after, It's in retrospect, like, fucking rage 3 months and then like start getting your shit together, then start liking yourself. But like during that 3 month period, if you knew you're gonna like yourself again, it's hard to be like, I can just do this and get it out. But like when you're in the moment,
there wasn't this social media presence there is now. It was kind of like you don't have to like take a shit and like see what other people are doing. It was kind of just like just get it done and like start like trying to like, all right, I have to find a mate again, like I have to get my boobs off the ground.
You're in a real area. Like, I mean, I think you said earlier there's like 8,000 people or something where you live. Like I got 800. So I'm like, I'm making very rash decisions where I'm like, I'm quitting my job and buying a bar. Doing some fucking dumb shit right now, and it's just like
maybe just sleep on it a little longer than you want to, and just like fucking assess it a little bit more because bars, restaurants, stuff like that, those things don't usually end up profitable after a certain amount of time.
But like I think coming from it's weird. I'm fucking going full therapy mode with you guys. I've never done that, and I feel like
this is good.
Dude, we're here for you, bro.
Talk me through it, and I guess only like probably like 2 people in Reef are listening. Love you, Reef. Thanks for
everybody in the future. But we're here now, but in the future, people are gonna hear this too.
But like, no one gives a fuck about Goratory.
I mean, you might hear it when you're.
Honestly, dude. Honestly, I'm gonna tell you right now. No, actually, just go, dude. We'll talk about it after.
Like,
Alan.
whereas like going this whole thing is like. I guess it's like hard to picture where life's going now. And like, I live in kind of the middle of nowhere. So it's like coming from the touring perspective where you're like used to just like, you have no holds bars. You're like, I have nothing to lose. Like, this is where I'm at. This is where I'm going. I have one goal and I'm going to get there. Like if I got to sleep on fucking cockroach, fucking like house floors for fucking 3 months, I'm going to do that. If I got to fucking have nowhere to sleep for the next 3 months, I'll do that. And like you're winging it because you have this weird end goal that no one, if anybody did get it, they tell you it's a stupid dream, but like,
right.
You miss that as much as you miss like where your life just was kind of thing. So I'm like, all right, I love my soon to be ex and she's still a good friend. She's the best person. And like, I will never say a bad thing about her because there's nothing bad to say, but you're like, I'm free again kind of moments. You're like, who am I? And you're trying to identify with that. You're like, I'm the guy that was sleeping in a van for 10 years. I'm the guy that was like, hey, we're headlining a tour and we're told we can't park here because the headliner has to park here because we were headlining in a fucking Ford Explorer with a trailer and
Yeah.
bus because I guess Whitechapel wanted a bus, and I love Ben. Not talking shit.
Fuck you, Ben.
I
love you, Ben.
We were just being economical, I guess, or
Yeah.
But it's like you start to think back on those days, and you're like, were these the best times? Was I just 29, so they were the best times, or is that just who I am? And you start questioning who your life is, and you're like, it's so easy to throw it away and want to fucking be at that like edge of like, man, I don't think I fucking feel like I'm a person unless like I'm living on that weird thing. So you're like, so that's where I'm at right now. Where I'm like, hey, maybe fucking quit the job, pretending I can type with 2 fingers because I'm protected by the union and they can't fire me because I can't type and be a stenographer. And maybe I should just fucking own this bar and fuck it. Like, this is where I'm at now. And so, I need that, maybe.
I want to interject just to say,
please, I want it. This is why I'm saying this, because I want what you're going
to say. Dude.
Oh, yeah.
So right now, you need to go through what you're going through, obviously, because we've talked about here I am. I feel like now I'm going therapist, but it really is true.
I've seen Anthony at his absolute worst, fucking like dark circles around his eyes. Like
this is me speaking from. This is me speaking from going through dark patches in life, dude, and it's fucking tough, dude. And there's so many days where you feel like you're not going to get through it, And what the fuck what is me? What am I? Who am I? Like, what am I supposed to be doing?
What do I bring? What's the whole
yeah. Exactly. No purpose, all that shit, dude. And so you go through a crazy thing, whatever it may be, like you're going through right now. The best thing for you to do is to fucking really go within, dude. And I know it sounds cliche, but it really is. You got to find yourself, because now the real deal is if you're getting divorced and she's gone, you have to sever yourself from that at some point, because eventually you're going to want to find somebody new. Well, there's some aspects of you that contributed to whatever happened with you and your ex. So those aspects, you really need to pinpoint them, find them, and realize that ego may be in your way of getting those, out of the way. But really, you got to find those points, better those points of yourself to be the better person for the next person in line. And
a lot of those things might have not been your fault.
And you don't even want to think about the next person. You don't even want to think about the next person right now. You're thinking about your ex. I can tell. You're definitely thinking about your ex. That's all you're thinking about. And that's okay, but I'm going to say that if it's something that isn't going to continue, then you need to find the quickest way to sever yourself from it to where you can better yourself. That kind of sounded poetic right there.
No. I'm loving it. This is all great stuff.
And dude, and Joel spoke about it too. We've all been there for each other during these hard times. I mean, shout out to Casey. He's been through some hard shit too, and we all need the homies, at least one of us to lean on, because it's there's only a certain relationship that you can fully entrust, just being totally vulnerable and opening up to, and knowing that person's going to understand where you're coming from, because they know you, because you guys grew up and were doing the most vulnerable shit together, which is exposing yourself to making music together. How many times have you written riffs where you brought it to the jam space thinking how many people are going to shit on this tonight,
Every time.
No, but I'm just saying that it's and having the positive, reinforcement of a posse of homies that
you know what, just
you
being
know.
in a band with Al for so long, like I know for a fact, like after a set, like, you know, Al will definitely fucking like, he'll like, you know how people like everyone's their own worst critic, like it, like I'll get that vibe, and like, but I didn't realize that like when you come like riff wise, like that also transcends into like the riff.
Well, your riff represents you, or your drum beat represents you, or your vocal
This motherfucker
patterns
right here, he
represent
writes
you.
the best riffs I've ever.
I know, dude. They're all so sick.
Well, that's
dude.
why he's good. That's why he's good, is because he's not like, I'm the best. He's like, no, that sucked. I need to do better.
And
That's
sour
why
grapes,
those people are
sour
the best.
grapes is like, I mean, all of it's great, dude. But it's knock my socks off shit, dude. It really is, dude. Sour grapes is something that we need to make sure that more people. But that's another point that I wanted to bring up, is that with Odious and Goratory, another, connection is that we are just like musicians, dude. All our fans are bands, basically. And then we have like the small percentage of actual like random people, but really I don't know what it is, but we just made stuff that was just, I don't know. More bands are into our shit than that's why we geek out on you guys. We're geeking out on you guys, and vice versa.
Before we even met, we
on a Tuesday night, and the only people that show up are the other bands and their
girlfriends. Yeah.
Totally, dude. And that's still all love, like it's totally, it still makes sense to me. Yeah, it sucks that when you make something like we've all done multiple times with all the albums that we've made, and actually felt proud of what we did, and then you put it out there, and then most of the guys that are hitting you up are just the homies that you already know, like, oh dude, sick shit, dude. It's our version of Sick Set. It's our version of Sick Set, but it's it. But you're throwing an album into the world, and it's like Sick Set.
Well, one really cool thing that I've noticed about you is that
Sick Set.
Yeah, one thing, like I said in the beginning, is like,
I gotta piss. Sorry.
Yeah,
I gotta pee too. We get bad. Can we do a group?
Let's group. Everyone leave.
Hey, we've been talking for 4 hours. You guys can have a little bit of silence right now.
We can group. Yeah, we can group and just
group. We'll be back.
Hey,
you're dumb.
Hey, what's up, brother?
Yo, it's just us. Oh man, you gotta
make a little munchies here. This guy's so fucking cool.
I know. Yeah, I still haven't met him.
Yeah, this is Munch Al.
Yeah, what's up, Munch?
I'm purring up a storm right now. It's so fucking cute.
I don't even know where all my guests are.
That was probably record piss for the podcast. Over all these episodes, that was the longest piss I've ever had, dude. That was crazy.
Yo, it's all cool. Munch is here.
Yeah,
dude, Munch, what up?
There's a guest on the show tonight.
Well, I shouldn't say that now because I've built up a tolerance. But when I was a kid, dude, my first experience with cats was my next door neighbor. Their cat had kittens.
My main house. God damn it!
And I went over and played with the kittens, and I came home and my eyes were swollen shut. You
Oh,
know,
yeah, the
and I was
allergies.
like,
it means you're the devil, dude.
yeah.
Can I
All right,
introduce,
or maybe I got touched by the devil. Whatever.
What's your cat's name?
But
I'd like to introduce Bubba B for the 2 people that
Nice.
are listening right now.
That's
Seven.
awesome.
This is
Dabby.
my beautiful Bubba.
Oh, I love my cat so much, dude. It's insane.
What, you got a tattoo?
Oh yeah, my cat's Sagan, like Carl Sagan. Listen, Sagan.
Fuck yeah,
He
sick.
is,
shout
he's
out.
sick as fuck,
Nice.
dude. He is a. I bring him into the vet every now and then, and they're just like, he's like a human being. Like, what's going on? Like he sits there and goes like, I talk to him. I talk to him in the morning. I'll be like, what's up, Sagan? He'll be like, he like talks back to me, and like I have conversations with him. Like he's literally, like during the hardest times of my life, that cat was just me and him in an apartment, and like, and we literally like he made me like smile to the point where I was like didn't think smiling was possible, and so when he passes, that's my first tattoo. I don't have any tattoos.
Fuck,
is
man.
gonna be that
Don't
cat.
start talking, dude. I
tattoo?
just
What's that?
Where are you gonna get it? Where are you gonna get the cat tattoo? You doing chest or arm?
I hate pants, so probably calf.
Calf.
calf to make
That's
sure it's
solid.
always showing.
Solid.
I'm back it. I
Yeah.
back it for sure.
Yeah.
Can I
Fuck,
show you how
dude, this
nervous
is
I was tonight? So I finished a 12-pack of Coors. I did 1 Busch Light, 2 of Adam's Twisted Teas.
I did.
and
this
the sponsor of the evening.
I did 7-8%.
Sponsor of the evening.
What is that?
Irish.
I did 7-8%.
Oh,
Seltzers.
Yeah,
And it's a
well-
work night. It's a work night, so only 7.
I
Oh.
realized I've kept
good.
it together. I've actually been toning it down. I only got a 6-pack of High Noons.
I have
lined
an
up here right
insane
now.
alcohol tolerance.
Well,
And
what do you guys do outside of here?
outside of the podcast, we live our lives, bro.
we fucking go out and build
You have like day jobs?
Yeah,
No.
I want to. Anthony works at an auto shop for his father.
I'm
Yeah.
a vice president of a.
How do you
I'm a
know
vice
this?
His wife. They're going on an amazing trip
I
coming
swear
up.
to God.
Can't wait.
His teenager's gonna know what nostalgia feels like, and he's gonna. Feel
I know, dude. And I hope that it
I'm gonna be very jealous.
and a part of me is like trying to stay positive because it's like there's the version of like going to a record store that you used to go to, and then the metal section is dwindled down to nothing. So you go to this town and maybe it might be dwindled down to nothing. Dude.
Or it's
But-
fucking hopping.
Oh, dude, that would be sick. That would
That'd
be
be
sick.
We'd like if it's hopping.
But it's cool because like we're going with my my wife's sister and her boyfriend, and I'm playing some golf with her boyfriend, and he's a chef, so he's gonna be cooking, and I'm like, dude, it's
never
fucking sick, and it's right on the river, dude. I'm gonna be fishing with the boys, and my little daughter loves to do it too, so it's just like the whole kids.
Dude, Italian. Okay, so he's in a big Italian family. He like has the sickest life, dude. So this guy, every time he eats, like it's like every Friday, like the whole family gets together and
Yeah,
we
it
talk
is like
over a huge table of like I've sat with my family like 9 times in my life. Like,
I already fucking hate him. He looks
I
exactly.
know, right?
And I'm like, why couldn't I have had his life?
Don't
No, turns
start
out
doing that.
you're a better version than him. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, turns out I'm
I know
actually.
Because my life's miserable, and I'm like, hey, tell me all the sad songs I can listen tomorrow. And he's like, yo, I'm going to this nostalgia thing with my beautiful family, my beautiful kids. It's gonna be amazing.
I'm not trying to. I mean, I didn't want to be like that. That was my
No,
that
that's
was
just
my argument in the court, Mr. Stenographer, dude. I was trying to fucking argue myself in court.
No, he has a really loving family, and it's a really big family, and it's very. I've been jealous of it for a long time, and I've told you that a million times. I've
I
told you
gotta
that a million times.
honestly, Anthony, I want to say like at this age, this is like the age like all mine and Adam's friends are getting divorced and being miserable, and it's like it's fucking rad as shit to see someone be like, yo, my family's fucking awesome. I got 3 fucking awesome kids. I got a fucking awesome wife. We're doing this fucking sick vacation coming up. Like, dude,
Yeah.
you're fucking killing it, man.
Where are you
Like,
going on your
Yeah,
vacation?
dude, and I mean, yeah, there's definitely trials and tribulations, but overall, like,
that's life.
I think that like, yeah, I'm definitely blessed with my situation. I kind of, my dad's family was 6 6 kids, dude. And I'm like, that's too much, but 3 it's manageable.
Dude, Trapani is fucked, dude. The Trapani's
we're Sicilians, dude. We're fucking 2%. We're 2% Neanderthal, dude.
Okay? I gotta work in like 3 hours, so I'm gonna bounce. Okay.
Shit. Oh shit.
Are you happy with them?
Yeah, I gotta go. Okay.
All right,
Adam, dude, you fucking rock, dude.
Dude, we love you, dude.
Yo, worm rot tomorrow.
What'd you say?
Worm rot tomorrow. I'll see you 5:30.
Yes. Yeah. I'll call you to let you know what time I'm gonna be out of work and shit. And yeah.
That's
all
Right
right,
on, dude. Adam, you're a G, bro.
Some on the top
All right.
screen. If you can get me a bag, I'd appreciate it.
Okay, buddy. Love you.
I love you.
All right, hey guys, nice meeting you.
Love you,
Yeah,
man.
dude. Cheers,
Appreciate it.
bro.
Have a good night.
All right.
Oh yeah, buddy. Good stuff. That was fucking rad. I love that guy.
Yeah, dude. I'm sick, dude. Well, Al, if you're wherever you're at, we're at, dude. I mean, it's and Joel, I don't know where you're at, but I mean, it's only 11:19 over here. It's fucking way later for Al over there, dude.
I have no idea what time it is.
It's only
Yeah, I shouldn't have
11. It's only
reminded you.
11 at your time, dude. Right now.
Yeah,
That's
dude. It's
fine.
only 11 for you.
Yeah, it's definitely not 2:20 in the morning. Definitely not going to court in 4 hours.
Damn, dude.
Are you going to court in 4 hours?
No, I took tomorrow off. No, we're good.
Yeah.
Oh, court.
Yeah, you
oh,
mentioned
that's
that
right.
earlier.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
going
Sorry for-
I'm going
Sorry.
to see Adam tomorrow. I'm driving down to Boston. But
That's awesome,
dude.
dude. Having that, like, it's funny because it's not funny, but like, you know, getting back involved in like in the last 2.5 years for me, it's like we're pregnant now. We got married. All these things have happened in the last 2 years, and like, I feel like the friend like hangout used to be like number one, like go hang out with the friends, and it kind of like turns into like I got a family now, so that's gonna be a planned thing. Let's go ahead and plan that. When it used to be like willy nilly, go out. No, we're going tonight.
Spontaneous trips are the shit, dude.
Yeah. It's like we're going tonight, and then we're gonna full flight of 8. I don't know. We'll do whatever we want. You know what I mean? It's
Or
like,
even just like, oh, dude, it's fucking. My thing was, it's fucking Friday. As soon as I get off work, I'm driving down to the Thunderdome or the Furniture Dome, and I'm basically gonna sleep wherever the fuck I can sleep and get into whatever fucking shenanigans we can get into, you know?
Yeah.
And that was what the goal was. And you know, being from Pacifica, which we're a beach town, but a lot more fog than Santa Cruz, you know, so
I'm
more sun.
You're on the beach. I fucking miss I miss the ocean so much, man.
Yeah.
Well, New Hampshire. How far is New Hampshire from where you are to the beach?
I mean, there's ocean in New Hampshire, but I'm probably like 2.5 hours from ocean at this point.
Fuck.
I grew up there, you know, like I moved out to the mountains because like I feel like Boston area, it was like fun as shit. Cause you're like, all right, everybody's into metal. Like this is like a fun area to grow up in and everything. But you're like, okay, my life is like I got a 1-bedroom apartment with 3 people kind of situation, or like
100%.
apartment with like 5 people to like afford it. And I never had a backyard growing up, so like moved up here, and then like, oh man, we got fucking land. It's cheap as shit. You can get like a whole house and 5 acres for the same price as like a apartment.
Yeah.
So like,
are you close to Mount Magalloway?
I don't know what that is. No,
You can just tell Joel's on like the New Hampshire Wikipedia right now.
No, I'm looking at the map right now.
no, I mean, I'm near Mount Washington. If that, like, I guess I'm like 45 minutes north of Mount Cannon. But I don't know. Like, it was nice being married up here because you're like, we got quiet, we got like nice.
Yeah. You commit to like the quiet lifestyle, and then you become like on your own. That's tough. That's
Dude, it was fun.
How can I not laugh at it? Life's
I know I burped while I was talking.
Can I get real personal on
Yes, please.
on this
mean,
fucking
dude,
podcast in front of the
if you
people
we're
listening?
here for it, like I said, dude. You can do whatever you want. We're here for you.
But like, so like I like doing the dating app shit, and like I went to Portland with a bunch of friends last weekend, and like
Love Portland.
No, it's Portland, East Coast, right?
It's Maine.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah, Maine.
I've
Portland,
never
Maine.
been-
It's East Coast as you can get. It's on the ocean.
Not Oregon.
But it was like
Talking
All Out War and Scatter Remnants are playing. And like, do you remember Scatter Remnants? By the way,
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck? Scatter Remnants is back. That's fucking amazing.
Yeah.
Way too old to be doing this, but like, fucking respect. This is amazing.
Totally, dude.
But yeah, no, it's like they were playing. So I like went out, got a hotel room, and like came home, and like all my dating apps were like lit up with like vegan like metal people. I'm like, where I live, like there's none of that. Like, it's like where I'm living, it's like Republican fucking swipe left if you don't love Jesus, you know?
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know. Anyways,
No, for sure.
I got a full therapy session in with you guys tonight.
Don't.
That's awesome, dude. No,
I
love
just want, if you don't mind, let
it.
me ask you, when did you become vegan?
2011, 2012.
Oh, damn. Okay.
For a minute. When I started dating my soon-to-be ex, she was veg, so I started cooking veg, and then kind of coincidentally, we went on tour Between the Buried and Me at the time when I was in Job for Cowboy, and well, not in, like still in, but we went out with Between the Buried and Me, and they were like pretty veg, like openly. Like at the time, like Forks Over Knives, all those documentaries are coming out, so it's like we're in a van and they're in like a real transportation vehicle with bunks in it, you know. So you're like, oh, let's ride with these guys, and so you're kind of like get adapted to that world.
Totally.
Kind of got into it, and like I think throughout the years, kind of just like start disassociating animals with like food, kind of deal. But I don't know.
I respect it, dude.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I'm just kind of super awkward without Adam by my side.
Don't. You're not, dude. You're the same as you've always been this whole time, dude.
That
but
man
you can
is
if you're
fucking comfort in this world.
Yeah, you know, that's like what I was talking about with like music and stuff. It's like going through the hard times, like you need that like song going on or something to like comfort you.
There's
but at the same
also a
time,
human version of that too.
Yeah. It's like dude, Anthony was that, like I said before, Anthony was the human version of that, where it was like, all right, he's all, you know, a guy that was like, Anthony literally said this to me because I was with him through his hard times. He was like, anytime there's like a weird time, like call me or something, you know, like if you have like an out, someone like make an agreement with someone like, hey, if I'm like losing it, can I call you? Because there'd be times where I'm just like my own thoughts, no music, and I'd be like, fuck. Like, you know, I'd be like,
I don't know. Adam's like my comfort fucking blanket in life.
100%.
But like it's like I've only done 3, maybe 2 like audio or video interviews in my life, and like the last one I did, maybe not the last, but like one of the last was like 2008, which is crazy. Like I've been in a lot of bands since then, but
yeah,
I got blacklisted. We did like, do you remember before Sirius and XM like merged into the same shit?
Yeah.
When XM was its own thing, we did, when I was in Despised Icon, we did one of those like radio takeover. I think it was called Hostile Takeover. We were
yeah. I think I remember that.
And they gave us a bottle of Jameson, and I was like so fucking nervous. I'm like, oh, I have to like talk to the world, like, and you don't know if like 2 people are listening or like 50 or like 1,000. You have no idea. So I got like super nervous, and I drank the bottle of Jameson. It was for the band, but like I just like drank it, and I fucking embarrassed the shit out of them, because it was like the Hostile Takeover. So I was like, first song, Gladys Knight, Midnight Train to Georgia. And I'm like, can you keep my mic on? I want to sing along. And like, I can't sing. So they started. So like they like played along, and they're like trying to like, you know, make up for the mess that it was. So like, we're taking calls. So like they like take a call, and someone will be like, yo, like this is the metal station. Fuck you. Like play some like real music. I'm like,
yeah.
This one goes out to you. It's called Let's Get It On, Al Green. You know, and they're like, leave my mic on. I was like, start singing along, and like,
yeah, but that sounds fucking rad, actually. Dude. What are you talking about?
That's amazing.
I did like a whole Motown hour. XM
I
radio.
think I might be digging into the internet to hear this, dude.
If you could find it, like Anthony, please fucking send it to me because I've tried to search for this.
Dude,
I don't know if you're friends with her, but Katie Brutal, like that was like her like DJ name, whatever.
Katie Brutal.
She was the DJ at the time, but
Oh, okay. No,
but
I never actually like it was a subscriber to XM. I did have the Sirius because I did follow Stern into that for a little bit.
I did too. I never had XM. I followed Stern into Sirius, so like I got like same deal.
I did like the whole. I had the Sportster. Fucking, you remember the little fucking
yeah.
big old thick brick thing that you would have.
I like clipped it on my fucking air vent. Like I had the rig. But,
yeah. and you like I did the whole thing because I'm a car guy. I wired the whole thing to where the pickup would be in the best spot on the back of my car and shit.
I was fucking there. I know because I was way into Stern back in the day, which is like,
dude. I mean, Stern
every morning.
Literally, I mean, we had it over whatever it was for you. It was live 105 over here in the morning, and that would I'd listen to it on the way to high school.
We're listening to this, and she just have to listen to it like and be like, like so mad. And I was like, I don't know. I feel bad now because I'm about to have a kid. Like, my kid's not gonna have that power over me. Go like, we're listening to Howard Stern, like we're listening to like fucking like whatever like gangster porn rap there is right now. We're doing that right now.
Yeah,
he's like elderly now. He's like older.
Yeah. But I mean, in the heyday, I mean, the Artie years are my favorite years. Artie years are my favorite years.
Fucking Reef's still here, dude. Bubba Booey, fuck yeah, Reef.
Baba Booey, dude. Reef's the shit, dude. He's a G. We even have our side convos. He's like probably the biggest fucking Cali Death fan on the planet.
Reef contributed fucking 3 songs to my playlist tomorrow. I'm excited to be sad about it and listen. I'm fucking feeling it.
Let me get real quick with you. I want to know because you were in I'm still like I said, I'm like envious of what you got to have encountered playing live big festivals in Europe, whatever you've done. Like you've been at the top of the game. I mean, JFAC, Job for a Cowboy, huge. What's your like ideal amp situation? Like what amp?
You want to get into it? Because
I'm super nerdy, dude. I'm super nerdy with it.
I feel like we're gonna like go off the rails because this is like
we love to go into call it going into the weeds.
We'll end it with the we want to know.
So earlier, I talk shit on everybody that does like the
fake
amp modular shit, and not to talk shit because like I record all my stuff at home and like I every time Norwalk comes up with something I buy it when something. Since we're doing plugs besides Bushmills, I want to plug Lassie Lammert. So Lassie Lammert.
That came out way more aggressive than I thought it was going to come out.
So I want to get into. I was before I get into like what I'm actually using for like recording the Lassie Lammert. Like I fucking was searching for this Marshall for years because like for years I had a up until 2 months ago a wife that very much did not like music in the house.
Yeah, so it was like headphones, kind of be quiet.
I was in headphone world, like and like banjo's like my main instrument. I love banjo more than life.
What?
Hell yeah, dude! Joel just posted. I mean, it's not banjo, but the chicken picking fucking shred thing that you
that's my favorite shit. I don't understand how that works.
Crazy, dude.
Dude, yo, Joel, find me on Instagram. My name is some other ass Jew. All I do is post banjo videos.
Oh, for sure. No, I love it. No,
one of the best fucking Instagram fucking handles I've heard, dude. Some other ass Jew, dude.
Okay.
No, that my world is banjo. But anyways, getting back to it, my soon-to-be ex, who's again not talking shit, the best woman who's probably listening right now. If there's 2 people, it's probably Reef and her. But she's rad as fuck. But she hated fucking banjo. I love banjo, and like that's my fucking world. But I don't know. I think I drag on too long with stories, and I forgot what I was talking about.
Dude, you're shredding. I'm watching a video of you right now on Instagram. It's sick.
Yeah.
What the fuck is a band? What's like the Goblin band?
Necronomicon?
Never
Nice.
Robocon. I played banjo on the song "Time and Space."
Nice. Oh yeah.
Yeah, fuck. It was like
That's rad. I love that. I mean, a lot of people go like, I always hear like the fuck country, blah blah. Funk. I mean, I'm not a big country fan, but I'm like, also, have you heard like the chicken picking like bluegrass guys? Fuck country. It's like more shredding than
chicken, which is like weird. So like I got into I've never had a left hand, and that's like my downfall as a guitar player. It's like I've never.
Yeah, you only got to play with like a big band that only played in front of like 50,000 people at once. So, okay, yeah,
you only play the most intricate, thickest riffs on sour grapes.
Yeah, what a bummer, dude. You suck.
To not be humble, I have a right hand. My left is junk. I have a right hand, and that translated very well to clawhammer. So like like I guess West Virginia style. So most people do like clawhammer like this. I do them in middle finger.
Okay, you do the
down picks, and I feel like the death metal world I grew up in was like,
yeah,
you ain't hard if you ain't down picking, so it was like it's everything, and that really translated well to banjo, and banjo's
red.
Banjo's my. Why the fuck was I talking about banjo? I feel like
I don't know. It doesn't matter, dude. It's a great little fucking tidbit.
That is I had no idea that you played banjo. I'm actually listening to you right now in the background. You have no idea.
No, I like the banjos. Like that's my Fender Botto Jackson. We were doing we were about to go on like Mayhem tour. I think like 2010 or 11. I don't remember. But so I remember writing an email to like my artist rep, and I was like, "Yo, Fender bought you guys out. Can like you send me another instrument?" And dude, fuck yeah, Reef. Dude, Reef rules.
Reef rules.
So like Reef, I'm gonna follow you back when I turn my phone back on. But fucking so like I was like, yo, like we're literally gonna be stuck in a parking lot every day. I'm gonna have nothing to do. Can you send me anything? And I was like thinking I was gonna get like a mandolin or something, but like they sent a banjo, and I got so into it because you're like when you play those, I mean, Joel, like you've been to Mayhem, like we were talking about earlier. When you're in the band, like your bus is parked and those amphitheaters have nothing within like 30 miles. Like you can't walk, you can't get out. Like you're just, It's like I would set up an easy up and we had like a weight rig for other guitar player Tony.
Yeah. Like, Darkest Hour did that too when we toured with them. Yeah. It was like a eye-opening moment. Like you do all that.
By the way, which hour is the darkest hour?
The darkest hour is 2 to 3.
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah.
And 3 is like,
I mean that I feel like every time something awful happened in my life, that's when it happened.
I mean,
well, 3 is like
the witching hour, isn't it? 3 a.m. or whatever.
3. They say if you wake up at 3 a.m., which I remember for a long time, I was waking up and looking at the clock. It'd be 3 a.m. exactly. Like, all right, whatever. Super
weird shit's happening.
I'll get like this every time. I'm like,
I was thinking more along the lines of like that's like the bar closes at 2. So like,
okay, yeah, that too.
You and whoever you're with are forced to leave, and then you're
getting trespassed.
Yeah, we're dad talking. You were like, yeah, dude, we've already been to sleep for fucking 5 hours. I was like, dude,
I got 3 kids, motherfucker. I've been asleep since 9 p.m. But no, I was more thinking like, no, that's when I have to try to drag my soon-to-be ex-wife out of the bar, and she's just gonna be really mean to me. But
no, alcohol will do that, dude.
Yeah, no, I mean I probably wasn't any better. But anyway, so I ended up with this banjo. So like I'm stuck, and I'm like, you play guitar every day, and you're like, I want something different. So like I just play this banjo, and like I never got like good, but like I feel like I was playing more banjo than guitar. So I feel like I can hang better than guitar these days. But then my soon-to-be ex, who's still not talking shit, awesome, because she's probably listening, really didn't like banjo. But like I got back into it in the past month or so, and fucking loving it, and like full on into it.
Nice.
Is that do you have the pick on your thumb, or you just play with your fingers?
What's the tuning? Because I know the high string.
Well, that's what I was saying. It was like when you were talking about chicken picking, that's when you do like the roll, like the 3-finger roll, and you have like the picks. So I do claw hammer. So I just do a 2-finger pick. It's just thumb and middle finger.
A high string, or the low string is tuned high, right? And then you have
the high string. So like the top string is tuned high, and then it goes to your low G, and then like everything's tuned to an open G, but you can tune it to an open C. That's like the best part about banjo. You can tune it whatever the fuck you want to play.
Yeah.
Like, why the fuck are we talking about banjo?
I think, you were talking, we started on the gear talk, and then it quickly got
my God. Holy shit, Joel. All right. I'm back. Okay.
All right.
You asked what I like playing for gear.
Yes.
So I'm not a fan of change. I like what I like, and I feel like no one can change what I like. So I love Soldano SLO.
Okay. Yeah.
Best amp in the 80s. It's the best amp.
Yeah.
But the only thing that made it better was Jet City did a ripoff of the SLO with Soldano's permission.
Interesting.
They took the Soldano like wiring diagram, the whole rig. And like this dude Doug, whoever Doug is, Doug, like Mike Soldano's buddy Doug had this rig.
Frank.
Yeah, so Mike Soldano signed off on this rig and was like, "Yo, Doug, make these in China, but like I will not have the Soldano name on it." So Doug was getting the SLOs made overseas in Asia and shipped over here for like 200 and something bucks a piece, whatever the fuck they were. They were selling for like 600 brand new, but they had a really shitty transformer.
Yeah.
It was like the SLO.
I always heard that. Yeah, the SLO 100 has a shitty. What's his name? Fucking John from Black Dahlia, original guitar player, was like an amp nerd, and when he was all about the SLO 100 and the Uberschall and a couple other amps like that. But he was like, the transformer and the SLO sucks and blah blah. I remember like him like talking about that or something like that.
Sorry. So John, I back that, and like I've known all the Dahlia dudes since probably 2007. I've known like, and I back that dude, and I back whatever he was saying. So I'm not talking shit, but
fuck you, John.
But the SLO, but fuck John and his opinions. The SLO, the transformer, like I don't know what it was, but when they gave the rights over to Jet City for like the brief years that it was, because it's gone now, and you can only find them on Reverb for like $600. They recreated this amp somewhere in Asia, had it shipped over, and the transformer was complete shit, and it oversaturated the amp. Everything you wanted to hear in the SLO all of a sudden happened.
Can I be a dumb guy right now?
Yeah. Let's do it.
What the fuck's a transformer, dude?
It's a guy that like becomes like a car and he goes like into a robot.
I mean, that's what I'm thinking.
All right, it's like in essence, you have 120 volts coming into like if we're gonna be like doing super dumb guys.
It's getting nerdy.
I want the like, but give me the
power.
Like, the dummy version.
I'm gonna break it down like Bill Nye, the science guy. Like we're gonna
do it.
Yes, dude. I love Bill Nye.
So,
yeah, break it down like him.
So you have a teeny circuit board with like small things happening, right? And like 120 volts. Like let's pretend that's a lot. And if you put 120 volts into this little board, like it would just explode, and there's fire, and hey, like, do I still have a mom? If you're here, can you help? And like, so like what a transformer does is it takes that 120 voltage, and it turns it into like the voltage that this little teeny board can handle. It basically steps it down. And what creates your sound a lot in like tube amps is like that transformer and the way it steps it down into what like your regular tubes can handle. So I'm probably explaining this really awful.
No, I'm getting it. I mean, it's actually like now that you're explaining it, it's like, oh yes, I've run into this with home.
Yo, I want to say for a second, Reef, if you're still listening, please call me out on being a fucking asshole explaining how electronic.
No, dude, Reef's here, dude. He actually, I'll say
Dude,
that
I fucking love Reef.
he shouted at you guys and us out in
No,
stories.
electricity is always actually right now like doing a bunch of shit like with electricity. I'm like, I am dumb to like why we can't run this this outlet to this dryer because it needs 240.
No, I mean, so I want to break it down. So okay, so I'm an electrician.
Oh fuck yeah, awesome!
Like so, this is my world. So like,
Yeah.
Bizarre to me.
Between every tour, I would do like because nothing. When you try to have musical integrity, you can't have a career. So like between tours, you have to
pay the bills.
And
electrician's gnarly. That's a gnarly
my work
profession.
is electrical. Now,
if you get it though, it could be a good gig, dude.
Oh, it's a gnarly profession, dude. Electrician, like being an electrician.
No, it's awful. This is all awful. And,
all right, self-deprecation. God damn it.
Yeah,
I don't understand it.
Shit you've seen on
it's awful. It's awful, but I don't understand it. So I'm like the awfulest of the awful. I'm like,
have you seen anybody get blasted with some crazy shit?
No, I get it, but like I think in like real world life, if you're like if things were actually gnarly, as Anthony said, you'd be like, hey, I'm just playing fucking slam riffs and I'm making a living. But that's not the world. So electrical sucked. And I did that for most of my life. Now I pretend to push buttons on a keyboard and horrible divorce cases. And so it's not the best, but you're like, hey, like what it is. But
I wanted to like one cool story about a guy getting blasted onto his ass.
But
Chris Mahart on.
Holy shit, Chris Mahar?
Yeah.
Wait, Mahar's here?
Oh yeah,
Mahar's here, dude.
You a video because I would love to see you more than any human being alive right now.
All right, Mahar,
just in the chat right now.
How can we get Chris Mahar on the video?
I'm gonna throw him a link.
Can we throw Chris Mahar a link? Because this is one of the most beautiful human beings I've ever met in my life. Jesus Christ. No. This is taking.
Is he running? Is he running?
No,
is he running like a bitch? Is he running like a bitch, or is he going to be on here?
No, Anthony. Like, please soak in the fact. Like when you're like, hey, I just found Al on Facebook. It was because I haven't been on the internet for 10 years, and I have no life for 10 years.
Dude.
And Chris Mahar is. This is
I love this dude.
Rad, dude. I mean, so this is my thing, dude. Social media fucking sucks. It totally sucks, dude, and it's totally killing our children. Not killing our children, but killing their brains in ways, But us pre-internet people still know, like, it's still a valuable tool if you know how to stay the fuck away from it. I want
to argue this for a minute and say, as someone that hasn't been on the internet since MySpace,
that's interesting.
I got on the internet 2 months ago. Obviously you have to exist on the internet because like I do studio recording and like Dropbox has been my life, but like to start reconnecting with people from fucking 20 years ago now. Like after like being disconnected for so long, it's like, yo, I just saw Chris Mahar popped up. Like that's like more than like means.
Well, I think that should give you a little bit more of a different outlook on let's mention the self-deprecation. Even though you've disappeared, like as soon as you popped up and there's people that are looking for you, dude.
No, I mean that's fucking huge.
That's how that make you feel good, dude, because there are a lot of people that really, really are into your shit, dude. And
I don't think musically, but I think you
don't think musically, but it's weird that you're wrong.
No,
here's the point, Al. Yeah. It doesn't matter what you think. You've let it into the world.
I love you, and like this has been a great.
This one thing is one thing I want to know about you is could you take a positive thing and be like, that's good, I did that.
No, I'm way too Jewish.
Oh, okay. Way too Jewish.
If you want to talk about
some bagels, other ass Jew, dude. Come on now.
If you want to talk bagels, I like bagels. I will one of my favorite bagels. which are the
I love bagels, dude.
When's the last time you had a wood-fired bagel in California?
Never. And now that you've mentioned it, please serve it up, dude.
I'm gonna call Chris Mahar right now.
I mean, I just recently got into. I had smoked tri-tip tacos recently. I know you're vegan.
What the fuck is a smoked tri-tip?
It's a part of a cow. Sorry, dude.
No, that's all right. I mean, I don't know anybody that's vegan.
But a wood-fired bagel would give me that same kind of like smoky aspect.
I apologize. I have 4 numbers for Chris Mahar on my phone. I want to call.
I accidentally hit the.
3 of them say Chris Mahar new phone.
Yeah,
I was one of those.
He's dodging.
Fuck you, Chris Mahar, dude.
We love you.
All right, I'm trying.
No, me and Chris Mahar and like our group on tour was like Chris Mahar, Derek, Faceless Singer, and me. We just sat.
Oh my God, Derek! Oh wait, gluten free.
I grew up with Derek. Derek was me and him went to preschool together. We were little kids together.
Like gluten free drinking box wine, Derek.
No, Derek, a demon carcass from
Derek Ribquist
from Faceless, demon carcass. Faceless.
Dude, like Derek was singing for Faceless. He was gluten free, so he like drink box wine every day.
That could have been him, dude. I mean, what other Derek was singing for Faceless, Joel? Come on.
I mean, the Derek named Frank. I'm just kidding. No, I literally like
Derek.
No, me and my parents would like coordinate when we were kids to like who was going to take care of each other, and then we ended up in death metal bands together, touring. Like
another humbling thing that Joel doesn't mention often is that Derek and him were in a band together as well, dude. The Taste of Blood.
Dude. Yeah.
Remember the Taste of Blood at all?
I don't remember the Taste of Blood.
You should check it. I mean,
hold on. I'm putting this literally smack dab in the middle of my sad song playlist tomorrow.
Dude, if you want to, if you, it's like Black Market Activities style band, but would have been a black market. It's fucking almost 5 hours on this podcast, guys.
I have no idea what's like. If you could see what's on my notepad right now, the first word is not comprehensible. And then it says "Mine is Anything." The Dread Hours album, that was Reef. Thank you, Reef.
Yeah.
Postal Service, that was you. Taste of Blood, 40 Watt, Diamond Eyes from Joel. My Song, I don't know what that is. And then whatever you just said turned up as Tigray Hanya Son Makru.
Yeah.
Tigray. Dude. What's that? Tigray Neil? What's that one crazy jazz guy?
Yeah, he's a
is that a real
player,
thing?
Dude. He's an Armenian piano player that fucking
shit, hold on. Wait. I want to back up. I remember we were talking about 20 minutes ago. Amps. Sorry.
Yeah, amps. Yeah.
Because I was like, I feel like I got way lost track and I forgot what I was talking about because I can ramble. And like the
Oh, that's this show, dude. You're perfect for the show.
Every time I tell a story, she looks at me and goes, boring, and walks away. And like I realize that's why I can't talk to people.
Well, you're not boring at all, dude. We're
still boring.
You're
hilarious.
So just
close to the longest episode.
Informational.
Anybody that stuck through 5 hours of this, at the end of 5 hours, you're gonna find out the best amp that existed.
Okay,
let's hear it, dude.
The 100-watt Jet City from 2014.
So Jet City is it's not like a Swan or like some sort of like up.
I've never heard Jet City in my life, but I'm a dumbass that doesn't care. I do care, but I don't.
Now they're making knockoff Marshalls, but for like a very brief period in time, they got the license to the SLO, and they were doing them overseas with a very shitty transformer, which made them oversaturated.
Yeah,
which, it felt like adding a tube screamer onto an SLO.
That's what John used to do.
Without
this is the best amp.
Yes, without needing a pedal. So like this 2-year period where these amps were getting imported over, and you can find them on Reverb now for like $600. And I feel they're the remember like the block letter 5150s.
They're like $1,500 now.
Yeah, I feel like the SLO is the amp that no one discovered, and
the SLO is the most expensive. I thought that was way more expensive than the block letter.
The Jet City version of it.
Oh, Jet City, okay.
Yeah, like SLO, because like Mike Soldano hand wired all the SLOs. That's why they're
that's why they couldn't survive on the road.
That's why they fell apart.
I know about that.
But the Jet Cities, I've been using the same amp since like back in Job for Cowboy like days.
Nice. That's crazy.
Like I replaced the tubes in them this past year. Did not need to get replaced, but I was just like, I'm bored. I'm gonna see what like new sounds sound like.
It's 606s you're using in that, right?
I did it. They're all
Yeah.
they're all 606. But and the I did the preamps, the AX. I suck. My memory's awful, but whatever.
Like, yeah.
Dude.
But anyways, these Jet City amps are on reverb for like $600, and I feel like, dude, fuck block letters. I have fucking 2 block letters in my garage. I will never touch again because, like, dude, metalcore's done. Like, we did that. It's over.
Yeah.
Get over it.
So, which one of these though? Is it the?
Is there a
the 333,
OS?
not-
No,
MC?
no. It's
Oh,
not. You're poking around combos. You got to go to the 100 watts.
Yeah, 100 watts. 100 watts.
Dude, Jet City 100 watt head. It's the only one that's going to show up. I see a ton of them right now. I got the one like second to the right.
This one or this one?
I got the one like
one with the blue.
Yeah, I got a blue one. Oh, I got 3 ones. So the blue ones they do in 50 watt and 100 watt, but I got the 100 watt. It's the best sounding fucking head I've ever heard in my life, and I stopped playing actual Soldano amps, because something about this shitty transformer in this Jet City makes it the best sounding thing I've ever heard in my life.
Whoa. Okay. So
Wow.
Soldano's always been like the one that was like that was the sought after like fanciest tone you can get.
Yeah, no, this is like getting a Soldano for like a 10th of the price with a tube screamer through it.
Damn, we're saving our viewers money, dude.
But like no one knows about it. It's like this secret thing. I've
seen these things forever. I used to work at Guitar Center for a long time. I remember seeing these things.
Yeah. And
I never played through one.
You blew it. You could have bought one brand new for like half that price.
God damn. Okay. That's cool.
But, dude,
I love it.
So that's the only amp I play. I'm not into doing quad cortex and all that stuff. I like live vibe.
But again,
I mean,
what's a quad cortex?
I have the same thing. I have the fractal. I have the AX8. I have the AX8 right here with a Mesa half cab right here, just to like jam.
Yeah,
you know, like and just I can just be like, it's connected to my computer, and I'm like, fuck that tone, dude, and I can just change my tone really easily. That's the only reason why I like it. It's close enough.
Well, all right. To be fair, so like when I'm jamming at home, I strictly use neural STL.
Yeah,
jamming at home.
But like, live, you're talking about a live situation.
Yeah, live. Practice, I use earplugs. Like when we play live, I take them out. I'm like, I want to like feel it, and like I want to I want to feel like the stage vibrating, and like this is what's happening in my life right now. But like I don't know. To answer your question, it comes to gear. I don't use any pedals. I don't do any shit. I run a Boss noise gate, and I run the Jet City, and like
that's awesome.
I feel like
that's sick. Just
if you
basic
one amp that like does it for you, and I feel like this year, so like Solvtech amps are coming back.
Yeah.
Shit, like I love that. Like, you can get a tone out of just one amp.
It goes back and forth. It's like even like. I don't know. I don't want to say politics. There's a back and forth of like.
It does this. No, it's not a back and forth, dude. My psychedelic mind wraps around that and goes, we do this loop, dude. We loop back. It does it in fashion. It does it in art.
Well, it's like Eddie Van Halen was
roughly 30 years.
I agree.
It's roughly 30 years.
Eddie Van Halen was like, I remember I was watching an interview with Billy Corgan was talking. He's like, all right, so like, what's he like got to go see his rig? He's like a fanboy, and he's like, what is it? He's all like, nothing. He's like, it goes directly into my amp, and whatever the fuck comes out of that Marshall, whatever, and then became the 5150. But there's rumors that it was just Marshall hot rodded amps under his stage. He's like, that's all I do. I don't do like any extra like pedals or like tube screamers. It's like, it's only the amp. I don't deal with like other stuff. And I'm like,
dude,
all right, well, you're a gangster. It's fine.
Dude, fuck yeah. No, that's Marshall tone is like the tone I've been like searching for, but like I've never been able to get it out of a Marshall. But that's what I said earlier, that Lassie Lambert STL. Like if you run that with the York IRs for Marshall, it's the best sounding.
Okay.
I think like online. So if you're writing at home, like the one thing I can recommend is get Lassie Lambert, run that Marshall, and run York Marshall IRs through it.
Okay.
Nothing's gonna beat the Yorks. And like I've tried the Ohm Hammer. I've done like all the
Yeah, me too. I bought a bunch of those.
That's my life. Like I live in the woods and I play guitar. So like,
Yeah.
if there's something online I can buy, I'm gonna.
You're way more black metal than us, dude.
You know, this
Living
guy
in the
from Germany
woods
made an
and-
IR. What the fuck? I don't hear. That's kind of what it turns into.
Yo, fuck you, Germany. You can drive to Berlin in 3 hours. Like I'm in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
I don't know. Dude, being in the middle of nowhere sucks. I hate it. I would get out of here if I could. But anyway,
That's all, dude.
but
go ahead.
I just want to like fucking dive back into because I can't say enough that Lassie Lermont I can't fucking talk anymore. I've been drinking Adam's fucking Bushmills all night.
Hey, dude.
Lassie
we have freedom for how we talk now. At the 5 hour mark, it's
dude,
anything
5 hour mark,
goes.
no one's listening anymore. I'm just talking to you guys, so I'm excited.
Hey,
Yeah,
dude, we've had a
speak
set
new
solid
languages.
like 8-7
languages.
people with us live, and dude, what are we still have a lot of people that have listened to this afterward.
No one's listening this far. So at this point, I can confidently say I'm just talking to you guys about amps.
If you're driving to LA from here, you're listening.
Okay, and nobody's listening from this point forward. All right, I'm coming out, dude. I'm actually leaving my wife. I'm going gay. Me and Al. I'm moving to New Hampshire,
Jersey
dude.
Death Fest tomorrow.
I mean, the way we look, it just totally like we might as well be legally related through marriage.
Dude, I already booked us a twin size bed to share together tomorrow at Jersey Death Fest.
I mean, I am fuck the river trip, dude. I'm flying to fucking. We're getting married at Jersey Metal Fest, dude. That's what's happening, dude.
Nostalgia family trip be damned. We look alike. That's enough.
It's enough, dude. I mean, if we make however we can make a child, we'll make a third bald one with a beard, dude.
Dude
needs glasses early, starts balding early. All of that stuff, dude. Never makes it past 5'8". Nothing, dude.
Fuck yes.
Oh my god, it's awesome.
So I'm jumping back to gear because I'm really excited about talking about gear, and I'm really drunk, so I'm gonna fucking do it. Lastly, Lambert, if you're doing online shenanigans, with the York IRs from Marshall, but that Jet City amp, if literally only one person's listening tomorrow at this point. Spend the $600. Fuck spending $6,000 on a fucking SLO. There's a way cooler amp out there that was made really shitty, and sometimes the shitty is what you need. If you're at least if you're
little grit
or hardcore,
little grit shitty. Like you need the grit. You need like a
sizzle. It's a sizzle. You only
yeah.
sizzle out of the fucking shitty amps.
Yeah, like mids are such like to get the right like. But the thing is with me with like tone and stuff, and me too. But the thing is, you get the mids. Like mids are like a drug. So like you get the mids correctly, and then you go to sleep and wake up in the morning, and then you're like, the mids are not correct. I need to create a completely different sound. It's almost what I want, and like, but at the time you find it, you're like, this is it, and then you go to sleep, wake up, and then you're like, this is close to what I want, dude. Let's get closer, and then you start diving in, and the tone whoredom, you get like such deep into the fucking the rabbit hole of tone that
Dude,
like
I've been there. You start A-Bing, and you're like,
yeah.
You're
like, which one's better?
Dysphere's got more mids. Like, of course they do. So, like, we're not Dysphere, but like we're gonna do it. And you're like, this is not
so
working.
Dysphere to at the gates. Like, what's the no, you start getting like, but at the same, it's oh my god, that's why the digital thing for me, because I kept buying amps and selling them, buying amps, selling, buying, selling, buying, selling. And I was like, all right, you sound pretty much like it, so Fractal, like I want to do a diesel today. I don't know.
I get how that world goes. So like the full digital, and like I fully like I know I was talking shit earlier, but like I get it. And if
I used to buy all the like what I could afford. I remember in 2002 as a kid, I saved all my money and got this used Mesa Boogie double rectifier or dual rectifier, and I was like, this is gonna be it. I was like, but then I saw all the knobs on the back, and I was like, what the fuck are those? And then like on the front, and I was like, I was like trying to get like the right tone. I was like, it was way over my head for my age. I was like, all right, I don't know how to bias these tubes correctly, so maybe I should go back to my crate. You know, like I was kind of like it was so many things at once as a kid.
Crate. I'm gonna talk shit on Crate all day, but if literally a single person is listening at 4 hours and 57 minutes in, if you don't believe that the Jet City is the right amp, to what you were saying,
I've heard Jet City before. That's crazy.
No, it's. I mean, they're doing Marshall like 20 amp ripoffs now, but Doug's awesome. I back him, and he like.
I typed in Jet City, and the first thing that came up was Soldano SLO Mini 30 watt.
Get the hundreds you have, like, because I have the 50, and I just doesn't get there. But I want to like talk about fucking hardcore shit for a second, because like I'm a death metal dude. I like grindcore. Like my world is like Magruder Grindland, but like fucking Rotting Out, hardcore band out of Cali. Like they have the best. I'm a sucker for guitar tones, so I'll listen to bands even if I don't like them, because I'm like, yo, you got the best guitar tone, and like Rotting Out's got the best guitar tone, and that's that Mesa Dual Rec.
Okay.
And you're like, how the fuck did you do this? Like, I want to recreate this, because like if I could do your guitar tone and brutal death metal, I'd be really fucking stoked about like my life, you know. I've never been able to do it, and like I really
well Cannibal, the whole like rumor about Cannibal is that they had Mesa Dual Rex, and they were running the Metal Zone through the Clean channel, and like the early days. That was kind of like they have the Metal Zone, and they'd run it through the Clean in the back of the FX loop, and that was kind of not. So
I did that. All right, so
I probably went nerdy like this.
I've been there, and I've heard that thing. So I used to run a Rocktron.
Yeah, and Cryptopsy too. Cryptopsy did that too.
So I ran the Rocktron through the Dual Rec, through the effects, in lieu of the Metal Zone.
Oh, the Rocktron. Oh, Jesus Christ!
It was like, so I had
That's
a preamp,
old school.
With the Dual Rec.
Which Rocktron was it? Oh my God, I was so into these Rocktrons.
I'm in the closet right now because it's upstairs, and like,
oh my God, I was so about this Rocktron. Is it the purple one?
I feel like if Reef wasn't listening, it would just be us, and I'd be like, "Yo, I'm gonna do a house tour." And,
was it the Prophecy?
Side note, dude, I just got. I have to.
Can we pause?
Right.
Reef, if you're still here, do you give a fuck if I do a house tour right now? Can you like
a house tour? Yeah, let's do it, dude.
All right,
let's do that. All right, I'm down. Fuck yeah.
All right,
let's see it.
I wanted to throw in real quick is I think this is the record, guys. I'm trying to
5 hours. 5 hours.
I just looked. I thought Colin was over 5 hours, but Colin was 4 hours and 48 minutes, dude.
Hold on.
And the Retromorphosis, how long did that one go?
We left after 4. I think it was like, I don't know,
4:43, dude. So Al, dude, Mr.
Oh my God, everything fell out of my closet. All right, hold on.
Al, I just want to say, Mr. I don't know how to be on a podcast. You just broke the record on this show.
No. This
the chameleon. Damn. Okay, I remember that.
That was the rig. Can I just?
Yeah.
Everything just fell out of my closet right now. This was awful.
Yeah.
I don't have to give a shit anymore.
The chameleon was a big deal. Like they were like, get a power amp and get a chameleon, dude. Like you'll be fine.
Dude, I played the chameleon at my favorite show I've ever played in my life. 2004, Fuck the Commerce in Germany.
Yeah.
It was Obituary's reunion show. Destruction played. Brodicon was there. What was Maddie Way's liturgy played?
Oh yeah.
Damn,
dude, that was my favorite show. I flew to Europe with the Rocktron, and I was like, I don't care what you have for amps. I'm running it through the effects loop. It's gonna be sick. And it probably sounded awful, but like it was the best, my favorite time of my life.
Dude, the fucking Rocktrons were like, dude, the Rocktrons were the shit back in the day.
I actually remember that because I'm the vocalist that's just listening to these conversations still in my 40s now on these shows, but this is the same thing that you guys were doing back in the day, and
We were going back and forth from in Decrepit too. We were like, what do we do, the amp or do we do like a power amp and a preamp thing? And the power amp preamp thing was kind of like popular back then. Harmony Central forums, all that stuff. That was like, that
so
was
what's
kind of
the
like
fractal thing? Is that totally like MIDI type?
That's a newer. That's a newer.
It's like fake. It's like a. It's not a real amp. I mean,
and the thing is, it goes back to the sommelier thing because Matt from Decrepit Birth was like, he brought over 4 amps. He's like, fuck. He's all fuck fractal. I had fractal. He got all mad. Came to my house, and I had him turn his back, and I was doing an AB thing, and he was like, that one's the sickest one. I'm like, that's the fractal. So,
and that's where like I get bummed because I'm like, man, like I stopped jet. So I used to have a fucking half stack on my Jet City.
Yeah,
like I had one Jet City at the practice space with the Stepdäd stuff, and I had one Jet City here with a half stack at the house, and like I kept playing it, and I was like, shit, the neural stuff's getting really good. Like I think this is like more fun to play out of. And then like when I got that Lassie Lambert one, when I found that Marshall tone I was like seeking for like years, it was like, I think I'm done playing amps at home. And like I talked so much shit earlier about but bands that do that, but like at home I'm that guy.
Like convenience of just like the quickness and your space and being able to play through headphones versus.
Oh, tomorrow I ordered a thing that's preparation for fatherdom, which is the was never been done before. It's the headphones. I forget positive
that turn it up 70% in the right side.
No, but it's Bluetooth. It's Bluetooth headset, and then it's a thing you just plug in wireless to your guitar, and there's no delay. It's supposedly, that's what everyone's saying, and you can just play in your living room, and there's because wires in your living room. It's like if dinner gets in the way and the wires there, you're like, fucking, I want to like cut the wire in half. I'm like pissed. I'm like, get the fuck. I want to like, I'm in the family area. I'm like, I don't want to fucking deal with wires, dude. Wires are the number one thing I don't want to deal with anymore. Like, if I'm in my jam space, wires are fine. But like in like a practicing area, I'm like, get this shit out of the way, dude. My cat's gonna bite it. I don't want to deal with all that.
Yeah.
I only got one cat, but
all right.
My cat's my son. It's like a very serious cat.
Sagan didn't Sagan attack Casey? Didn't Sagan attack Casey?
Is your cat attacking people? This is amazing.
So Sagan's he's very independent, but loves Joel. So like when people are at the house, it makes Sagan kind of. I actually would think it's more jealousy than anything. Like you're taking daddy away, and then all of a sudden Casey's on an air mattress in Sagan's domain, which is daddy's room.
And Casey just goes up. He's like, dude, your cat's attacking me. I can't sleep. What's going on with your cat? And I'm like, I don't know what's going on, dude. I'll grab him. I'm like, I don't know. He's got a sense of humor, dude. It's a most random. It's a human being cat that I have.
Personality. That's another thing too. Is like understanding a dog, I'm a dog owner. Sorry, guys. You guys are cat owners, so you probably look at me.
I'm a dog owner too.
But it's understanding like a creature's personality, dude, and then you realize it's wild to me that there are families that just like, oh, that's the dog, I'm like, oh no, this is like a creature that I love
people
so much,
when they say like I'm a cat person or a dog person, it's like you're a fucking animal person, dude. Shut the fuck up.
I have a relationship with this dog that, dude, me and him do things that no other people in this family do. Not Bryce, not my kids.
Whoa.
Just kidding. No, but like we have certain playtime things that happen. That didn't help me at all.
You save it, dude. Save it.
How I pull myself out of this fucking hole Joel just threw me in, dude. He was just like, I was on the edge of a fucking hole that I didn't even realize I was next to, and he just fucking
whoa.
He Spartaned me right into the fucking The depths, dude.
Dude, you're just saying things that are just easily take advantageable.
Is that even a word? No.
I don't know. I just made it up.
This is where it gets fun, guys. At 5 hours.
Jesus Christ.
I do actually.
I'm shit faced right now. I feel like
yeah, dude.
I'm supposed to go to Boston. Yeah, and I'm in like.
I gotta wrap it up. I gotta go to work in like a few hours.
Dude, well, we're well past the fucking record, dude. We've broke the 5 hour mark on this show. Dude. That's wild, dude.
I did not think tonight was gonna be the night that we broke the record, but it's fine. I'm like, we started at 7. Cool. We'll go till like 9:30. It's fine.
Right.
I don't want to. Yeah,
I like that. You asked us a single question about Maryland Death Fest. We never answered it, and then 5 hours later, here we are, just shit faced.
Yeah, dude.
Adam's
it doesn't matter, dude. It's the brotherhood we were talking about. The East Coast, West Coast, fucking brotherhood that we have. That it's just there, dude. And that's what took us where we're at right now, dude. And I love that.
That's kind of why I wish we actually answered that question, because I feel like this like Maryland Death Fest 2004 like created some fucking bombs.
It was like a seed for a lot of us that was planted, right?
Dude, I still like I feel like me like I've run into Dan like a lot throughout the years, and it's been this kind of thing where like you play with a lot of bands that you're touring with. They're like I have nothing in common with Suicide Silence, and Dan has nothing in common with Job for Cowboy, but like we have carnivorous and Goratory. So like we
dude.
Like we had this thing, and we're like we both ended up in these bands because we wanted to do music, and like we took the route that was the easiest way to get to what we wanted to do.
Mm-hmm.
It was the right music that we wanted to write, whatever.
Exactly.
But like it was just like we would do I've toured Suicide Silence like. It was a fucking Job for Cowboy. It's like Suicide Silence was like our counterpart for a lot of years.
Right.
I had nothing in common with a lot of the guys, but like, I mean, like now I do, like now, like from touring with them, but like when you're like stepping into that fucking like situation in your life, like, what am I doing here? And you're like, it's Dan Kenny from Carnivorous. You're like,
dude, there's another security blanket. I mean, that seems like,
and you know how I feel like about my life. I've been very transparent. Like this is legitimately the third time I've ever been on audio talking.
Dan texted me, by the way.
I love
that.
Tell Dan.
He said, I'm about to pass out with the fam to Disneyland. Long ass day. Give them my love.
All right. Yeah, dude.
Yeah, I love it. But like,
isn't that crazy though? It's like the Maryland thing was a very it was a new thing because I went to 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Did you go to 1?
Yeah, we played 1.
Yeah, so that's where I think honestly, dude, now that we say that, my memories might be mixed. I may have saw you live. Okay, memories can be really fucking twisted, but I have trained myself to believe that when I showed up at Maryland, you were the first band that was playing while I showed up. I don't know if that's true, but my memory is just like made that happen.
It's been 21 years.
So I was blown away by what you guys were doing, because I was this young buck showing up at 18, flew across the states to get there. I wasn't with Dan the first year. I was with 2 other guys, but we made it happen, and I got there, and it was this thing that happened, dude, and it was just like, holy shit, dude. And I came back and I was like, Dan, because I'll be honest, Dan, I don't even know if Dan has mentioned this anywhere, but that was the first time Dan ever got on a plane. I made him get on a fucking plane. I said, dude, we're going to Maryland next year. And we missed our fucking, we had a fucking layover in Arizona, and we missed our fucking second flight, dude. So we're hanging out at an airport or hotel in Arizona and whatever. We found our way back. We wanted to get and what we missed was Pig Destroyer, because Pig Destroyer was playing the
that was
show.
Actually, can I say, because I've seen Pig Destroyer since, that was the worst Pig Destroyer set I've ever seen. They stopped.
Okay, so you just made me feel better for missing it.
Yeah, they stopped 2 songs in the middle of the song because they like it wasn't vibing, and they just had to restart. It was weird.
All right, so then that makes me feel better because I still am in my mind like I miss Pig.
And I know Jarvis is drumming, and like that motherfucker does not train wreck. But like I watched Pig Destroyer train wreck twice in a set at Maryland Fest.
Boom.
Yeah. You can't train.
It happens to everybody, dude.
No, you don't. Yeah, you can't train wreck. It's just that's the like golden.
But we all have those.
I've trained wreck. We've trained wreck a million.
You shouldn't. You got to fake your way through it. There's like you can't like.
Oh yeah, we've all tried our hardest to get through it, but there's certain times where we're all trying.
Train wreck's a full stop, and if you train wreck, like
we've done it at Maryland Death Fest at the Sonar in 2006,
7, 8.
There's no forgiving that. So fucking shame on you.
Yeah, no shame on us. And we were
probably the biggest crowd Odious has ever played in front of him. And we tried to play.
You think
we got ambitious and we played a song we didn't practice enough.
People call that a song. We're like, dude, we can play that. It's the hardest song. We're like, yeah, totally, dude.
Caverns of Reason. Oh yeah, dude, we can totally do that, dude.
You want to hear it? Yeah, we got it.
And then we got lost in the caverns really quick and didn't realize the reason why we did it.
Oh no, we came home and I was like, dude, worst day of my life.
Oh, dude! Still to this day, I have this like my only haunting nightmare is like train wrecking, and like I have this like, and I haven't toured in years, which is.
But have you train wrecked in front of a bunch of people?
The only time I've ever train wrecked was the first Maryland Death Fest.
Dude, it's cursed, bro. Okay, now that we're in this, do you have the nightmares? The musician.
I still have the nightmares. I have the nightmares all the time.
We've always talked about the nightmares. I want to see if you have them
on stage, going like, "Dude, go! Here's your guitar, dude. Play." I'm like, "What songs are we playing?" I'm like, "I start playing like random."
Years. What are these?
Yeah, that happens. That's a very common thing. I see that with a lot of like musicians, touring musicians. Like, I wake up in the morning like shit. Like it's like, and my gear's gone. All of a sudden, I can't find my gear.
Yeah,
I can't. Like,
and we're not even currently touring musicians, but they still fucking find their way in.
Yeah, nightmares.
Dude, cold sweats, like cold sweats, and I'm like, the tube blew out, and you're like, this has never happened. Like, what is going on? Okay,
never happened.
You're trying to replace a tube, and your hands aren't working, and if it works, then all of a sudden you're like, everybody's like, all right, we're going to the next song. You're like, I don't even know how to play that anymore. It's been 10 years. You're like, those are my nightmares. Like every day. Like
for me, it's like wrong band. Just like you're in that band now, dude. So play the songs. And it's like you get 1 or 2 minutes to like get ready for the set. And
you're like, hold on, wait 1 second. Reef, were you at the gathering in New Mexico?
Oh, Gathering is,
dude. The Gathering of the Sick is somewhere we've played many a times.
Wretch
times.
Dude, Wretch is. Can we talk about Wretch for a second? As you guys,
guys, please let's talk about Wretch because I just recently had another again.
Baby has.
Yes, Reef. Hold on, Reef was fucking there. Okay, yes. So we were at the first gathering. When was that a roller skating rink? We're at the second gathering. When is that a upstairs venue?
That might have been where I've seen you before back in the day.
Joe Hernandez booked.
Yeah.
Joe Hernandez was the gathering. I fucking love Joe.
Joe's the shit.
Like he's the fucking best.
What was the name of the CD? What was the name of the record shop next door?
It was like Metal.
Dude, fuck if I know.
Rules or something.
Well, I was actually more asking Joel because he's a New Mexico kid.
Oh, you're in New Mexico?
I was born in New Mexico and they moved me to Santa Cruz when I was 1 year old. So I'm totally New Mexico.
But then you went back and visited many times.
I know Joe Hernandez. It wasn't Metal Devastation? That's Arizona. I don't know. But yeah, he was like a part of he books all the shit in New Mexico. He's the guy.
It was like once he stopped doing Gathering, he started booking the Launchpad.
Yeah. Damn. Crazy.
Oh man, weird man.
Yeah, dude. No, it's cool shit, dude.
Gathering.
I drove from the Gathering in the Thick way too drunk. That was I think actually the most drunk driving I've ever done. Allegedly, actually, it's 20 fucking years ago. It doesn't fucking matter.
No, the most drunk driving I've ever done has been this month because it's been pretty daily.
allegedly this month.
My fucking best friend left me last month. I've been going to the bar every night and just like waking up every morning and not knowing how I got home and like showing up.
Fuck, dude.
I'm like, and I gotta like do the type thing and like every day my boss is like, "Are you doing okay?" Like, yeah. Like, you still drunk? Probably. Like,
yeah.
Home? Do I still get paid? No. I'll be here then doing this. Like,
fuck, dude.
Damn.
Dude, don't black out and wake up at home and not know anymore. Come on, dude. We need to keep Al with us, dude.
Dude, Dead World Syndicate. Fuck yeah. Dude, Reef, how do you know all this stuff? Reef's awesome.
Reef's the fucking shit, bro.
Dude, Reef fucking rules. So this is weird. So dude, fuck yeah, the compound. That was what, dude, Hernandez on the compound.
Yeah.
Fucking, so we did Sexual Intercourse. We were like 15 years old, and then when we got older, Hernandez wanted to start fucking Dead World Syndicate, so we gave him rights to it, but we didn't have the masters because like we were kids. So like, what are masters? So we gave him the rights to it, so he pressed the repress off of a CDR and released Sexual Intercourse off of a press of a CDR. And then I found out years later, Matsukatsu with Amputated Vein repressed Sexual Intercourse again and like spelled a bunch of song names wrong. But we didn't know that happened. But like, he can do it because like he rules. So fuck it, we don't care. But he repressed it off of the Dead World Syndicate version. So the Amputated Vein version is a CD pressed off of a CD, pressed off of a CD, pressed off of the master. So the one that turned up on Spotify, so the Sexual Intercourse version on Spotify is a digital compressed version, bounced off of a CD, off of a
still have a physical, bro.
And like, I still have, I got originals.
Yeah.
No one gives a fuck enough about the band for me to actually like put them out there, but I have 20.
Well, I give a fuck. I still have it, and it's still a prized possession. And we didn't even talk about Wretch, by the way.
Oh, dude, Ryan, I fucking love, dude.
R.I.P.
Ryan's gone, and like he's a fucking. I love Ryan.
They blew my mind as a kid. I remember seeing them. I got brought my family go visiting family. My brother brought me to Gathering of the Sick when I was a kid. Deeds of Flesh, I think, was headline.
Yeah. So we played before Deeds of Flesh. That's when it was on the upstairs venue.
Yeah. I was there.
As
a little kid. Yeah.
You
were playing.
The same age, you asshole.
Yeah, but you were playing it, and I was like right out of high school, and you're like, yeah, dude, I'm playing. I'm signed to record labels. That's the whole kid. It's fine.
No. I mean, like, I don't know. Fucking life's stupid. I would like
self-deprecation. He's like, whatever, dude. I was signed. It was dumb, dude. It was the dumbest thing I've ever done.
No, I don't. Looking back, I'm like, I don't like. Dude, I was fucking thrown out of my house when I was fucking 15, 16. I'm all like.
Yeah,
memories.
I heard you say
Wretch was that show. Wretch. I was with what band was? It's a band that's on Relapse. Laughing Dog. Laughing Dog is where we were with Laughing Dog. That band, Laughing Dog. My brother was like, "Okay, help load up the stuff," and I helped them load up their stuff at their jam spot, and like bring it to that Gathering of the Sick. They played, and I remember seeing Wretch, and I was like, literally, like the guitar player was like touching me with his arm, how close we were. I was like, something about this whole situation and how they sound. I was like, this is sick. It
was the first. It was the first band. Sorry, let me just give my love real quick. They were the first death metal band that I saw play with a drum machine. It was at the Thunderdome that we're talking about, and at the Thunderdome, there's an upper area that goes. You can walk. Hold on.
I'm really sorry. We're talking about Thunderdome, but like Reef saying some stuff that's important.
He's mentioning
a Reef reinsertion. Like, I mean, to me, back in the day, when we first started Goratory, that was like it was back in like not tape trading, but it was CD trading. So like we used to trade with and I'm sorry guys, I'm talking this
No, go for it.
Dude.
Awesome. So we used to trade with Wretch. We met them like I don't know, it was like fucking AOL. I don't know. I don't know how the fuck I adjusted, but we traded copies of Reinsertion with Sexual Intercourse. But like fucking Justin Ritchie's the shit. When Benoit Babyheads came out, that fucking blew my mind. It was like,
me too.
Dude, Benoit was. I still think for nostalgia's sake, I like Reinsertion better.
Me too, but both of them are.
I'm a Benoit guy, dude.
Are you?
I don't know. Who cares?
I love the guitar tone on Benoit. I'm a guitar guy, but like Reinsertion, I think for nostalgia's sake did it. But like, dude, fuck yeah, Reef.
Yeah.
Like I feel like Reef's our age. Like if you know Reinsertion, like you're definitely 40. But like,
dude, you're definitely 40, dude. And it's so funny because me and Dan again, he's got a lot of drop on this show, but we were talking about that, dude, and I had my reinsertion. I reinserted myself back into it, dude, and that EP is the fucking shit, dude. And just to end my thought with the Thunderdome, it was the 360-degree upper area, so you could stand and look down on the band that was playing, and that was the first time I did that for any band. I did it for Suffo too, because that's the reason why we came out the first year.
It was all right. That fest, all right. I want to fucking. I keep interrupting because I'm fucking.
Necro, Necro played.
That fest was a Suffer reunion. It was fucking Decapitated came out. It was the first Necrophagia show in the United States.
Devourment.
Yeah, dude. Fucking Wretch was out there. Fucking, I want to say it was the first Vomit Remnant show in the United States.
No, it was the second one because I did the guestie on the second, and Dan was at that show.
All right, I know it was the first Necrophagious one, but
maybe Vomit played the first year. I shouldn't.
We had a weird thing with Vomit. All right, so like,
I love you guys. I'm fading. I have to go to bed.
All right. Good night. We're gonna. I want to keep
going. Keep going.
Dude, it's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, I'll stick around with you for a little bit longer.
Keep going.
Yeah.
You're a better bass player than a guitar player. So have a good night. So this weird shit happened. It's just me, you, and Reef now. We're hanging.
Hell yeah, dude.
So we planned this Japan tour with Abuse, and like Abuse like planned it. I'm gonna talk shit again because I'm hammered and I'm washed up and I have nothing.
Good, dude.
So fucking Abuse was like, yo, we can't pay you for this Japan tour. You need to like pay for your own plane tickets and all this stuff. And we're like, whatever. And so I guess Abuse told the same thing to Vomit Remnants. And then we ran into I can never pronounce his name, Kisuke,
yeah.
So like he was like getting translated because like he doesn't speak English at all, you know.
Yeah, he's very
He had Dwayne. He had Dwayne and this other dude that like were from America. They were like teaching English over there in the band. And they're like, yo, so like Abuse is saying like, we can't get paid because you guys want all this money. And we're like, yo, we were told that we can't get paid because like
at all.
Yeah. So we figured at that fest, like the one where I like met you and Dan. Fucking they're like, yo, I think like Abuse is like trying to take us for a ride here. Like, what's going on? Right. So like, all right, fuck them. So like, okay, so like we planned a whole tour without them, so we ended up getting wormed. So it was like us, Wormed, Vomit Remnants did a Japan tour together, and fucking Trevor from Abuse showed up and like tried starting shit at the show and was like, yo, what the fuck's up? Like, and he's like a big dude, and I'm just like this little fuck. I've always been this weird short Jew, you know. I'm like, what's up?
Yeah.
And like he tried starting shit in Japan.
Intimidate, yeah.
He was dating, I think at the time, Kahori, who like did the Goratory. She's an amazing artist. I love Kahori. She's the fucking best. Not talking Kahori at all because she fucking rules. But
totally.
But she was dating this dude Trevor for a minute who sucked, and fuck Abuse. I don't know,
dude. I mean, it's so funny. I've never met those guys, but they rubbed me the wrong way because my first time back with Severed was at Vegas Death Fest, and they were who played right before us, and they used a bunch of fucking like pig entrails and shit and threw them all around the stage and on the crowd, and then just left them. So I had to step on pig entrails the whole time I was fucking performing.
I mean, to be fair, I'm vegan, so I'd be very upset about that. I mean,
it was crazy, dude. It was. I've never. I mean, dude, if you're gonna make that part of your show, like clean that shit up before the next band.
I don't know. I didn't back that because I feel like we're like this scene we're in is like very tight knit and close, and like I like the dudes. I remember meeting Blue like Girl Secrete at Maryland, and you're like, this is my dude forever.
Forever.
And like
always a good dude. I've met him every single time I've met him. He's always been that guy.
And like that's our scene, and I feel like Abuse was like a step outside of that scene.
Oh, that's fine, dude, and let them. And unfortunately, we've had those times where we've crossed over, but it's all about us, dude. That's
dude. Have you had Blue on your fucking thing yet? On your podcast?
No, and I'd love to talk to him, dude.
Oh man, if you get Blue, can I like guest appear for a minute? Just
most definitely, dude. I mean, you have a golden ticket, bro. You can come back whenever you want, Al, dude.
I fucking love Blue. He's my favorite. And like I was telling you, like I just got back on social media, so like it's been about like a decade, and like popping on now and like knowing Blue from back in the day, and like seeing Blue now, and he's like fucking like arms bigger than my fucking body, and you're like, dude, fucking go you, man. Like
yeah, dude. I mean, that's his deal, and that's always kind of been his deal, and that's totally chill, dude. But you have that, and you're still a humble dude, and
he's the best. I don't know. I was really happy, like going on, like when you pop online for a decade, you're like, oh shit, like dead, you're on meth, you're like, and then like all of a sudden like Blue pops up like jacked, and you're like, dude,
yeah. But I mean, Guttural played that year too, dude, right?
Yeah, dude.
I know, dude. It was such a big fucking download for us, dude, and I love it because it's I talking to you tonight, I realize it made the same impact on you, and even being on the bill, maybe even more of an impact. But for me, just being 18, 19 years old for those two first Marylands on my own at a hotel, and then everybody else at the hotels for the same thing I'm going to, and fucking it was just very welcoming, very fast. And
I mean to kind of play off that, I guess I think the show probably like played very minimal impact on me. It was that like Motel 6 that played that was like it changed my life.
I wish I had it, but it's up at my house right now. But I have a photo album that I found in a box that I literally put together after that show, after that weekend, dude, of the fucking, pictures that I took on an actual camera before we had phones, and developed them and put them in a photo album. And I do have you and me and Dan, two guys from Vomit Remnants and their girlfriends in a shower.
Dude, what the fuck? I remember this is amazing. Can you please?
Dude, Al, I'm gonna find it because so after the move, I don't know where that photo album went. I wanted to have it for this show, but this all came together so fast, and I didn't have access to it. But I promise you, dude, I'm gonna be finding this because, dude, there's pictures of us in the shower. There's pictures of
can you get a
Kevin Talley? There's pictures of fucking Circle of Dead Children.
I remember hanging with them. I remember us meeting them. I remember very clearly. I know it was
so many fucking people.
I was like nerding. I'm like, dude, Human Harvest. Because like back then I didn't know grind, and like hearing Human Harvest was like a huge impact, and like meeting them in a hotel room. And I remember meeting, it was like I remember when Adam was talking about he met friends, and he's like, I'm not going to mention their names, but like one of the friends he made was like a girlfriend of the bass player of Eternal Suffering. And it was like such a weird thing. 'Cause I remember at the time, like Eternal Suffering was like, they were like gods in my head. I'm like,
Oh, totally.
being from Massachusetts, I'm like, yo, Eternal Suffering, like this is what death metal is, you know? And like Drowning in Tragedy was like one of my favorite records. And listening now, and like you hear all like the misfires on the kicks and stuff, and you're like,
Yeah. It's still human though, dude.
but
And
it was like it holds a place in my fucking heart where you're like,
I love that record still to this day, dude.
it's not even on Spotify, dude. How the fuck is
I know.
Drowning in
What
Tragedy
was it
streaming?
was extremities, because that's the thing, dude. Like streaming sucks because guys like you and I who know about certain sick shit that you just want to have the quick access to, you can't
Sure.
because of licensing bullshit. Certain record labels don't want to give their stuff up to that, and that's fine. I understand both sides of it, but when you're in the convenience mode and you're just looking for something quick and you want to find a wretch real quick, it's like,
That's where I'm at.
it's harder to do. And then if you're doing it on your phone, you got to find it on YouTube and then keep your phone open. And then
the sad part is like I have Drowning in Tragedy on CD in the basement, but I have no way to listen to it. I don't have a fucking CD player.
Isn't that sad, dude? I have all this physical media, but I don't have a CD player hooked up in my house right now either. Right now, I do have it, but it's again, once you move into a place, dude, it's so hard to unbox everything. And of course, dad's stuff probably is the last thing that gets fucking unloaded.
Dude,
It's all good though.
I don't know. That was a fucking special weekend though.
It was, dude, and it still is. What they did, it wasn't did they do Eye of the Tiger? No, they did one of the songs in Rocky. They did a cover of on that record.
Oh, Eternal Suffering. No, they did Eye of the Tiger.
Yeah, dude. And as a young buck, I was like,
that live whenever like fights broke out during the set.
I went my high school I was the Tigers, and I was a football player, and we would play Eye of the Tiger to pump us up in the locker room and shit. And then I get into death metal, and then they cover it, and I have this like special connection with it because I was like, I'm a fucking tiger, It's rad, dude. So, but obviously the rest of the album is fucking great too, and I can still totally, even the misfires. Not, I know we're fucking now 5 hours and 34 minutes into it, but don't you fucking love the human aspects of those records though, like the misfires?
All right, so like, all right, to go off of that, like, all right, Prophecies Foretold. Like, I remember like growing up listening. I was like, I suck at song names, but one of the song names on that record from Dehumanized, like George Torres, like he blew all of our minds as a drummer back in the day. Because I remember like back in the day, you're like, there was Flow, and then like John Longstreth was doing Angel Corpse, but like it wasn't a name yet. So like it was just kind of on the cusp. But you're like George Torres was like in the brutal death metal scene, like I feel like Cryptopsy. Sorry, I'm kind of hammered, so I'm going on a rant, but like
all good.
Like Cryptopsy and like Angel Corpse, all this stuff was like in a different world, and like the world that kind of I was in, it was like the brutal death metal scene where like of course you appreciate Cryptopsy and you love it, but it was like a step outside. But like you felt like Dehumanized was part of your world, so you're like George Torres is the best drummer in our world. And like I remember hearing the beginning of one of the songs, and you hear the kicks going, and it's I wish I could remember the name of the song. Reef, if you're still listening, please come through for this. It was like off Prophecies. There's a song that started a double kick, and I was like, I remember thinking as a kid, like this is amazing, and then listening to it in like recent years, and you hear the nuance of like it's not happening on tempo.
Yeah.
It's like a kind of thing.
Yeah.
And it makes you like it more because sometimes when you listen back and you're like, oh, this was than I thought it would be. But when I listen back to Prophecies Foretold, you're like, yo, this was fucking metal, man. Like this was.
It was before it was like could be altered. It was just like they didn't have an option. They just did it the best they could.
Yeah,
they got
you're
the
like, this is
best take, dude.
yeah, you're like, yo, this is what I got. Like, and this is what you're getting, motherfucker. Like,
And then it gets put on record, and enough of us find it to where it's like, fuck yeah, dude. Dehumanize is fucking rad, dude. You
and
know?
to this day, one of my favorite records, like Prophecies Foretold, is I think from that era. Like, if I had to pick 3 records from that era, like certainly like Progression Towards Evil is my number one. Like that's like Skinless, because they're the band that turned, I feel like, me and Adam onto death metal in like 98, 99. That's got to be my number one. My number 2 has got to be Prophecies Foretold. And number 3 is a weird one for me. It's Compost Pile. They're out of Mass. It was like a very unknown, like throughout the rest of the death metal community. I feel like if they stuck with it for another year or 2, they would have been huge. But like Human
Reef
Compost Pile,
says Terminal Punishment.
is that the song where it starts off like a straight kick drum, like but like
Maybe, dude. I can't. I'm too hammered to even. I'm just hearing. Yeah, that's my number one reference. That if I could pull one thing out of my brain right now after all the alcohol and weed, it's that riff right there.
It's the best fucking riff.
Yeah, dude.
And
and they are and it makes sense, you know, for being such a Skinless fan. Eternal Suffering and Dehumanized were of that kin. They were cut from that cloth, you know.
I think it was. I mean, that was kind of like. I know they're like all those bands I love are New York.
I'd
bands,
say more just Dehumanized is more cut from the Suffo Pyrexia cloth.
Yeah, I mean, like it's all New York sound, I think. And
yeah.
We were talking like way earlier, where like the Boston scene got split. It went from like hardcore, like death metal is like we don't listen to each other now, and I feel like the Boston scene kind of gravitated towards the New York sound, but like it kind of inherently grabbed elements of the Boston hardcore scene, kind of. But like I don't think anything's gonna beat New York sound. It might, like, just from growing up, kind of adjacent, like Driven to Conquer, Eternal Bleeding, like that's one of my favorite records of all time. And
dude,
like
totally.
And like today, that wouldn't be considered a straight death metal record, which is weird. They would be like, if Driven to Conquer came out today, they'd be like, great deathcore album. But like back then, that didn't exist. You're like, yo, this is just a death metal band, like fucking breaking it the fuck down, you know?
Yeah.
And like just that fucking like even not even the album, even the song, just like Driven to Conquer, like you're just when they're just screaming like Driven to Conquer, destined to succeed, you're like, just fucking, you're like, dude, who the fuck is this angry? Like, I guess motherfuckers in New York are.
And yeah, well, you know, because thered be the argument from the Voracious Contempt era where it's like, it's internal bleeding. Well, it's like, dude, again, to loop it back to Goratory, it's just like moving forward and evolving into what you want to play, and even starting other projects like Stepdad in order to fill these gaps of what you want to make, dude. It's just like, dude, all you haters that talk about where any band went, either Internal Bleeding or whatever, because obviously, you know, that there's definitely people that are, you know, bummed on what they've done after Voracious Contempt because they're wearing their patch jackets and they had their fucking original Internal Bleeding logo there, and now they got to take it back off.
I mean, I get it, but I think that's something like our generation's holding on to, but no one else cares about, because like I think for me, like I got into Internal Bleeding with like Driven to Conquer. Like I mean, I miss Voracious Contempt, but I got into it after and appreciated it and loved it, and like you know, it became part of my world. But I'm like, I was 3 years too late.
I like both. That's the thing. It's like, why can't I enjoy both?
I mean, but like thinking back, I remember thinking like people that were like 3 years older than me being like, fuck you. Like I remember Metal Blade had a booth at New England Metal Fest '98, and they were handing out like samplers, and I was wearing a Fear Factory shirt, and I was like, I don't know, probably fucking 12. I was a fucking child. Like me and Adam went, and like probably like my mother dropped me off before she turned into a piece of shit, and like I didn't have a mother anymore. But like it was like, like I remember like getting dropped off, and like so we were like children, and like the dude wouldn't give me a sampler. I remember giving Adam one because Adam was wearing a Nile shirt, and like Catacombs had just fucking come out, so like he had the fucking Catacomb shirt, and like Adam Sandler looked at me and was like, I had a Fear Factory shirt. He's like, not for you. And I was like, everyone always kicking me like, fuck Metal Blade. And then I like ended up in a Metal Blade band under contract my entire career. Fuck that. But like, good people.
Fuck record labels.
No, but like they're good people, so I don't want to talk shit. But like whoever's running that booth, it's like, fuck.
But the format, fuck the format.
Yeah, like I don't know, it was a whole thing, but you got to like nurture and appreciate. Like if I saw like I don't know if we were at a show and a kid came up to me wearing like a shirt that was not metal, like how many fucking noise gates I've given away in my life where it's like someone came up like, how do you do this without feedback? Because I never ran pedals. I just only ran like I've only run 2 pedals my entire career. Like I ran a tuner and I ran a noise, and like I always just like kind of sought out amps that were shitty enough to be sizzly enough where I didn't need to run a 2 screamer. And I feel like if you get a shitty enough amp, it's going to do that, but it's got to be good enough where you can get the kind of push through it. So I kind of always like shitty 100-watt amps, and that's kind of going back where I like the Jet City. But like anytime a kid came out and was like, how are you doing this? Like this tone without the feedback, I'm trying to do this. And you're like, yo, you just need to run a noise gate and just run whatever shitty amp you got. Like you got a crate, fucking put it to 10. Like fucking crank the mids, put the bass down, and like you're gonna get a tone. Like here's a noise gate, and just like give it to them. And like I think this fucking piece of shit at this metal people when I was fucking 12, like ingrained this thing in my head. Like I never forgot it. So when you like start having any single person. I mean, like, as a rhythm guitar player, no one ever gave a shit about what I do. So if like one person comes up and they're like, hey, I like this, you're like, yo, here's my rig, take it. You're like, I
mean, it's the opposite of like, parent, like certain types of parenting and withholding things versus just giving them the thing that will send them further down,
Yeah.
I don't know.
No, I mean that makes complete sense. I think you get like you grow up with a certain way. You're like, I'm gonna be different, and like, dude, you got 3 kids. You're fucking awesome, and I wish I had that. And like,
but it's like seeing the bigger people, like you said, Metal Blade or whoever was involved in that. You see how they work, and you're like, I'm gonna do the opposite. Like I'm gonna how they're passing down to the young ones. I'm gonna do the opposite. They're not passing anything down. I'm gonna make sure that
not talking shit at Metal Blade. That was definitely most certainly like back then, they would like get a random dude to like run a table.
Obviously, it's just a name drop, but I'm just saying either way, you just see like you see how the baton pass was. You were denied the baton pass. You want to make sure that you want to pass whatever kind of baton you could pass down to the younger generation.
Absolutely. Dude. I mean, because I feel like I wish our generation grew up in the one that is now. It's like I feel like when me and you were coming up with like Carnivorous and Goratory, it was like we were coming up out of the scene where like there was the Cannibal Corpses, the Deicides, and like death metal was huge, and then it died.
And
you had bands like Lividity and like bands like the Skinless Lividities were like starting to come up and were not getting big, and it was became like death metal was at its like kind of low, and out of that low brutal death metal became a thing. So it was like, okay, we have a whole generation of people that are growing up with death metal that didn't get to experience the days of like Morbid Angel, Deicide, Cannibal Corpse. We're going to try to make it our own. And
Right.
I think it was a very unique person to get into that scene. I feel like something fucked up happened to everybody that was in that world because we all kind of were like, hey, you're my friend, and like became this instant thing. And that's
we clinged on to what
yeah,
was
I feel like
familiar.
I think if we all went to therapists, they'd be like, this is a very unhealthy thing, but we all made it.
No, it's actually, it could be, you could be regarded as more healthy than most too.
I think so. And I've never been to therapy. I probably should be at this point in my life.
I think at any time, any 40-year-old who is still living should probably think about it. Even if they don't have anything crazy going, they might realize, oh, there's certain aspects of myself I've been neglecting and I didn't even realize it.
I'm very aware I need it right now.
Dude, but I also have that part of me where I'm like, fuck, I gotta pay this. I would be paying this person X amount of dollars, X amount of times, and
dude, that's the thing.
And I'm not going to be cured on the first one if I ever have a problem. This is my thing, dude. I don't have a specific reason why I would need to go to therapy, but I've heard enough people talk about how therapy is beneficial where I'm like, oh, I might uncover some shit, and obviously nobody's perfect. So yeah. So I've thought about that. Like, there's so many people who say they stuck it out and realized that it's the greatest thing they've done, blah, 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 blah. But man, with 3 kids, I'm thinking about the dollars, and I shouldn't be thinking about the dollars.
Yeah, you need to. You got 3 kids. You got to think about that bullshit.
But it's like, I think that there's other ways we could find therapy. I mean, really talking to yourself. Having a conversation with yourself is a hard fucking thing, dude. And remembering how to do that too. It's just like, it's a hard thing. But if you can't really get it, in touch with yourself, then yeah, maybe therapy is a better thing.
I think it is like to get, I know we're going to a little off topic and we're getting on like personal shit. And I think probably no one's listening anymore. So I can fucking talk about this and it's fine because we're just throwing down now. But like, yeah. I don't know. Like I think for me, like I never lived alone. Like I think at like 16, I moved in with like a girlfriend, and then like I at 17 moved in kind of like not a crust punk house, but like a house with like a lot of people. And I've always had a community around me, and from there, like went to Montreal with the Despised guys, moved into a band house in Arizona with the Job for Cowboy guys. Adam's always been there. Between like anytime I'm stuck, I would just call Adam, be like, yo, I need somewhere, and he would get an apartment and be like, me, Adam, and like
yeah, dude, you told that story and I was like, that's a bro for sure, dude.
Yeah, he's my heart, man. But like I've never been alone, and like coming up here, I had my wife, and she was my fucking best friend, and like we're still very close, but like we're getting separated. But it's the first time, like, since I was first time in memory I've been alone, I guess.
Right.
And it's like a hard coping thing. And it was the first time I'm like, I think I need one of 2 things, either a roommate or B, a therapist. Or like, I would prefer the roommate. I think I can't, I feel like I've come too far to be alone. Trying to come to terms with that. It's not who I am. Like, I feel like I just need fucking folks around me. And
yeah, dude. And that's totally natural, dude. I mean, it's actually what you should be doing, just surrounding yourself with people that you want to be around right now. Because yeah, dude. I mean, that's why solitary confinement's the fucking gnarliest fucking thing, and
fuck that shit.
So yeah. Finding as many opportunities you can surround yourself with people that you want to be around, dude. It's the best bet, dude. And yeah, dude. I mean, it's gonna be tough, dude. I've told you a couple of times on the show, it's not gonna be fucking peachy, bro. You're gonna go through some shit, but how you handle all that is on you. You got to come out of this. You got to come out of this on top, dude. So however you make your decisions from this point forward and going through the rough patch that you're in, that's on you. But in reality, like, the goal is to get out of this as soon as possible while going through it still, but finding that light at the end of the tunnel, dude, because
No, I mean, I got you. I like what you were saying is fucking perfect, but like I think my light at the end of the tunnel is just getting people around again. And like I don't give a fuck about having a relationship. I don't give a fuck about having like
no, totally, dude.
I just want like so like,
No, it's not even about relationship. It's just about bettering you for you, dude, and just like getting to the point where you're like, oh, I'm fucking Alan Glassman, dude. When you wake
I
up,
don't even want that. I just want someone to move in the house.
I'm like fast forward. I'm like hyping you up. You're just like, dude, I just need some other than the 3 cats, dude. I just need another human, dude.
Yeah, no, that's it. Like I don't. Yeah, that's pretty much sums it up. It's like, be a fucking roommate, man. I don't give a fuck.
Dude,
yeah, but
that's fucking crazy, dude. We literally have 7 more minutes until we make 6 hours. Do we just break 6 hours and then call
can
it?
we do it? Can we do it? Can we break?
We can totally do it. We've already fucking done it, dude. We've done. We've done 2 of the longer length podcasts in one. Just kept going, dude. Al, I'm gonna be honest, dude. I didn't realize this was gonna happen, and I don't think you did either. Isn't that wild?
Yo, I legit drank a 12-pack of beer tonight. I finished Adam's Bushmills.
Yeah, I've like, definitely. It's been high noon for a long time for me, dude.
This is dude. I've been fucking partying. But I don't know. I want to keep going on it because like I like talking about being miserable, so I'm gonna keep doing that. But like, I think I think a good way to do shit because like I like being around people is like doing like New Jersey Death Fest coming up this weekend, and like next weekend like go to Montreal, like just fucking finding those folks that like oddly enough with the New Jersey shit too is just like people from that same exact Maryland Death Fest that we were at. But it's like
yeah.
But
we're chasing the dragon, dude.
Dude, yeah. You know,
that's literally what it is, dude. And we got mainlined those fests, and we've been chasing it ever since. And dude, you still hit it, dude. I mean, going to enough festivals in our lifetime, dude, just interacting with people, you realize like we're all on the same page, basically, dude. There's always a few bad apples, you know.
Yeah,
but
I did plenty of time.
Overall, like you realize, oh shit, dude, like you're really no different than me, you know.
Yeah,
you're just a different version of me right now, and we're experiencing it together. And you're just like, this is actually kind of wild, dude. To find to be, because the joke is like being at the grocery store and seeing another dude with a metal shirt on, and as soon as you see that dude, you're just like, let's be best friends or whatever. But that's fine. Those festivals were, at least for us at that time, a concentrated version of that, a way bigger opportunity to run into that guy with the metal shirt.
You can like, I think that's how we made so many friends. We're just kind of running around buck wild. Like, where have all you people been? We're all here in one place. Like, you're all my friends now. And those were the people that I still talk to today. And like, you know, the Blue Jensens and the Dan Kennys and like, and that's, it's weird how that fucking weekend just shaped my world into what it is.
Yeah.
Like it was like, hey, I went to 3 days at a place, and here's my for the rest of my life. You know, it's like it's a fucking weird thing to think about. But
72 hours of our adolescent or post-adolescence, because we were still adolescent, dude. We were pre-20, dude.
Yeah,
wild, dude. And literally 72 hours just shaped the whole. It totally nudged us in a whole different direction. We may have been like getting to another crossroads, but yeah, dude, that weekend definitely just put us full force into something, you know, and we all chased it for a long time, and we're still talking about it now because it was so fucking fun, dude. You know,
still chasing it. I mean, it's I don't know. I mean, I feel like through all the different kind of music I've done, it's always like you tour with bands and you feel really disconnected because you're not. The brutal death metal scene was a very specific thing, like and very specific age range and very specific years, and like when you go on tour with bands, you're like, I would always feel very disconnected, and then you do this Suicide Silence tour, and you're like, these are not my people, and then like, oh shit, Dan Kenny's here, and you're like, this is my people, and I hope he felt the same, where like,
most definitely, dude.
You have that bond where like, this is my dude, and you're like, hey, the rest of our guys are listening to this bullshit, but like, we can sit down and talk about fucking, whatever, like None So Vile. We can sit down.
Yeah.
I got some opinions on Drowning in Tragedy right now. Let's fucking
let's fucking go, dude. And that's what it's all about, dude.
Yeah. And like, I don't know. I feel like for me at this age, like watching Dripping come back, like in the past 2 years.
They played Texas Domination, dude, and it was so fucking cool, dude.
Like, dude, I mean, Dripping's like their jersey, and it was, I think, I kept talking about like that, like when Boston had a disconnect from hardcore death metal, like the death metal guys went to that like New York sound, and Jersey was on that cusp, and then being really into like psychedelics and shit growing up, and then you're like, oh, Dripping's doing like, it sounds like they're doing death metal on acid, and then you're like, no one gets this, and then they came back into fucking Jersey. And you're like the Jersey Death Fest, and I wanted to go to that so fucking bad. I don't remember what the hell was going on that weekend, but I couldn't make it. But dude, like that's dude, Disintegration. Hold on,
dude.
Disintegration of Thought Patterns Through a Mind Traveling Bliss. Is that what it's called? I'm like, I'm going off.
You're way closer than I could fucking pull off right now, dude.
Like that fucking record. Like I remember when Jay quit Goratory, we had to seek out that drummer. And like back then it wasn't easy. It wasn't like, hey, I'm gonna find him on Facebook or like MySpace. It was like, yo, I gotta start calling some motherfuckers.
Yep.
Like, we got a hold of him, and we're like, yo, our drummer just quit. Will you join Goratory? Like we will move you to Boston. Like that's how serious we took it. Like we'll move you here. Like we had this punk house kind of like rig going. And he's like, no, I'm doing this like jazz band thing. Like, appreciate it. Like, super nice dude. But I was like, fuck, the drummer Dripping won't join us. We got nobody. Who are we gonna but I was like, we held them in such high regard, and to see like in this day and age, them coming back for reunion and like people freaking out. And now just going on Reddit and like, what are your favorite brutal death metal albums? People like throwing up fucking Disintegration, like, Thought Patterns on their fucking list.
So sick, dude.
Like I wouldn't picture that happening 10 years ago. Like,
I mean,
they're bringing them up now, and you're like, yo, Dripping, like this is that's part of my soul. Like that's like
all at the same time. And that it totally was. What year did Macabre Mementos put that out? Because it was on our radar right away, dude.
I fuck, that had to been.
But actually, our homie Josh had the EP before that. I forget what that one was called, but it had the alternate versions of songs with different samples.
See, I'd never even heard that. Who the fuck was that? And how do I hear?
No, before that, dude. All right, I'm gonna pull that up real quick because there's Dripping material pre that album, dude. And
I know they had shit. I just never fucking heard it. Like I don't even know how to find it. As like a person that just joined Instagram a month ago. I mean, most of that shit you're just gonna have to find on YouTube because it's not on any streaming. But Dripping put out. All right, hold on, Anthony. I'm gonna make a deal.
Yeah.
I will pay for your ticket for New Jersey Death Fest on Saturday if you can send me this album, this EP.
Dude, I would love to go. I so badly want to go, and I actually, now that you are saying that, like the next opportunity to get out to the East Coast for some other kind of festival that you're going to, I want to make it happen, dude. I can't miss the river weekend with the fam, dude. I just can't.
No, I would. I know. I don't want to fuck with you. You're living.
Yeah.
I wish I was living.
But okay, real quick. But the EP before Disintegration came out was called The Lost Archives of Channeling Expeditions Through the Cosmos, dude. And that came out in 2001.
I love that name.
Dude, and it's alternate. It's just like earlier versions of a lot of the songs that are on Disintegration.
They were the first little band I ever heard do that fucking snare with like that reverb fucking pop, 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 you know, it was just like,
really fucking rang out. Yeah, dude. So the last album or last song on that EP is called Skydiving Out of the Hemisphere, dude. And it's an alternate version of a different song on Disintegration. I forget what it's called, but it's so much cooler than the one on Disintegration for me, because it was my first introduction to the song, and it's a mixture between like fucking like some dance music shit and this chick singing, but I love female vocals, so I was like,
that's what, dude, you got to get into cloud rap. That's like the best. That's my favorite female vocalist.
Hell yeah, dude. No, dude, I put that in my notes, dude. That's for sure. You made your note list. I made my note list tonight, dude. You know, it's like I'm gonna trust what you throw at me, just like you did with us, dude. And that's awesome, dude.
Yeah. I mean, I got my sad song playlist fucking ready to go for tomorrow. I went to Boston.
You put Death Cab for Cutie on there, right?
Hold on.
That one's got to be on there, dude. Death Cab for Cutie Plans, dude. That'll take you to the feels.
Hold on. I got Mine Is Anything, the Dread Hours album, Postal Service, Taste of Blood, 40 Watt, Diamond Eyes, My Song.
No, you missed Death Cab for Cutie, dude. That one is.
All right, hold on. Death Cab. Which record?
Plans.
All right, Death Cab. Plans.
Yeah, right, dude. You'll find it, dude. It's their most popular one, but that's a front to backer for me. And there's a lot of that's an emotional roller coaster, dude. If you want to go through it, you're gonna go through it, dude.
I'm trying to go. I'm like purposely like diving in to go through it. I'm like I want to feel it, right now, you know. And
so let's just wrap it up with saying, yeah, dude, feel your feelings, guys. You know, it's
6 hours. Holy shit.
6:04, dude. It's gonna be a while before this record's broken, dude. Colin had it for a long time, dude, but we just swept past it hard.
Yo, our podcast stuff aside, how far are you from LA?
I am 6 hours away on a good day.
All right, that's not too bad.
Yeah, I'm near Sacramento. Where my house is, I'm near Sacramento.
I'm trying to get out there this year. One of my best friends lives LA area. I was gonna rent a car and just kind of.
Dude, if you go to LA, okay, check me out, dude. Dan's in SoCal too, so he's not LA adjacent. I mean, he's more closer to San Diego. But if you were to if you said, "Hey, I'm gonna be in SoCal this many months in the future," if you decide to do that, we can all plan some shit where we coalesce on one area and we fucking rock out, dude.
I would fucking love that, man. That would be fucking amazing.
I think that we all kind of need it, dude. I think that we do need that reunion. I think that enough of us have talked about that where it made such an impact. We need to get us all together again.
Dude, and the friend I want to go see is one of so me and Adam grew up with him. So like I know Adam and his girl would come if I went out that ways. So
dude, I love down there too, dude. I mean, I always make an excuse to take the kids to Disneyland, dude. So fucking take the kids to Disneyland, and then we plan a fucking night where it's just like daddy's fucking out. I'm gonna go hang out with the boys. We go do some crazy shit. Let's fucking do it, dude.
And I want to say, honestly, I don't do interviews. You've never seen me do a thing. I was like super fucking nervous about this, This has been fucking awesome. Just because I feel like I just got to catch up with you personally.
Totally, dude.
Like this didn't feel like anything outside of just catching up with you as a fucking friend. So
that's what's up, dude. That's
awesome.
exactly what, and I'm not being an ego at all when I say that I told you that it was going to be like that. You were in the messages like, I don't know, dude. And I was just like, dude, just watch the show, see how it is, and then once you even get on the show, you're going to be comfortable, dude.
Well, dude,
I watched.
I did watch because I love Leon, so I watched Leon's whole episode. Like I did the whole thing, and I was like, "Yo, I'm not that cool. I can't do that."
Leon's fucking cool, dude. Leon's a fucking G, dude. We had such a blast on his episode too, dude.
Like I'll never be as cool as Leon. So like I watched that, and I'm like, now I'm more freaked out because Leon's a fucking badass, and like
yeah, he's great, dude.
I'm just a fucking weird dude. But,
like, dude. I had the same kind of feeling because Leon is the same thing. It's like we crossed paths very early in early 2000s, whatever, at the Pound. So it's just like we all have this commonality of we knew what it was like at that time. We pushed through it all, and we had our own experiences with it, and we came across each other, and it's just like, oh yeah, dude, you went through those trenches. I went through those trenches, you know. It's literally the same thing. And Leon's a great dude. I mean, I laughed fucking hard as fuck. I laughed hard as shit tonight, dude. Adam's great, dude. Literally, like,
Adam's the best. He's my favorite person in this fucking world, man.
Dude, anytime you guys ever want to come back, because, dude, I'm going to tell you right now, you don't have to have anything to talk about. Obviously, we just did 6 hours of literally talking about Goratory for probably 1%.
Yeah, we didn't talk about it. Like, we should probably do this again. We talk about some music.
All the people that are going to tune into this looking for fucking like deets on how you write Goratory music.
No one's going to tune into this because they're going to hear the first half an hour we just talked about different kinds of whiskey.
No, dude, they're going to look at 6 hours and they're going to be intrigued at what the fuck happened tonight, dude. That's exactly what they're going to be like. There's no way that it's actually like an Easter egg. Easter's coming up, dude. Jesus was resurrected very soon, dude. We got a lot of Easter eggs.
I don't know. I was a Jew. I don't know anything about that. All right.
Dude,
this has been fucking fun.
You're a fucking G, bro. I love you, dude. This was so much fucking fun, dude.
I love you, man.
I've never been into a podcast for this long and still had energy, bro. You're making me feel like, I don't know. I'm feeling young again, guys. Fuck 40, dude. All right. No fucking, let's fuck the plugs, dude. Let's just fucking take it out, dude. You guys have a great fucking weekend. I'm going to have it on the river, and Al's gonna go to Jersey Metal Fest and fucking tear it up.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, dude. Rock on, dudes and chicks and everybody else. I love you. And boom, we'll be back in a couple of weeks. Peace.
Yeah,